My head was pounding, like a rusty saw dragging back and forth through my skull. I opened my eyes to a blackened dirt wall, half its plaster gone, exposing dry straw and mud bricks underneath. A stench of mold and urine shot straight to the top of my head. Someone was crying nearby. Low, broken sobs, like a cat with a hand around its throat. "Don't hit me. Please, husband, stop hitting me." I frowned and raised a hand to rub my temple. Ah! A short, sharp scream. The woman in front of me curled into a ball, shielding a small, skinny shadow in her arms. Her whole body shook like a sieve, hunched over, bracing for my fist to land. My hand froze in midair. Memories came flooding in. The year was 1960. A famine. My name was Jiang Ping, the most notorious good-for-nothing in the Red Star Brigade. The original owner of this body was a beast through and through. He resented his wife for giving him a daughter, a worthless mouth to feed, and he beat them at the slightest excuse. Every scrap of grain in the house went into his belly, while his wife and child survived on wild vegetable soup and had to go beg grain to feed him. Yesterday, this bastard went to harass the young widow at the east end of the village, and the widow's kept man clubbed him in the back of the head with a brick. He went straight to meet his maker. When the eyes opened again, the soul inside was me, Jiang Ping from the year 2025, a deputy director at a neighborhood government office. In my past life, I worked myself to death on poverty relief and collapsed right before my promotion was announced. And now I open my eyes to find I've become the exact kind of person I hated most in my whole life. Beast. That was the only word in my mind. The mother and daughter in front of me were in worse shape than the poorest household I ever helped. The woman's name was Shun Mei. Her hair was dry as tangled weeds, a bruise on her face, cheekbones frighteningly sharp. The little girl in her arms was 4 or 5, a big head on a tiny body, a pair of big eyes staring at me through the gaps in her mother's fingers. It was the look you give a mortal enemy. I sighed. My throat was dry, like I'd swallowed a handful of sand. "Stop crying." Shin Mei flinched all over, her sobs cutting off instantly. Her face turned red from holding it in, terrified of angering me, the household demon. "I'm hungry." The words came out on their own. This body was so hungry my stomach felt like it was on fire. The despair in Shun Mei's eyes thickened until it couldn't dissolve. Trembling, she pulled something black and grimy from inside her clothes. Half a moldy bran cake, about the size of an infant's fist, still stuck with bits of grass. "Husband, here, take it." She held the cake out, then instinctively pulled it back a little, then desperately pushed it forward again. "Nuno hasn't eaten in 2 days. Could you leave just a mouthful of the broth for her?" And then she started to kneel. The little girl clung tightly to her mother's shirt, tears rolling down in big drops, not daring to make a sound. I looked at that cancer-causing bran cake, and my stomach twisted. The original body had eaten every last bit of the sweet potato flour. This mother and daughter had probably survived until now by scraping grass roots from the corners of the walls. If I took even this mouthful, they'd be dead today. I didn't take it. Bracing myself against the broken bedboard, I stood up. My head spun, and my vision filled with stars. "I won't eat that." Shinmei froze. "He won't eat it?" Before, the moment he shouted that he was hungry, every last grain of rice in the house would be scoured clean for him. What was wrong today? Her face went white in an instant. She thought I was going to sell the girl for drinking money again, and she clutched Nuno tight, pleading in a hoarse voice. "Don't sell Nuno. She can work, she can dig wild vegetables. Don't sell her." My heart clenched. Just how many sins had this original body committed? Explaining was useless. A frightened bird wouldn't believe a word. Actions worked better than talk. "I'm going out for a bit." Fighting the dizziness, I walked to the door. At the threshold I paused, wanting to say, "You two eat." But the 2 terrified stares behind me made me swallow the words. The rickety wooden door creaked shut. Outside, the sunlight was blinding. A broken-down village, dirt roads, thatched roofs, the air drifting with the smell of burning straw and livestock dung. A few women mending shoe soles saw me, and their faces changed instantly. "Hurry, get away, the Jiang bum is out." "Bah, how'd he not get beaten to death last night?" "Shh, quiet down. If this mad dog hears you, he'll bite." Under the tree, they scattered like startled animals in a heartbeat, leaving nothing but melon seed shells and flecks of spit on the ground. No one dared meet my eyes. The disgust in their sidelong glances scraped at me like knives. Fine. The original body's reputation had rotted down into the sewer. The road to borrowing grain was sealed shut. To survive, I could only rely on myself. I looked up toward the green mountain behind the village. Even in 1960, there was always some way to scrape by up in the hills. I dragged my legs up the slope. Every step made my calves cramp. Hunger. I was so damn hungry. In my past life, I paid good money to suffer at the gym to lose weight, and now this hunger, rising from the marrow of my bones, made me want to gnaw on tree bark. At the foot of the mountain, the land was bare. The wild vegetables had long been dug clean, the elm bark stripped down to the pale wood. I refused to give up and pressed deeper into the mountains. In a shaded pile of rocks, I spotted a patch of unremarkable weeds. Lamb's quarters. A dusty powder on the leaves, bitter and slightly toxic. Village folk wouldn't touch this stuff unless they were starving to death. But in my eyes, this was a lifeline. I lunged and started yanking it up. The moment my fingertips touched the leaves, a chime rang in my head. A cool mechanical voice spoke. Host's vital signs detected at critically low levels, in a state of extreme starvation. Resource exchange system activation successful. Now connected to the 2025 Super Warehouse Center. My hand jerked and the weeds fell to the ground. A semi-transparent blue screen floated up before my eyes. On the left were empty storage slots. On the right, a long list of goods. Rice, white flour, pork, salt, anti-inflammatory medicine. Beneath each icon was a price. Northeast rice, 0.5 points per pound. Pork belly, 2 points per pound. Anti-inflammatory medicine, 5 points per box. My breath quickened at once, my heartbeat pounding in my eardrums. A cheap power? Back when I was slacking off at the government office, I'd read a few of these web novels. I knew this trope, but now that it had landed on my own head, that thrill of being pulled back from the edge still left my fingertips tingling. How do I earn points? I said silently. All things have value. The host may submit any item from this era, and the system will automatically appraise and recycle it. I stared at the lamb's quarters by my feet. Recycle. A flash. The weeds vanished. Recycled 1 wild lamb's quarters plant. Points plus 0.01. The balance ticked up from 0. It really worked. I stared hard at that 0.01, then at the rice priced at 0.5. I still couldn't afford it, but this wasn't just a number. This was life. This was the backbone that would let me stand up straight and survive in these years when people starved to death. I jerked my head up and looked at the withered grass, the shrubs, the stones covering the whole mountain, even a wild rat scurrying past. In that moment, this barren mountain became a mountain of gold in my eyes. I licked my cracked lips. Since heaven had handed me this rice bowl, then this life was going to be lived a whole new way. First, a small goal. Tonight, I'd give that mother and daughter a full meal. I bent at the waist, working like an old ox. No picking and choosing. Whatever my eyes landed on, I collected. Dry branches, collect. Rotten leaves, collect. Wild grass, pulled up by the roots, collect. The mechanical voice kept sounding off, and right now it was sweeter to hear than anything. Recycled 10 pounds of deadwood. Points plus 0.05. Recycled 1 bundle of wild thistle. Points plus 0.03. Recycled weathered stone. No value. Failed. Sweat ran into my eyes and stung. This body was too weak. Less than half an hour in, my vision went black and my legs felt filled with lead. But I didn't dare stop. The moment I stopped, my mind filled with the image of that mother and daughter shivering in the corner. They were 2 lives, and they were a debt the original body owed. I gritted my teeth and mechanically pulled, collected, pulled, collected. My fingernails packed with black dirt, the back of my hand torn open by thorns. I felt none of it. Not until the sun sank west and the mountain turned blood red in the dusk. I dropped down onto the ground, the taste of blood rising in my throat, and called up the panel. Current points, 3.2. 3+ hours for 3.2 points. Back in the modern world, that was barely the price of a bottle of water. But in these years, this was a family's life. I studied the goods list, calculating. Pork? No. Too rich, too much fat. The smell would drift out, and every starving wolf in the village would follow the scent to my door. In these years, eating meat was a sin in itself. It had to be fine grain, restores strength fast, and stays low-key. My finger slid across the list, and I settled it. Northeast rice, 2 pounds, 1 point deducted. Salt, 1 bag, 0.5 deducted. White sugar, half a pound, 0.5 deducted. Fresh eggs, 5, 0.5 deducted. That left 0.7 in reserve. A flash of light, and my hands were suddenly heavy. I took off my patched, ragged undershirt, wrapped the goods up and knotted it tight, holding it like a rare treasure, and headed down the mountain in the fading light. Back home, the sky was fully dark. The yard was silent, no lamp inside. Kerosene needed ration coupons, and the Jiang family couldn't afford to light one. I pushed open the door that was nearly falling apart. A rustling in the dark. The straw pile in the corner of the bed shifted. Shinmei wasn't asleep. She was waiting. Waiting for a beating, or to wait on me, the drunk. I said nothing and walked straight to the stove. I found the matches, and with a rasping strike, a flame leaped up. By the firelight, Shinmei saw my face clearly, and her body tensed. She clapped a hand over Nyonyo's mouth. He hadn't been drinking? I opened up the undershirt. White. Blinding white. Rice. Plump grains, glistening with a sheen in the firelight. Shinmei's pupils contracted sharply. Rice? Where did he get rice? Even if he'd robbed someone, the brigade office didn't have polished rice this fine. I ignored her. I scooped water to scrub the pot, rinsed the rice, and put it on, all in one smooth motion. Tongues of fire licked the bottom of the pot. The water boiled. The fragrance of rice burst out with the steam. That smell, overwhelming and pure, drilling straight into the heart and lungs. To someone who'd eaten bran and grass for years, it was more intoxicating than opium. Bubble, bubble. The grains bloomed open and slowly thickened. I cracked 2 eggs in. The golden yolk spread through the white porridge and instantly set into pretty ribbons of egg. A pinch of salt. The scent of egg mixed with rice, filling the whole broken room. A loud growl. In the dark, an enormous rumble of a stomach. Shinmei was so ashamed she wanted to crawl into a crack in the floor. But her belly wouldn't cooperate. The harder she tried to hold it in, the louder it growled. Nyonyo was swallowing hard too. The little girl didn't know what it was, but instinct told her it was something good, and eating it would make the ache go away. I found 2 chipped bowls, filled them, and carried them to the bedside. Shinmei shrank back in fear, her spine hitting the cold wall. Eat. Just one word, hard as stone. Shinmei curled up like a shrimp. She looked at that dazzling white bowl of porridge, and instead of finding it fragrant, a chill ran from the soles of her feet up to the crown of her head. Before, when he gave her a kind face, it meant he was about to sell something for drink. Giving such fine grain today, who was he going to sell? The girl? Or was he selling me to some old bachelor up in the hills? I'm not hungry. Her voice shook like a leaf in the wind. You eat it yourself. I didn't have the patience for counseling. Hunger cures everything. I set the bowl down hard on the broken cabinet. Clank. Don't eat it, and I'll dump it. With that, I picked up my own bowl and drank in big gulps. The heat slid down my throat and into my stomach. In that instant, I felt myself come back to life, every cell cheering. Shinmei watched me actually eating, then looked at the steaming bowl on the cabinet. Dump it? That was fine grain. Wasting heaven's gifts would call down a lightning strike. Trembling, she reached out. Her fingertips touched the scalding bowl, and she flinched, but she couldn't bring herself to let go. She picked it up and first held it under her nose to smell it. So fragrant. She'd never smelled anything this good in her whole life. She scooped a small spoonful, not daring to eat it herself, and brought it to Nyonyo's lips. Nyonyo, open up. The little girl had long been drooling with hunger, and she closed her mouth around the spoon. Soft, sticky sweet. No need to chew. It slid right down her throat. Nyonyo's eyes went wide, and for the first time an expression appeared on her thin, dark little face. Mama, it's good, she said, her voice thin as a mosquito's. Shinmei couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They dropped in big beads into the bowl. Crying, she fed her daughter one spoonful after another. Only when Nyonyo let out a full little burp and couldn't eat any more did she lift the bowl, stick out her tongue, and lick the bottom completely clean. Not a single drop of rice broth left. I'd already finished. My stomach warmed, and my unsteady feet finally found their footing. I turned and met Shinmei's eyes head on. There was still fear in them. But more than that, shock and confusion. This man who treated them like weeds. What had gotten into him today? Where did the rice come from? Why hadn't he eaten it all himself? A pile of questions clogged her throat, but she didn't dare ask. I didn't explain either. I pointed at the half pot of porridge that was left. That's for tomorrow morning. I walked to the pile of straw in the corner, the spot the original body had made up to sleep in because he thought the bed had fleas. I lay down with my back to them. Sleep. The room fell dead silent again, broken only by the occasional crackle of unburnt wood in the stove. Shinmei held Nyonyo and curled up on the bed, the sweetness of rice still in her mouth. It was the best meal she'd eaten in her whole life. She looked at that back turned toward her on the floor, and for the first time her eyes were free of that bone-deep hatred. As long as Nyonyo could eat her fill, even if he sold her off tomorrow, it would be worth it. Full at last, her nerves loosened, and she drifted off into a hazy sleep. I didn't sleep. Listening to the breathing behind me even out, I opened my eyes in the dark. First hurdle, cleared. But this was only the beginning. 2 pounds of rice would last 2 days at most. No matter how good the things in the system were, they cost points. Relying on pulling weeds alone was too slow. And worse, food appearing out of thin air could fool people once or twice, but do it too many times, and even a fool would get suspicious. In these years, profiteering got you a bullet, and pushing feudal superstition got you dragged out for public criticism. I had to give this food a believable origin, and I had to find a path that could keep the money coming. I rolled over and looked out at the night through the torn hole in the window paper. Tomorrow, I needed to make a trip to the county town. The sky was just turning pale gray when I woke up shivering. The ragged cotton wadding was hard as an iron plank. Draped over me it had weight, but no warmth. I sat up and rubbed the back of my head, still dully aching. There was movement over by the stove. Shinmei was up. On tiptoe, furtive as a thief, she was pouring the half pot of leftover porridge into a chipped clay jar. Her movements were so light they made no sound. When she finished, she stuffed the jar into the deepest part of the ash pile in the stove and covered it with a layer of wood ash. Hiding food. A survival instinct in these years, and also a guard against me. That bastard Jiang Ping, stealing a bite. I saw it all and said nothing. I got off the bed. My feet touched the icy floor and the cold crept up my legs. Shinmei heard the movement and her back went rigid. She spun around fast, wiping her hands hard on her patched apron, her eyes dodging mine. Husband, you're awake? I walked to the water vat. Only a shallow layer of water sat at the bottom, bits of grass floating in it. I scooped a ladle to rinse my mouth. It was so cold it set my teeth on edge. I'm heading out. Shinmei flinched and instinctively asked, Going where? The moment she asked, she regretted it. Before, one extra word out of her mouth earned a slap. She dropped her head in a panic, staring at her broken shoes with the toes poking through, waiting for the blow. The slap didn't come. The county town. I straightened my collar. The shirt was too worn, 2 buttons gone, hanging open to the wind. Shinmei froze, not daring to respond. Seeing me head for the door, she hesitated half a second, then worked up the courage to say quietly, Then, I'll take Nyonyo up the mountain. My steps paused. Up the mountain. Dead of winter, the bark stripped clean off every tree. What could there be? But I didn't turn around, and I didn't stop her. If I suddenly changed my nature now and said, Don't go, stay home and rest, I'll provide for you, Shinmei would feel no gratitude. She'd only think I'd gone mad, or that I was cooking up some new scheme to sell them off. Trust is a thing that shatters easily and mends slowly. It had to be built up little by little. Don't go too far. I dropped that line and pushed out the door. Outside the village, the cold wind scraped my face like a knife. I hunched my neck, hands tucked into my sleeves, and followed the dirt road toward the county town. On both sides were cracked, dry fields, the wheat sprouts withered yellow like an old man's hair. Now and then I passed villagers on the road, every one of them sallow and gaunt, swaying as they walked. When they saw me, they treated me like a plague god. Bad luck, running into that bum first thing in the morning. Keep your distance. He just got his skull cracked yesterday. No telling when he'll go mad again. I let it wash over me. I was working. Recycled 1 dry tree branch. Points plus 0.01. Recycled 1 lump of dried cow dung. Points plus 0.02. As I walked, I kicked at the debris along the road as if idly. Anything with a bit of fuel value, I collected it all. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. This body was too weak. By now my forehead was breaking out in a cold sweat. Up ahead was a crossroads, and an old tree with a crooked trunk. Its bark had long been peeled away, exposing the pale, ghastly wood. A man was crouched under the tree, in a black cotton jacket, puffing away at a dry pipe. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. Our eyes met. The air froze all at once. His hand jerked, and the pipe bowl clattered to the ground, sparks scattering across the top of his shoe. Li Dazhuang, the young widow's lover from the east end of the village. Also the man who'd clubbed the original body to meet his maker with a single brick yesterday. Big and burly, a face full of coarse flesh, and right now that big face went white in a flash, his lips trembling, like he'd seen a ghost. Jiang the second. He swallowed hard, his eyes locked on the ring of grimy, blood-stained cloth around my forehead. Not dead. That brick yesterday, he clearly had no breath left in him. I stopped walking and looked at him, my eyes calm as a dry well. The original body's memories surfaced. This Li Dazhuang was a temp worker in the commune's slaughter team, plenty of fat on his plate, strong as an ox, a local bully. In front of him, the original body was a weakling. Didn't manage to die? Disappoint you, I said. My voice was hoarse, carrying a chill. Li Dazhuang jolted and took half a step back, his spine hitting the tree trunk. Don't you talk nonsense. You threw the first punch yesterday. His voice was loud, but there was nothing behind it. What he feared wasn't me, the bum. What he feared was having a death on his hands. I said nothing, just looked at him like that. That gaze wasn't like the old loudmouth rogues. It was more like looking at a piece of meat on a chopping block. Li Dazhuang's skin crawled. This kid, had he become a different person? Before, when Jiang II saw him, he'd either bow and scrape or throw a screaming tantrum. He'd never had this kind of look, the kind that made it hard to breathe. I took a step forward. He snapped tense and clenched his fists. What do you want? You mess with Zuohua again, and I'll thrash you. I didn't raise a hand. With my build, going head-to-head with him would be suicide. But I came out of a neighborhood government office. My specialty was working on people's minds. I walked right up to him, less than half a meter away. I raised my hand. He flinched, ducking his neck to shield his face. My hand gently patted his shoulder, brushing away that bit of pipe ash. The gesture was soft and carried something indescribably strange. Strong grip, I said, leaning close to his ear, dropping my voice. Shame the brick didn't land clean. His pupils shrank sharply and his breathing quickened. This account will settle it slowly. With that, I didn't spare him another glance. I went around the tree and kept walking. A dozen meters on, I heard a shaky curse behind me. Li Dazhuang wiped a hand across his back. Soaked through. The old Jiang II was a mangy dog that snapped at everyone. Beat him, and that was that. This new Jiang II was like a wolf that didn't bark. I didn't dwell on the little episode. Dealing with a man like Li Dazhuang didn't take fists. In these years, once you had your hand on his weak spot, there were 100 ways to make him wish he were dead. The pressing matter was money. Or rather, coupons. 2 hours of walking later, the outline of the county town came into view. Called a county town, but it was just a few wider streets lined with drab gray brick and tile houses. Big slogans were painted on the walls. Muster your strength, strive to be the best. Run the big canteens, eat for free. Revolutionary songs blared from the loudspeakers, buzzing in my eardrums. The streets grew crowded with people in blue-gray work clothes, badges pinned to their chests, all hurrying along. I touched my growling stomach, found a sheltered corner by a wall, crouched down, and called up the panel. Current points, 4.5. Frantically recycling deadwood and rotting leaves whenever no one was watching along the way, I'd scraped it together. I scanned the store. Grain was hard currency, but too conspicuous. Take a sack of rice to the black market, and it was easy to get nabbed as a big fish profiteer. And I had no grain coupons, no way to explain where it came from. I needed something small in size, high in value, easy to move, and low profile. My eyes searched the list and finally stopped on an unremarkable corner. Extra strength rat poison, 0.5 points per pack. Special deworming candy, the pagoda-shaped sweets, 0.1 points per piece. The corner of my mouth curled up. In these years, besides people starving, sanitation was a huge problem. Rats overran everything and stole grain, and children's bellies were full of roundworms, so no matter how much they ate, they never put on flesh. These two items were hot goods at the supply cooperative, out of stock all year round. Best of all, they weren't sensitive the way grain was. A flick of thought, and my hand held a few colorful pagoda sweets, plus 2 packs of rat poison wrapped in craft paper. I tucked them into my pocket, patted the dust off my backside, and stood up. The supply cooperative. 3 big rooms of gray brick and tile stretched across the head of the street, and above the door, the 5 red-lacquered characters, "Serve the people," faded but still radiating an authority that brooked no question. Only this place was easy to get into and hard to get out of. Inside it was packed worse than a rush-hour subway. The air was thick enough to slice, sweat, the sour reek of the sauce and vinegar vats, dry pipe smoke, and the cloying sweet perfume of the face cream behind the counter, all stirred together, pounding at the skull. Stop shoving. You're stepping on my heel. Who's grabbing my backside? You want to die? Move it up front. Buying 1 box of matches and dragging it out forever. An old woman with gray hair was wedged in the crowd, her blue cloth jacket patch over patch, the collar worn through. She elbowed 2 big men aside and squeezed to the very front of the counter like a loach, her face covered in sweat. Behind the counter sat a woman around 30. Permed hair, a polyester blouse, a Plum Blossom brand watch on her wrist. A sales clerk. One of the 8 great occupations of these years, the most respectable and the most envied. Right now, this one had her head down, knitting a sweater, the bamboo needles flashing up and down, not lifting an eyelid. The crowd on the other side of the counter, fighting tooth and nail over a few ounces of salt or a few feet of cloth, meant no more to her than air. Calm, comrade. The old woman put on a fawning smile, her voice trembling. Young sister? No one paid her any mind. The needles clacked away, the rhythm unbroken. The old woman wrung her hands anxiously but didn't dare raise her voice. In these years, the cooperative clerks held real power, and if you offended one, they'd find any excuse to send you home empty-handed. She pressed her body hard against the counter and raised her voice a notch. Comrade, let me ask you something. Are the pagoda sweets in stock? The needles stopped. The woman slowly set down her needles, picked up her enamel mug, blew away the tea leaves, took a sip, and only then lazily raised an eyelid. That gaze was cold, contemptuous, like looking at a clod of mud stuck to a shoe sole. Are you blind? She jerked her chin at the wooden sign on the shelf behind her. A few characters were scrawled in chalk with a wild flourish. Out of stock today. The smile froze on the old woman's face at once. Ow, how is it out of stock again? Her eyes reddened with worry. Young sister, I've made this trip 3 times now. Please, do a good deed and check the storeroom. Even broken ones, damp ones, I'm not picky. None means none. You don't understand plain speech. The woman rolled her eyes and slammed the tea mug down on the table. The clank made the old woman flinch. I've turned the storeroom over 800 times, dug out every rat hole. The whole country's short of it. You're not the only one. Want some? Go line up in the provincial capital. The provincial capital's too far. I can't get there. The old woman slapped her thigh, a sob in her voice. But my grandson can't wait. The child's got worms churning something fierce in his belly. Last night he was rolling on the ground in pain, his face gone white, throwing up nothing but sour water. He's the only heir in our family. If he isn't dewormed, his life's in danger. The people waiting in line quieted for a moment, looking at the old woman with complicated eyes, sympathy, numbness, a few sighing along. In these years, what child didn't have a few roundworms in his belly? The things sucked up your blood and flesh, and at their mildest left you sallow and skinny. At their worst caused a bowel obstruction that really could kill. But sympathy was sympathy. No one had a way to help. Medicine was more precious than gold. Go to the hospital and get some prescribed. What good is wailing at me? Bad luck. The woman pursed her lips. This is a supply cooperative, not a charity hall, and definitely not the hall of the king of hell. Next, buying or not? If not, step aside. If the hospital could prescribe it, would I be here troubling you? The old woman broke down completely, tears bursting the dam. She gripped the edge of the counter, knuckles white. The doctor says the pharmacy's been out for half a month too. Young sister, you're a public servant. You've got connections. Could you think of something for me? Privately is fine. I'll pay more. I'll trade eggs for it. And with that, this woman of over 50, in front of hundreds of people, went weak at the knees and started to kneel. Hey, what are you doing? The woman shrieked like a cat with its tail stepped on, her voice shrill enough to scrape glass. Pulling this feudal superstition act? Trying to get me hauled up for criticism? Security. Drag this crazy hag out. Don't hold up the customers behind her. That was a heavy accusation to pin on someone. No one could bear it. A few male clerks with red armbands closed in at once, unfriendly in their eyes, order-keeping wooden batons in their hands. The old woman was frightened stiff. The fear of public servants carved into her bones made her forcibly stop the kneel. She stood up trembling, wiped her tears, her eyes gone ashen and dead as cold cinders. Her grandson's waxy little face swam in her mind, crying out again and again, "Grandma, it hurts," stabbing her heart until it bled. As if her spine had been pulled out, she aged 10 years in an instant and shuffled toward the exit, hunched over. No one made way for her. Everyone had gone numb. This kind of thing happened at the cooperative every day. Seen enough of it, and it was just how things were. No one had it easy. No one had spare kindness to give away. In the corner, I leaned against the wall and watched the whole thing with cold eyes. I said nothing, but my brow furrowed. This was the 60s. Scarce goods, privilege running rampant. That clerk's ugly attitude, in 2025, would have had someone filming a video and posting it online, and the whole internet would have come down on her within minutes. But right now, she was the master, and the customers were the servants. I felt my pocket. There was a stiff little paper packet in there. System-issued goods were always quality goods. I'd come to try my luck, to see if I could offload these hot items for some coupons. Instead, right through the door, I'd walked into a whole drama. Wasn't this business delivered right to my doorstep? I pulled my cap low, turned, and followed her out. Outside the door, The cold wind swirled dead leaves around. The old woman crouched in a daze beside the stone lion, covering her face and sobbing. The sound pressed low, carrying a genuine despair. If her grandson was gone, she didn't want to live either. Just then a shadow fell over her, blocking the glaring sun. Thinking she was in someone's way, she shifted aside and curled into a smaller ball. The shadow shifted with her, still covering her, like a wall. She paused and lifted her tear-filled eyes. Against the light stood a tall, thin man. A ragged cotton jacket, collar hanging open, his face pale with a sickly cast. But those eyes were frighteningly bright. Deep, still, carrying an unreadable certainty. I scanned the street. People came and went, no one paying attention to this corner. I crouched down, light as a cat landing without a sound, leaned close to her ear, and dropped my voice very low. "Granny, want to save your grandson?" Her whole body shuddered. Tears hung on her lashes as she stared blankly at this unfamiliar face, not catching on for a moment. What did you say?" I didn't waste words. I reached into my jacket, and when my hand came out, my palm held a small paper packet folded into a triangle. I didn't reveal all of it, just lifted one corner. In the sunlight, that touch of pink and yellow, like the most precious gem, stung her eyes. Pagoda Sweets. She'd seen this packaging at the hospital. She'd know it even if it were burned to ash. Her pupils shrank sharply and her breathing quickened. She opened her mouth wide, about to cry out. "Shoo." I raised a finger to my lips, my eyes sweeping the surroundings, and pointed at the empty dead-end alley beside us. The corner of my mouth curled up. Too many people, too many eyes here. "Granny, a word in private?" In the dead-end alley, even the wind couldn't get in. It was dank and bone-chilling. Wang Tsawa leaned back against the moss-covered brick wall, her legs still trembling, her eyes locked on the corner of the paper packet showing in my hand, a light like a starving wolf spotting flesh bursting from her cloudy old eyes. "Is this real?" Her voice was hoarse as sandpaper grinding on a tabletop. I said nothing, only rubbed the edge of the packet lightly with my thumb. "No stock at the cooperative doesn't mean there's no stock in this world," I said flatly, like I was chatting about the weather. "I only spoke up because I saw how sincere you are, Granny, ready to throw away your own life for your grandson." This came through a solid connection of mine, out of a hospital in the provincial capital. I was lying. No blush, no skipped heartbeat. In my past life mediating disputes at the government office, this kind of half-true talk was carved into my bones. In these years, the more mysterious you seemed, the more capable you looked, and the vaguer your background, the less the other person dared to try anything. A hospital in the provincial capital? That was a place beyond her world. She believed it. In these years when people couldn't even fill their bellies, even the swindlers were busy swindling food. Who would waste life-saving medicine toying with a poor old woman? "I want it. I want it." She lunged, her withered fingers reaching to grab, and I turned aside to dodge. "Granny, you know how this works." I tucked my hand back into my pocket and swept my eyes over her. "I got this medicine by trading for it too. It didn't blow in on the wind. I'm not looking to profit, but I can't take a loss either." She froze and instinctively felt her pockets. A few crumpled small bills, 2 expired grain coupons. Barely enough for half a pound of dried sweet potato. I have no money." The tears were coming again. "But I have eggs. I'll give you all 3 of my old hens. As long as it can save my grandson. Bringing live animals into town is too conspicuous." I refused flatly. In these years, carrying 3 chickens down the street was no different from pasting "profiteer" on your forehead. I wasn't going to bury myself for that scrap of profit. She slid down the wall, her whole body drained of its soul. I sighed inwardly. In the end, I was still soft-hearted. A real black market dealer would have turned and walked already. "Besides money and coupons, other things work too," I said, lowering my voice. "Old pieces. Gold, silver, I'm not picky." Her head snapped up. She stared at me for a full 3 seconds, as if making a hard decision. Then, trembling, she undid her collar. A small pocket was sewn into the inner layer of her ragged undershirt. She tore open the thread and pulled out something wrapped in red cloth, peeling back layer after layer. A silver bracelet. A very old style, carved with intricate patterns, blackened with oxidation, but heavy in the hand. "This is a keepsake my mother left me." Her hands shook, tears dropping onto the bracelet. "I was saving it to buy my own coffin." "Young man, take a look. Will it do?" I took it, cold to the touch, heavy in the hand. Something registered in my head. A cool voice spoke. "Old silver bracelet detected. High purity, exquisite craftsmanship. Recycle appraisal, 15 points. 15 points. My pupils shrank. Yesterday, I pulled weeds a whole afternoon for 3.2 points, and this one bracelet was worth 5 days of my hard labor. This was the right way to use the system. In these years, antique gold and silver couldn't circulate, their value crushed into the dust. But here in the system, they returned to their true worth, even more. That's enough. I handed over the pagoda sweets. 5 pieces, one at a time, before bed. Take them 5 days running, and the worms will be cleared out. She snatched the packet like she was grabbing hold of her grandson's life, not sparing the bracelet another glance, and turned to run for the alley mouth, her legs nimble in a way that didn't suit an old woman at all. Thank you, young man. You're a living Buddha. The sob drifted back on the wind. I watched her back vanish around the corner and turned my palm over. Recycle. Recycle successful. Points plus 15. Current balance. 19.5. Struck rich. An unprecedented sense of wealth surged through my whole body. This many points meant nothing in the modern world, but right now, this was the lives of a family of 3. I didn't rush off. I found a dead corner deeper in the alley and called up the store. Now that I had points, I needed to buy some reasonable things to bring back. No more rice. Too flashy. Shinmei was timid but not stupid. 2 pounds of rice yesterday was already the limit. Haul back a whole sack today and it would scare her to death. I needed coarse grain, and the kind that looked like it had been borrowed. Aged cornmeal, 0.1 points per pound. Dried sweet potato, 0.15 points per pound. Loose sorghum, 0.2 points per pound. Cheap enough to make you weep. 10 pounds of cornmeal. 5 pounds of sorghum. 1 pound of pork leaf lard. Pork leaf lard was a good thing. You could render it for oil, and the cracklings could be mixed into rice. In these years short on fat, it was more precious than lean meat. Finally, as if guided by some unseen hand, I slid over to the daily goods section. Clam oil hand cream, 0.5 points per tin. Shinmei's hands were split with cracks all over in the winter. Watching her wash dishes yesterday, her hands were covered in bleeding splits. 2 tins. A flash of light, and my hand held a heavy cloth sack. Slung over my shoulder, the weight pressing down settled something in my chest. This was the backbone of being alive. On the road back to the village, the sky darkened heavily, the north wind howling. Snow was coming. Passing the big scholar tree at the village entrance, a few old women hunched their necks and gossiped idly. Hey, isn't that Jiang II? What's he carrying on his back, all bulging like that? Pfft, what good thing could it be? Probably went thieving again. Nearly beaten to death yesterday, jumping around alive today. Truly, a pest lives 1,000 years. I looked straight ahead and didn't slow my steps. This kind of gossip couldn't touch me. Once my life got good, these voices would naturally turn into flattery and fawning. Just human nature. I pushed open my own broken door. The yard was silent, the thatch on the roof shivering in the wind. I frowned. Something was off. Too quiet. Normally at this hour Shun Mei should be tending the firewood or soothing Nyonyo. Now there was no sound at all, only a stifled sobbing from inside. My heart lurched. I strode into the yard in a few steps and shoved the door open. In the dim room, Shun Mei knelt on the ground, clutching Nyonyo tight. Standing in front of her was a bloated old woman. Triangular eyes, thin lips, a face full of spite. The original body's own mother, old Lady Jiang. In her hand, she gripped half a leftover bran cake, the one Shin Mei couldn't bring herself to eat yesterday and had hidden away from me. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Old Lady Jiang sprayed spit, her finger nearly jabbing Shun Mei's forehead. You jinx. Pop out a worthless girl and still have the nerve to steal and hoard grain. That heartless second son forgets his mother the moment he's got a wife. The family can't even keep the pot going, and you two hide in here eating alone. Mother, it wasn't stolen. Shin Mei sobbed, shaking, not daring to dodge. My husband left this. Bullshit. Old Lady Jiang kicked over the chipped clay jar. If that bastard had that kind of good heart, the sun would rise in the west. Tell me, did you steal grain from the brigade? Are you trying to get the whole family killed? With that she raised her palm and swung it at Shun Mei's face. Shun Mei shut her eyes and shielded Nyonyo in her arms with her life. The pain didn't land. A large hand like an iron clamp caught Old Lady Jiang's wrist in midair. She started, turned her head, and ran straight into my cold eyes. Done making a scene? My voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill that struck at the heart. I flung her hand aside and dropped the cloth sack from my shoulder hard onto the ground. Thud. Dust flew up. The mouth of the sack fell open, revealing golden cornmeal. The air froze in an instant. Old Lady Jiang's eyes nearly popped out. She stared at that sack of grain, a clucking sound in her throat, like an old hen with a hand around its neck. Grain, grain. The room was frighteningly quiet, even the dust seeming frozen. That open sack of cornmeal, golden and fine, was dazzling in this broken room full of gray decay. It wasn't grain. It was life, a temptation to make anyone's eyes flood with blood. Old Lady Zhang's triangular eyes shrank to pinpoints, then snapped wide open. Not a shred of a mother's tenderness remained, only a green, oily greed, exactly like an old wolf starved through a whole winter catching sight of flesh. Ah! A warped, strange cry squeezed out of her throat. Her body dropped low and her heel kicked back hard. The move was fast enough to carry wind, nimble in a way that didn't suit a woman of 60 at all. Her claw-like hands shot straight for the sack. Mine. This belongs to the Jiang family. This is public grain. Her voice was shrill as a rusty iron shovel scraping the bottom of a pot. Shenmei was frozen stiff. She buried her head lower, curled up like a quail, covering Nyonyo's ears with her life, shaking like a leaf in the wind. Closer. Her fingertips nearly touched the edge of the sack. In that very second, slap. One of my worn canvas shoes, not too hard, not too soft, dead on target, landed on the mouth of the sack. The sole caked with mud, the upper worn pale, yet it was like a mountain, cutting off every thought in her head in an instant. She grabbed at nothing, her fingers scraping hard against the frozen ground. A crack, and her fingernail split. Her head snapped up, veins bulging on her neck, her gaze crawling up my ragged cotton trousers and colliding with my eyes. One hand in my pocket, I looked down at my own mother sprawled on the ground, my eyes cold as if watching a stray dog fighting for scraps. Mother. My voice was low, carrying a chill. Before you reach out, drain the water out of your head. Look clearly at whose home this is. She froze. The look was too unfamiliar. The old second son was a wastrel, but in front of her he was only a tyrant at home who caved everywhere else. But the me now stood there like an iron plate soaked in ice water, hard and cold. After the shock, the shrew's instinct seized the high ground in a heartbeat. Rebellion. The heavens are turning upside down. She plopped down on the ground, slapping her thighs with both hands, kicking up a cloud of dust, exactly like the most dedicated clown on a theater stage. Second son, you conscienceless bastard turtle spawn. Marry a wife and forget your mother. I raised you through the piss and the shit, and now you've got food you'd guarded against me. Even as she wailed dry tears, she watched the foot on the grain from the corner of her eye. Seeing me not budge an inch, she jacked her voice up 8 octaves at once. What's yours is mine. Who's got fine grain in these years? You must have stolen it from the brigade. I'll hold it in safekeeping for the collective. Move your foot now, or I'll go straight to the commune and report you. I'll have you paraded through the streets. Have you take a bullet? Every word aimed to kill. Shinmei shook harder, her teeth chattering. In these years, if the label stealing collective property stuck, it was fatal. She wasn't afraid of suffering herself, but Nyonyo was so small. Husband. Shinmei lifted her head, a sob in her voice, her red and swollen eyes full of pleading. She wanted to urge me to give in, to hand over the grain even, as long as no one got hurt. But I smiled. The corner of my mouth hooked up, an icy mockery in my eyes. Safekeeping. I ground the sack under the toe of my shoe. Safekeeping in Big Brother's rice vat? Or safekeeping in your grandson's belly? One sentence stabbed like a blade into her windpipe. Old Lady Zhang's wailing cut off. Her face flushed the color of pig's liver, her triangular eyes darting wildly, clearly struck right on her secret. This old woman's heart had long tilted into her armpit. Every needle and thread she scraped off the second son turned around and went straight into the eldest son's pocket. You bullshit. Shamed into rage, she scrambled up and reached out clawing to shove me. I'm afraid you'll waste the grain. Give it here. Give it all to me. This is for your own good. Those withered hands hadn't yet touched the hem of my clothes. I moved first. Bending down, I lifted my foot off the sack, and in the instant before she lunged, I gripped the mouth of the sack with one hand. A dozen-plus pounds swung lightly behind me in my grip, out of the way of her hungry tiger pounce. Want to report me? I didn't retreat. Instead, I pressed a step forward. That step carried the authority honed over a past life inside the system, forcing her back 2 steps until her back hit the door frame. Go report me. My tone was flat as if discussing what was for dinner, but my eyes were sharp as knives. 300 meters east out the door is the brigade office. Go tell the branch secretary, the militia captain, tell them Jiang Ping got his hands on grain. I leaned slightly forward, an indifferent ferocity that made the heart quail. Let them come arrest me, confiscate the grain, and haul me off to the firing range. The whole family's half starved anyway. We'll die together. At least we'll have company on the road to the underworld. I stared at her ashen face, biting off each word. When I'm dead, this whole family, old and young, starves with me. As for you, a cold laugh. Without this second son who only knows how to beat his wife and let you suck him dry, you think Big Brother will take care of you? That iron rooster of a sister-in-law, will she give you one hot meal? By then, you'll be the true, lonely ghost with no one to turn to. This was the gamble. The barefoot man doesn't fear the one in shoes. Old Lady Jiang was rattled, her head buzzing. She was wicked, but not stupid. The eldest son's little schemes she knew better than anyone. The reason she clung so desperately to the second son's family was to keep herself a way out, wasn't it? If the second son was really finished. Her lips trembled, a flash of panic crossing her triangular eyes. You, who do you think you're scaring? You're not afraid to die? Die. I didn't answer. I turned, walked to the stove, and threw the sack up on top with a heavy toss. Thud. It shook a few wisps of dust off the roof beam. Unhurried, I pulled an unopened pack of double happiness from my jacket, tore it open, and drew out one, the motion smooth as flowing water. Scratch. A match flared. The firelight lit my face, and a rich, mellow tobacco scent spread through the room. Old Lady Zhang's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Double happiness. Coupons required. Fine cigarettes only cadres could afford. Where did this bum get them? I took a deep drag, blew a smoke ring, and looked at her through the haze. Mother, you've badly underestimated your son. I flicked the ash and lowered my voice. This grain, I got it as a reward for doing a big favor for an important person in the county town. It has a name behind it, a clean and proper origin. If you really go stir up trouble and anger that important person, cut off this connection. My eyes went cold. Then forget fine grain. You won't be able to pry a single grain of even that moldy bran cake out of me ever again. Borrow the tiger's hide, wave it as your banner. Against a country old woman who'd never seen the world, this was an overwhelming stomp from above. The two words important person in the county town, plus this solid pack of double happiness, plus my rock-solid, unnerving composure, smashed what little nerve she had into powder. Could this kid really have stumbled into some dumb luck? Otherwise, where did the grain come from? Where did the cigarettes come from? Her eyes rolled around a few times, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the grain sack and my face. Grabbing it outright was out of the question now. This bastard was like he'd been possessed by a ghost today, unmoved by soft or hard tactics, his eyes unsettling. Push any further, and she'd likely lose everything. What important person? I think you've taken up crooked ways. She found herself a way down, cursing as she backed toward the door, her eyes still glued to the grain sack. Since there's food, tomorrow you send 10 pounds to the family. No, send over half. Your nephew's growing, and if he goes hungry and skinny, I won't let you off. Reaching the door, her foot paused. Her sharp eye caught the bran cake on the ground, half crushed flat. The life-saving grain Shun May had scraped from between her teeth to save for me. She was fast about it. She bent, snatched it up, and shot Shun May a vicious glare. Uft. Jinx. Got fine grain, and still hide this rotten scrap. You deserve to be poor. Just you wait. She tucked it into her jacket, practiced as an old rat stealing oil, and slunk out the broken door, vanishing into the wind and snow. Clang. I strode over and shut the door tight, dropping the bar. That sound was like a dividing line, sealing the cold wind and the scheming outside. The room fell dead silent again. Only the faint firelight from the stove lighting the two women's faces, still not recovered from the fright. Shun May still knelt on the ground, Nyonyo hiccuping with fear, her little face deathly white. She stared at me blankly, as if meeting the man she shared a bed with for the first time. He hadn't hit anyone. He hadn't given the grain to that old hag. He'd even fallen out with his own mother to guard this bit of food. Was this really that tyrant at home bum John II? Get up. I turned to look at the two trembling shapes on the ground, my brow furrowed into deep lines. Were these knees made of flour? Down at the drop of a hat. This carved-in-the-bone servility stirred an inexplicable irritation in me, mixed with a trace of something sour I couldn't name. Shun May jolted and tried to stand, but her legs were too weak to hold her, and she started to slide down again. I sighed, snuffed out the half-cigarette, walked over, and bent down. She instinctively shut her eyes and ducked her neck, her whole body tensing, thinking that hand was about to land on her face again. It didn't. That hand only gripped her arm. strong, warm, with a bit of rough callus. A gentle pull, steady and sure. Drawn up by that force. Before her heels even found their footing, two cold, hard round things were pressed into her hands. By the dim light, she saw them clearly. Two round metal tins, a bright, vivid seashell painted on top. Clam oil hand cream. In this poor mountain gully where people couldn't even fill their bellies, this was a luxury only the pampered daughter of the branch secretary's house could afford. Your hands are too rough. I pointed at her hands full of frostbite and bleeding cracks. Rub it on. Don't scratch up my daughter's face when you hold her. The reason was blunt, very much a plain man's. But in her ears, it was like a warm current flowing down through the tips of her ears into her heart, scalding until her whole body trembled. She cupped the two tins of clam oil, utterly stunned. The tears came crashing down without warning, dropping onto the metal tins with soft taps. This man, did he think her hands were coarse? Or was this his roundabout way of caring for her? The feeling of being treated as a person had been gone so long it was like a dream. What are you crying for? Bad luck. I didn't look at the state of her. I turned, walked to the stove, and fully undid the cornmeal. A rich grain fragrance burst through the room. That was the fragrance of hope for life. Get the fire going. I scooped water into the pot with a gourd ladle. We're steaming corn buns today. Put in plenty of lard, don't skimp. Shunmei woke as if from a dream, wiped her face haphazardly, and carefully tucked the clam oil into the deepest part of her jacket, against her heart. Yes, I'll get the fire going now. Her voice choked, yet it carried a vitality she'd never had before. For the first time, the broken room held the real warm breath of a family living its life. I stood by the stove watching the dancing flames, my eyes deep and dark. I was reviewing that lie from before. Important person in the county town was only a stopgap. In these years, no one was a fool. It could fool people once or twice, but over time it would surely crack. To gain a firm footing in this era, bluffing alone wouldn't do. I had to turn this lie into truth. And what's more, I narrowed my eyes, the vicious look in old Lady Zhang's eyes as she left surfacing in my mind. That was the look of a viper eyeing its prey, full of scheming and grudge. This wasn't over. Meanwhile, in the courtyard next door, old Lady Jiang came back hunched, her face heavy with dark clouds. A big, burly man rushed out to meet her, Jiang Ping's eldest brother, Jiang Fugui. Mother, how'd it go? Did you get it? He rubbed his hands, his eyes drifting behind her. Old Lady Jiang spat hard and slapped the half-mud-caked bran cake onto the table. That little beast has grown his wings out. Not only won't he give it up, he dared threaten his own mother, pressing me with some important person. Important person? As if he's worthy. Jiang Fugui's face darkened, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. I bet he went dealing on the black market. He leaned in to look at the bran cake, curled his lip. Mother, so we just let it go? I was right there by the wall and heard it clear as day. That was fine grain. And a smell of lard too. The scent drifted over and hooked the greedy worm right out of me. Let it go. Old Lady Jiang smiled darkly, the wrinkles on her face bunching into a dried, old chrysanthemum. Didn't he say he's got an important person? I'd like to see just what important person would take a shine to a bum like him. She lowered her voice and leaned close to her eldest son's ear, her cloudy eyes full of venom. Tomorrow just happens to be the day the commune militia checks for profiteering. You go pass a word to Captain Zhao. Jiang Fugui's eyes lit up, a vicious grin hooking the corner of his mouth, exactly the same as old Lady Zhang's. Mother, you're the sharp one. This time I'll make him cough up everything he ate, principle and interest, and make him shed a layer of skin too. The sky was overcast like a black pot flipped upside down, pressing down over the Red Star Brigade. The north wind rolled dead leaves along the bare village road, whistling mournfully. I was up earlier than the roosters. Moving light as a cat, I didn't wake the sleeping Shun Mei and Nyonyo. On the stove, 2 new tins of clam oil sat side by side, and under them I'd pressed a sheet of exercise book paper with 2 characters written so hard they nearly tore through. Wait for me. She couldn't read. But this wasn't just a note. It was a reassurance to settle her heart. I picked up the 2 empty buckets, filled the water vat, tightened my thin old cotton jacket, and pushed out into the wind and snow. Outside the yard, it was dead silent. In these years, everyone cherished their own life, moving as little as possible to save a bit of heat. I wrapped my collar tight and struck out for the county town at a run. My mind was spinning fast. Last night's important person in the county town line could only fool a village woman like old Lady Jiang and stretch out 2 or 3 days at most. To live securely in this era, where coupons were worth more than life and profiteering could earn you a bullet, playing dealer with the system was nowhere near enough. I needed a skin, a legitimate identity that would let me pull out good things in broad daylight, or a leg so thick I could walk sideways. This round, I have to play it steady. My steps crunched through the thin ice at the roadside. But the moment I stepped out of the village, back at the Red Star Brigade's old well, the stage was set. That old well was the village's information hub and the fermentation pool for rumors. A few women wrapped in ragged headscarves, their faces blue with cold, huddled together for warmth. Enthroned at the center of them was old Lady Jiang, who'd swallowed her defeat last night. She held that half a mud-caked, moldy bran cake high in her hand, and the pose wasn't like holding food, more like presenting evidence to the court. What a sin. Heaven has no eyes. She plopped onto the well edge, slapped her thigh, and began wailing, her voice shrill as fingernails scraping a blackboard. I raised that conscienceless one through the piss and the shit, sold the pots and the pans to get him a wife, and what do I get? This white-eyed wolf hides in his house eating and drinking well, won't even give his own mother one bite of this moldy bran cake. And he wants to hit me, wants to report me for breaking into his home. I don't want to live anymore. A masterful performance. In these years, hunger was the original sin. The moment they heard eating and drinking well, the crowd of onlookers' eyes changed. It was the green glow of the long-starved catching the scent of blood. Auntie Jiang, what good thing did the second son's house hide, exactly? A woman with high cheekbones and a spiteful face swallowed hard. Old Lady Jiang stopped wailing, a flash of cunning crossing her cloudy old eyes. She lowered her voice, feigning mystery, but with the volume pitched precisely so everyone in this circle could hear clearly. Fine grain, refined flour, and lard. She raised 3 withered fingers, gritting her teeth. Oh, that house full of fragrance. It could make a person swallow their own tongue. That cornmeal, golden yellow, the grade you only get from public grain deliveries. And gleaming white lard. Render it out, and it's a whole basin of glistening oil. Boom. The crowd exploded. Where'd that useless Jiang II get the ability? His ñoño's nearly starving to death. Where'd he get money? Could it be profiteering? The moment those words came out, the air froze, colder than the ice shards of deep winter. At that moment, Jiang Fugue, who'd been crouched by the wall slacking off, walked over at exactly the right beat. He planted his hoe in the ground, his face full of grief-stricken righteousness that spares not even kin. Aunties, grannies, I truly can't face anyone. He sighed, his brows knotting into a tight tangle. You all know what the second son's like. First place at cheating and shirking. Yesterday, he was wandering aimlessly up the mountain, and today fine grain and lard just appear in his house. If that came by proper means, I'll eat my hoe. He paused, his eyes sweeping viciously over each of them, and began raising the stakes. Our Red Star Brigade is competing for the Advanced Collective title this year. If this matter of the second sons gets investigated from above, forget the advanced title, even that bit of relief grain everyone's counting on might go up in smoke. That line was viciousness itself. It lashed my whole family straight to the whole village's execution pyre. Who didn't want the advanced title? And anyone who touched everyone's relief grain was an enemy who'd murdered their parents. In an instant, the way the crowd looked at that broken thatched hut at the east end of the village changed completely. No longer watching a joke, but laced with jealousy, suspicion, and a malice that itched to storm in, tear me apart, and split the pieces to eat. The sun was high. Shun Mei carried a chipped wooden basin out through the brushwood gate, a few pieces of dirty clothing piled inside, stiff as iron plates. She wanted to wash them at the well. With the clam oil, her hands didn't hurt so much, but life still had to go on. Before she even reached the well, she sensed the mood was wrong. Usually people looked down on her, but they'd at least give a nod when they met. Today, those women all had cold faces, their eyes stabbing at her like awls, and when they saw her coming they dodged away fast, like she was some filthy thing carrying the plague. Some even spat a thick gob viciously. Uft, shameless slut. Thieving hag who steals from the collective, and she still has the face to come out? The hand holding the basin trembled, her knuckles ghost white. She bit her lip and dropped her head, trying to pretend she couldn't hear, and quickened her pace. Well now, isn't this the rich lady of the Jiang's second son's house? An old hag who was usually thick as thieves with old Lady Jiang stepped across to block her path, ate some fine grain, and got the energy to come out and show off? The road's not even wide enough for you to walk. Auntie, I don't understand. Shinmei took a step back, her voice trembling. Quit playing the big fancy wolf. The hag glared with her triangular eyes, lifted a big foot caked with dirt, and viciously kicked over the wooden basin she'd set on the ground. Clang! Dirty water splashed everywhere, soaking her thin cloth shoes, freezing to the bone. Where'd that rice and white flour come from? Did you steal from the brigade storeroom? Or go do some shady dealing on the black market? The hag pressed in step by step, her spit nearly spraying onto her face. There's no. My husband earned it. It's clean. Shinmei's voice was faint as a wisp of thread, her eyes welling with anxious tears. Earned it? On the strength of that bum? I'd sooner believe he went selling his backside. Old Lady Jiang crawled out of some rat hole, pointing at her nose and cursing viciously. Shinmei, if you've got any face left, hand over the hidden grain. Don't wait for the militia to come to the door and haul your man off to the firing range. By then you won't even have a place to cry. The moment those words, firing range, came out, Shinmei went weak all over, the last of her strength drained away. She could endure hunger. She could endure beatings and curses. But she feared the family breaking apart, and feared even more that the man who'd just started buying her clam oil and cooking porridge for Nyonyo would really lose his life over this. Mother, there really isn't any. I beg you all. She dropped to her knees on the frozen ground with a thud and scrambled in a panic to gather the scattered dirty clothes. Her fingertips touched the freezing ground, an agony piercing to the core. A ring of people surrounded her, and not one reached out a hand. Those cold, mocking, gloating stares were like blunt knives, slicing at her flesh stroke after stroke. Wah! From inside the house came Nyonyo's heart-rending wail. At some point the little girl had run to the doorway, and seeing her mother surrounded and bullied, her little face went deathly white, crying until she couldn't catch her breath. What are you crying for? Jinx. Worthless girl. Jiang Fugue's coarse-fleshed face twitched, and he raised his palm to bring it down on Nyonyo's face. Cry again, and I'll thrash you to death. No. Shinmei sprang up off the ground like she'd gone mad, scrambling and stumbling over, and swept Nyonyo tight into her arms, covering the girl's ears with those frostbitten hands. Don't listen. Nyonyo, don't listen. Her back to the crowd, she curled into a ball, like a mother beast fighting to shield her cub in a blizzard. Let the curses surge behind her. Let Jiang Fugue's foot kick into her back. She made no sound, biting her lip so hard it bled. In that moment, the sky over the Red Star Brigade was colder than that bitter winter snow, cold clear through to the marrow. In the county town, at the door of the state-run restaurant, I crouched on the curb, hunching my neck, an unlit double happiness dangling from my mouth, looking every bit a drifter waiting to pick up work. I didn't know something had gone wrong at home, but I could guess. Human nature was the thing that least withstood testing, and especially when people were poor, it was a total mess. I was waiting for someone, or rather, looking for a way in. The things in the system were good, but points had to be earned by recycling goods. Just fleecing the mountain was too inefficient. And more importantly, I had to convert points into this era's hard currency, money and coupons. Without those, I couldn't move an inch. The overbearing scent of braised pork drifted out of the restaurant, setting the greedy worm rolling in a man's gut. At the door, a middle-aged man in a leather jacket was arguing with the manager, red-faced and thick-necked. None left? How can there be none? I clearly booked it last week. I've got honored guests today. How am I supposed to explain this? Comrade, there really is none. The meat plant didn't make a delivery today. I can't conjure pork out of thin air. Stew me, and there still won't be any meat. The manager was thoroughly impatient. In these years, a state-run restaurant manager was a big shot who feared no one. I narrowed my eyes, the corner of my mouth curling almost imperceptibly. Opportunity, here it comes. That service attitude, in the modern world, would have been reported 800 times over. I was just about to get up and pitch my channel. A figure blocked the weak noon sunlight. I looked up. It was Wang Suihua, who'd bought the medicine yesterday. Only today, she wasn't alone. A man stood beside her, around 30, in an army green work uniform washed pale, every button done up meticulously. His frame was straight as a pine, his skin dark, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. It was the killing edge only carried by someone who'd truly been on a battlefield and seen blood, especially that slight bulge at his waist. That was a gun. My heart lurched, my pupils shrinking. This man's bearing was too upright. If not public security, then someone with real power in a security section. Wang Suihua's face was complicated. She grabbed the man's sleeve, her twig-like fingers trembling as she pointed at me. Dajuan, it's him. That miracle medicine. He's the one who gave it to me. I didn't move. But in that instant, every muscle in my body went taut, like a bow drawn full. My hand slipped silently into my ragged jacket pocket and gripped the leftover pack of rice tight through the cloth. My mind raced. If he was here to nab profiteers, this pack of rice was my rations after destroying the evidence. If it was something else. The man followed her finger and looked over. His gaze blazed, sizing me up and down, like he was interrogating a vicious criminal, and also like he was appraising a rare treasure. The air froze. Even the braised pork smell drifting from the restaurant seemed to thin. A few seconds felt like several centuries. The man called Dajuan strode over on his long legs, his tall frame casting a shadow, carrying the crushing pressure of a mountain bearing down. "Brother," he spoke, his voice low, with a metallic quality. He didn't pull out handcuffs, nor did he bark at me. Instead, he leaned down slightly and asked in a voice only the two of us could hear. "That life-saving medicine, how much of it do you have left?" This thread I only pieced together later from Zhao Dajuan's own mouth. 2 hours earlier, on the second floor of the County Public Security Bureau. The air was foul, the stink of cheap pipe tobacco tight in the throat. The north wind shrieked through the window cracks, rattling the lid of an enamel tea mug. Slap. A big calloused hand smacked hard on the desk, tea splashing, a few drops soaking into the yellowed document paper. Behind the desk sat a graying middle-aged man, his eyes shot through with red veins, several sleepless nights behind him. The bureau chief, Oldly, standing across from him. Zhao Dajuan wore no peaked cap, his collar button done up meticulously, the veins on his neck faintly bulging from the pull. He stood like a javelin planted in frozen earth, but the fine sweat on his forehead betrayed the fire raging inside him. "Dajuan." Oldly's voice was hoarse as if he had sand in his mouth. He let out a long sigh. "It's not that I'm forcing you. Just 10 minutes ago, the welfare home called again." He paused, his eyes falling on the wet stain not yet dry at the corner of the desk. "Last night, 2 more passed. Both children under 5. Zhao Dajuan's heart clenched hard, his hand fisting at the seam of his trousers, his fingernails digging into flesh. A ball of roundworms blocked the bowel, and they died in agony, drawn out and cruel. When they died, their bellies were swollen like balls, all blue and purple. Oldly's voice was very soft, but every word was like a heavy hammer, pounding until Zhao Dajuan couldn't breathe. "The provincial allocation order still hasn't been approved. The pharma plant says the raw materials cut off, no telling when they'll resume. Right now, the hope of the whole county rests on our security section." Zhao Dajuan clenched his back teeth hard, a knot of muscle bulging in his jaw. "Chief, I've swept the black market 3 times with my men." His voice was low and fierce. "Forget pagoda sweets. Even the fraudulent folk remedies have been snatched clean. This stuff is more precious than gold right now. Priced, but nowhere to be had." Oldly didn't answer. He pulled open a drawer, took out a document with a red header, and tapped it with his finger. It was the vetting list for the deputy chief promotion. Zhao Dajuan's name was first. "Pull this off, and it's the merit of dozens of lives. A bold stroke on your record." Oldly looked up, meaning heavy in his cloudy eyes. "Fail, and whether you keep this uniform, I make no guarantees." He didn't spell it out, but the meaning was bright as a knife. At this juncture, ability was political capital. Incompetence was the gravest crime. "I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Zhao Dajuan snapped a salute, turned, and strode out. Just at the main gate, he ran into Old Wang from logistics, sweeping snow with a big broom, so cold his nose was running bubbles. Old Wang was a famous know-it-all. He knew which hen in this county town laid a double-yolked egg. "I owe Captain Zhao? Why the grim face today?" Zhao Dajuan had no mood for chit-chat. He mounted that heavy old bicycle that rattled everywhere except the bell, and had just started to push down on the pedal. "Oh right, Captain Zhao, there's a rare bit of news, have you heard?" Old Wang leaned in mysteriously. "That Wang Tsuehua on West Street. Didn't they say her grandson was near done for? Last night, he came back to life." Screech. The tire scraped the ground, a piercing shriek. Zhao Dajuan braced one foot down and whipped his head around, his eyes sharp as 2 knives. "What did you say?" Old Wang jumped in fright. It's true. They say she ran into an important person and got hold of life-saving pagoda sweets." Heard the worms he passed filled a whole half-basin. Pagoda sweets. Those 3 words were like a bolt of lightning splitting the gloom in Zhao Dajuan's mind. The blood surged through his whole body, rushing straight to the crown of his head. "Lu Chong, get in the car." Half an hour later, in a broken alley on West Street, Wang Tsuehua crouched at her door, picking through rotten vegetable leaves. Startled to see two uniformed men rushing over, she knocked over her vegetable basket outright. Public security comrades. I'm wrong. The old woman went weak in the legs and nearly collapsed. Zhao Dajuan caught her arm with quick hands, took a deep breath, and forced out a kindness uglier than crying. Granny, don't be afraid. I'm Zhao Dajuan from the county bureau. Just one thing. Your grandson's medicine. Where did it come from? At the word medicine, Wang Suowa's eyes went shifty at once, her neck ducking in. In these years, private trade was profiteering, the kind that got you a placard and a parade through the streets. That young man had saved her grandson's life. She couldn't repay kindness with betrayal. Picked it up, found it by the roadside. Granny, Zhao Dajuan grew desperate, pulling out his work ID and holding it up to her nose. Look clearly. I'm not arresting anyone. I'm going to save lives. This grown man's eyes had actually gone red, his voice carrying a trembling plea. Dozens of children at the welfare home with no mother or father, their bellies full of worms, rolling on the ground in agony right now. One more day, and someone dies. You're a grandmother too. Your heart's made of flesh. Could you bear to watch those little ones die in pain? The words were like a needle, piercing precisely into the softest spot in Wang Zuehua's heart. The old woman froze, looking at this sweat-drenched, red-eyed officer, her lips trembling. He was truly desperate. Her whole frame shrank half a head. It was a young fellow, dressed in rags, but his eyes were honest, not like a bad man. He said he was doing it to trade for a bite to eat too. I really don't know where he is. I just happened to run into him yesterday. Take me there, Zhao Dajuan said, resolute. To the place you met him. Even if I have to turn the ground over, I'll find him. The county town market. Called a market, but it existed in name only now. The cold wind rolled up yellow dust, and a scattered few old farmers crouched at the roadside hunching their necks, straw sandals and bamboo baskets laid out before them, everyone sallow and gaunt, like silent clay statues. Zhao Dajuan and Lu Chong followed behind the small-footed old woman, a needle in a haystack. From the east into the west, from the south to the north. The wind cut faces like a knife, and every second slipping away wore down the hope in his heart. Nothing. There was no young fellow at all. Lu Chong, freezing with his nose running, stamped his feet. Boss, has this old woman gone senile? If that man really had hot goods, he'd have vanished long ago. Who'd sit here, dumbly freezing? Let's head back. We've gone around 3 times, and not even a ghost shadow. Zhao Dajuan said nothing. His heart sank bit by bit, sinking into an ice cellar. The flame of hope just kindled looked about to be blown out by this wind and snow. Was heaven truly cutting off all paths? Was he really going to watch those children lose their lives one by one, then peel off this uniform in disgrace? He couldn't accept it. He stopped and irritably fished out his cigarette pack. Empty. Damn. He cursed under his breath, crushed the empty pack into a ball, and threw it to the ground. Just then, Wang Zuehua, leading the way up front, suddenly stopped. The old woman stared like she'd seen something unbelievable, her withered hand trembling as she pointed at the base of that gray wall not far off, by the state-run restaurant. Hey, Comrade Dajuan. Right there. It's him. Zhao Dajuan's head snapped up, his eyes following her finger. His gaze cut through the flying dust and locked onto a corner. At the foot of the wall crouched a man. His ragged jacket was patch upon patch, the collar hanging open to show a stretch of red underwear, the brim of his cap pulled low. He crouched there, unmoving as a mountain, a stark contrast to the timid, shrinking old farmers around him. The most eye-catching thing was the object tucked over his ear. A cigarette. White rolling paper, red filter. Double happiness. In this world where there was no color but black, gray, and blue, that bit of vivid red was like a drop of blood in the snow, glaring and brazen. Zhao Dajuan let out a long breath, the white mist scattering off his lips in the wind. His heart pounded violently. It was the exhilaration of a gambler about to go all in. He instinctively felt for the heavy envelope inside his jacket. 100 yuan in special funds specially approved by the Bureau, signed by Chief Li at the risk of losing his official cap. 100 yuan. 2 or 3 years of an ordinary worker's wages. This one hand. Win the bet, and it was the making of dozens of lives, and a bright future for him. Lose it. Zhao Dajuan tugged at the corner of his stiff mouth, bearing a ferocious smile uglier than crying. Then he'd throw his own life in as the stake. Let's go. He redid that collar button about to burst open, took long strides, and headed for the base of the wall with the air of the old hero crossing the freezing river, never to return. That step, once taken, was either the abyss or the open road. The wind was made of knives, especially in this deep winter county town. Dead leaves were swept high into the air, then slapped hard onto the concrete outside the restaurant. I didn't move. Like a forgotten clay statue, I crouched in the sheltered shadow of the curb. Between my fingertips, I turned that unlit double happiness back and forth. My gaze seemed vacant, but the corner of my eye was like radar, locked precisely onto Wang Zihhua's flushed old face. Here it comes. The fish had taken the hook. And a big fish at that. The man she was dragging along stood straight as a poplar reaching for the sky. Even from far off, you could smell that gunpowder scent of a military man. Standing there, he was like a rivet driven into frozen earth, hard and prickly. Young man, it's a miracle. A living Buddha. Wang Zuihua's cry tore open the dead silent air. The old woman scrambled the last few steps up to me, those hands like dry tree bark trembling, reaching heedlessly to grab mine. A large hand cut in sideways, calmly blocking her. Zhao Dajuan moved fast, but not roughly, shielding the space between the two of them, his eyes as wary as if he were interrogating an enemy agent. Wang Zuihua couldn't care less. Her hands gestured wildly in the air, the light in her eyes frighteningly bright. Last night I got home and fed the little rascal one piece, and guess what? Middle of the night, the child's belly rumbled like thunder, and he cried he had to go. Held up the kerosene lamp, and that whole basin was full of worms. White ones, red ones, still wriggling. Long as chopsticks, tangled into a ball, a good half basin. After he passed them, this morning he could drink porridge. His little face has color in it again. Hiss. A few hunched passers-by sucked in cold air. What their eyes betrayed wasn't disgust, it was naked envy. If you could pass them, your life was still there. My expression didn't budge in the slightest. Casually, I tucked the double happiness over my ear, my tone bland, as if discussing what was for dinner. The medicine matched the illness, so it worked. Granny, as long as the child's all right. That's what you call carrying yourself. The more it was a moment like this, the more you had to hold your poise. In these years, having goods in hand made you the boss, let alone life-saving medicine. The man kept staring at my face. I could tell he was reading me. A man like this, a soldier for a dozen years, had caught more agents and interrogated more drifters than he could count. He took a step forward, his army boot landing on the hard ground with a thud, a mountain's crushing pressure rushing in on the cold wind. Brother, he spoke, his voice hoarse with a metallic quality. This medicine, how much do you have left? I finally stood up, stamped my numb crouched legs, and slowly raised my eyes. Our gazes collided in the air, like sparks flew. That depends on how much you want and who it's for. I kicked the ball back to him. For the orphanage. He hid nothing, blunt and straight. The Red Flag Welfare Home at the west end of the county. A severe outbreak of roundworm. Dozens of children suffering. The hospital has no medicine, the cooperative's out of stock. I'm a demobilized soldier back home, and this landed in my lap. I can't just stand by. So that was the angle. I had my bearings now. This man looked fierce, but he was actually a hard case with principles, the kind who'd dare punch a hole in the sky for the sake of them. This was a leg I had to grab hold of. How many do you want? I went straight to the point. As many as you have, I'll take. He swept a big hand through the air, a gambler's ferocity in his eyes. Enough for at least 100 children. That's 500 pieces, no matter what. 500 pieces. Lu Chong beside him nearly bugged his eyes out. This young follower in the washed pale Zhongshan suit had been eyeing me sideways from the start, a textbook case of judging a man by his clothes. Captain Zhao, are you insane? Lu Chong couldn't help cutting in, pointing at my rags, spit flying. One look, and this man's a black market dealer. And you believe him? 500 pieces? Even the cooperative director wouldn't dare thump his chest in the street over that, and a country bum's got it? Nonsense. I flicked him a glance. Light, like looking at a buzzing fly. I said nothing, only reached up to straighten my collar, the corner of my mouth curling in mockery. That silent contempt was harder to bear than cursing back. Lu Chong's face flushed red, and he was about to blow up. Lu Chong, shut it. Zhao Dajuan barked low. Not loud, but brooking no argument. Lu Chong ducked his neck and shot me a vicious glare. Zhao Dajuan ignored his subordinate, turned to look at me, his eyes blazing, as if to see straight into my heart. Brother, I won't ask where this medicine came from. Black cat, white cat, the one that catches the mouse is a good cat. Give me a straight answer. Can you get it or not? I mulled it a moment, running the numbers in my head. Pagoda sweets cost 0.1 points per piece in the system. 500 pieces was 50 points. Right now, all told, I had less than 20. The gap was large. But this deal had to be done. Not just for points, but to hook up with this connection. With a relationship like Zhao Dajuan's, a lot of things would have a protective charm. I had to perform. The harder the performance, the bigger the favor owed. 500 pieces, that's tough. I furrowed my brow slightly, my fingers rubbing the stubble on my chin. This stuff is hot goods, even in the provincial capital. My source runs it out of the central medical warehouse at the risk of losing his head. I paused, leaned slightly forward, dropped my voice to where only he could hear. The checkpoints in between, the palm greasing, travel costs, risk fees, you understand. The wind's tight right now. Moving this big a batch, one wrong move, and it's a bullet. Zhao Dajuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he nodded. In these years, getting hot goods without shedding a layer of skin was impossible. The more serious I made it sound, the more he believed. If a swindler agreed the moment you opened your mouth, that's when there was something fishy. Money's no problem. He drew a deep breath, as if making a major resolution, and pulled a fat craft paper envelope from inside his jacket. Here's 100 yuan, plus 20 pounds of national grain coupons. He held the envelope out to me, the veins bulging on the back of his hand. Call it a deposit. 100 yuan. The moment Lu Chang saw the envelope, his whole world fell apart. In these years, an ordinary worker earned 20 or 30 yuan a month. This was a fortune that could buy half a pig on the black market and feed a whole family for half a year. Captain Zhao, you really have gone insane. Lu Chang panicked, grabbing his arm, his voice shaking. This is the life-saving special fund the Bureau approved for the welfare home. You're just handing it to him? What if he takes the money and runs? He hasn't even got a letter of introduction. Something goes wrong, and you're going to prison. The air froze. Even Wang Tsuehua was too scared to make a sound. I looked at that envelope, my eyes calm. I didn't reach for it. Instead, I smiled. With a touch of amusement, a touch of mockery, a touch of lofty disdain. This young comrade has a point. I took half a step back, opening up the distance. I'm just a country mudlegs, no name to speak of. Run off, and you'll have nowhere to catch me. This money scalds the hand. I don't dare take it. With that, I turned to leave. Clean and decisive, not a trace of hesitation. This was the gamble. Chasing after a deal isn't a deal. In these years, the hotter the goods, the more the seller was the boss. I had to make him beg me to do this business, so I'd hold the upper hand going forward. 1 step, 2 steps. I walked steadily, counting silently in my heart. 3. Stop. A powerful hand clamped down hard on my shoulder. Zhao Dajuan shoved aside the still chattering Lu Chang and strode over to my front in a few steps. His eyes were red, the exhilaration and resolve of a gambler about to go all in. I, Zhao Dajuan, judging men, have never once been wrong. Those sharp eyes stared me down, like a tiger picking its prey. The children at the welfare home are waiting to be saved. Take this money. I don't care who you are or where you're from. I only care about the medicine. Slap. The envelope was smacked hard into my arms, the impact leaving my chest tingling. 3 days from now, same place, cash for goods. His voice was low and fierce. If you run, there's no one under this sky that I, Zhao Dajuan, can't find. I weighed the envelope in my hand. Heavy. Not just the weight of money, but a weight of trust and a summons from the king of hell that, if unfulfilled, would bring down a devastating vengeance. This 100 yuan was him betting his future and his very life. Fine. I put the envelope away, and without any visible motion, my hand suddenly held that half sack of leftover pagoda sweets, smuggled out of the system warehouse, of course. To an outsider, it looked just like I'd pulled it from the big, deep pocket of my ragged jacket. Take these for the emergency first. There's a couple dozen pieces. I tossed the paper packet to him offhand, easy as tossing a bag of sunflower shells. Save the worst cases first. 3 days, same time, I'll make up the rest of the goods. With that, I pressed my cap brim down to hide the sharp glint in my eyes, turned, and melted into the flow of people. My back straight, my steps unhurried. Behind me came Lu Chang's exasperated voice, and Zhao Dajuan's reply, pressed low but full of certainty. There's no what if. I read people well. This kid is no ordinary man. Since he dared take this money, this deal is done. The wind grew stronger, sweeping up snow flurries to blind the eyes. But I knew. This leg, I had grabbed hold of it. I walked fast, wind under my feet. Rounding 2 street corners and confirming that tail behind me hadn't followed, I finally stopped at a sheltered wall base. I breathed out a puff of white air, my back damp and clammy, the chill boring in as the wind hit it. This 100 yuan scalded the hand. It was both a timely rain that saved lives and a sword hanging over my head. 3 days, 500 pagoda sweets, 50 points. Right now, even counting the family stake from that old silver bracelet, I had only 19.5. The gap was like a black hole. Failed to fill it, and I was dead. I had to turn the money into points, and do it without a soul knowing. I ducked into a dead-end alley, scanned left and right, confirmed no one was around, and pulled the grain coupons out of the envelope. A flick of thought. Recycling 20 pounds of nationally valid grain coupons. System appraising, points plus 10. That chime was sweeter than a payment notification in the modern world. In the system's judgment, grain coupons were hard currency, full of value. The balance jumped to 29.5, still short by half. I fought down the urge to feed those 100 yuan in Great Unity notes into the system too. In these years, the renminbi was the pathfinder, and a protective charm besides. In some situations the system couldn't step into, I still had to smash things open with the reek of copper, of hard cash. I straightened my collar and headed straight for the cooperative. This time, my spine was ramrod straight. Inside the cooperative it was as loud as ever. I squeezed to the front of the stationery counter. Comrade, 1 Hero brand fountain pen, a bottle of blue-black ink, 2 hardcover notebooks, red covers. Behind the counter, the plump clerk was cracking sunflower seeds and didn't even lift an eyelid. Catching sight of my patched clothes, she snorted a puff of cold air out her nostrils. Look for yourself over there. Can't afford it, don't paw at it. Get it dirty and you can't pay for it. A textbook case of serving people by their looks. I said nothing. Unhurried, I pulled a crisp new Great Unity note from my jacket and slapped it down on the counter. That sound, crisp and pleasant. The plump clerk's seed cracking froze mid-motion, her eyes going wide, glued to that dark green banknote. Then she took in that composed bearing of mine. How was this a mudlegs? The fat on her face piled into a chrysanthemum in a flash, her face changing faster than a master of Sichuan opera. Io, comrade, 1 moment. I'll fetch you the very best. This outfit cost me 12 yuan. Pricey but worth it. Going back to the village to face that pack of starving wolf relatives and the petty tyrants at the brigade office who treated a chicken feather like a command arrow, was I going to rely on my mouth alone to say an important person gave it to me? Who'd believe that? I needed props. This pen, this paper, were the props for the empty fort ruse I was about to stage, and the tiger's hide I'd drape over myself. Stationery bought. I swept through the sideline goods counter along the way, 2 pounds of 65-proof firewater and a pound of colorful fruit candies. The liquor was for greasing relationships, the candy for stopping mouths. The ways of the world lie right there, in this buying and selling. Just as I was about to leave, my eyes swept a corner. A heap of odds and ends was piled there, like garbage the world had forgotten. Rusty iron nails, a stool with a broken leg, gears and bearings stripped off scrapped machinery, all covered in grease and rust. My heart gave a sudden jump. To others this was junk. In my eyes, it was all glittering points. Comrade, how do you sell that pile of junk? The clerk rolled her eyes like she was looking at a fool. Scrap that, logistics cleared out, headed for the salvage station. You want it? 50 cents. Haul it all off. Saves us the trouble. Done. I threw down 5 10-cent notes. I found a torn burlap sack, stuffed the scrap metal in all at once, the weight biting into my shoulder, but my heart bloomed with joy. Out of the cooperative, I found an abandoned temple. System, recycle it all. Recycled 5 pounds of scrap brass, points plus 2.5. Recycled high-carbon steel scrap, points plus 3. Recycled old camphorwood stool, points plus 0.5. This one sack of junk, bought for only 50 cents, contributed a full 6 points. Windfall profits. True windfall profits. Compared to picking up branches and pulling weeds on the mountain, recycling industrial goods like this was an overwhelming stomp from above. The road had widened. From now on, that salvage station was my gold mine. The sun tilted west, the ghost pale light gone cold. I walked back, carrying the now much emptier sack. In my jacket sat the remaining 80+ yuan, and the panel showed 35.5 points. Still away from 50, but this run had shown me hope. 2 more diligent days ahead, and 500 pieces of medicine wouldn't be much of a problem. Nearing the village entrance, the wind shifted. The scattered snowflakes suddenly grew dense, stinging my face. The sky was overcast like a black pot flipped upside down. From far off, I stopped. The chimney of my own broken house was cold. No smoke. By my instructions this morning, Shinmei should long since have lit the fire and started cooking. Timid as that woman was, she was obedient, and she'd never drop the ball on something like this. Unless something had gone wrong. I narrowed my eyes, my steps suddenly quickening. Before I even entered the yard, A clamor of voices poured into my ears on the wind. It came from the direction of the brigade office, mixed with the irritating clang of a cracked bronze gong and the piercing electric shriek of a loudspeaker. Make an example. Set a new standard. Whoever undermines the collective is a class enemy. Strike hard at profiteers. Every word carried the smell of gunpowder. My face darkened. I reached my own door. The ring of broken fence had been trampled to pieces, the broken wooden door flung wide open like a mouth torn apart. The yard was in shambles. The water vat I'd just filled this morning had a big hole smashed in it. The water flowed all over the ground, freezing into a gray-white crust of ice on the frozen earth. It was the trace of this family's last spark of life drained away. Shinmei wasn't there. Nunya wasn't either. But someone was. A man in a black cotton jacket, his face full of coarse flesh, was bent over hauling things out of the house. Li Dazhuang. This one was the village's famous head of the bums, a running dog for the militia captain, a real hand at bullying on borrowed power. Right now he had my half-sack of cornmeal on his shoulder, and in his hand he carried that block of pork leaf lard we hadn't gotten to eat. His greasy big hand was clamped straight onto the snow-white lard, leaving a few black finger marks, sickening to look at. Well, if it isn't the great, capable Jiang. Seeing me at the door, far from panicking, he stopped and sucked back the yellow snot about to run into his mouth, then thumped the grain sack down on the ground, kicking up a ring of dust. A petty man's smug, treacherous grin hung on his face, his eyes sweeping over me with contempt. Heard from your mother you struck it rich out there? Even got to know an important person? I say you went dealing on the black market. These things, TSK, came by crooked means. I stood in the mouth of the wind, unmoving. My gaze went past him to the empty house. The bit of warmth and living breath that had once been there was now utterly gone. Put it down. My voice was very light, very cold, like stating a fact. Li Dazhuang froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that this softy who used to duck away at the sight of him would dare speak to him this way today. That look in the eyes was the look you give a dead man. Something jolted in his chest, and the instinct of years hustling on the streets told him there was a whiff of danger. But he caught himself fast. Right now he was carrying out official duties. What the hell was there to fear? Put it down? You say put it down and I put it down? Who do you think you are? He barked like he'd heard the biggest joke on earth, and viciously kicked the grain sack, stamping on it twice to vent. This is stolen goods. The higher-ups sent me to confiscate it. He jabbed out a finger thick as a carrot, nearly poking it against my nose. Jiang the bum. Don't you piss on a face that's being offered. That slutty woman of yours has already been hauled off to the brigade office. There's going to be a village-wide struggle session. You're next. This fine grain, this lard, it all goes to the brigade canteen tonight. As for you, he hoisted the grain onto his shoulder, and ignoring the fact that I stood in his way, rammed his shoulder hard into me. Wait to eat prison food. Ha ha ha. I turned aside and gave a step. Not out of fear, out of not wanting to be dirted. He swaggered out the door, walked a few steps, then turned back to twist the knife with venom. Oh right, heard they're going to send your daughter away too. A bad element seed like that, keeping it in the village is just a menace. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed in the wind and snow, piercing to the extreme. I watched that insufferably arrogant back and slowly slid my hand into my jacket. My fingertips touched the hardcover notebook. The cover was coarse, carrying a trace of cold, but it quickly settled my heart to calm. I felt again for that cold hero fountain pen in my pocket. It was the scepter of power and a killing blade. Struggle session? The corner of my mouth slowly curled into an arc ferocious, frost-cold, like a demon crawling up out of hell. Fine, I murmured low, my voice scattered by the wind. Since someone's stretching their face out for me to hit, then let's see. Tonight, who exactly struggles against whom? I didn't run. I turned, unhurried, straightened my disheveled collar, pressed my cap brim low to hide the killing intent about to boil over in my eyes. Braving the sky full of wind and snow, I strode out toward the brightly lit, thunderously noisy brigade office. This trip, the sky over the Red Star Brigade was about to change. The night was ink black, churned to shreds by the north wind. On the Red Star Brigade's rutted main road, snow flurries swept up on the wind like countless tiny files, scraping raw against the face. I walked slowly. Every step onto the frozen crust of earth gave a crisp crunch, carrying far through the empty night. The broken earthen huts on both sides of the road held none of their usual dead silence. Instead, every household peered out, heads poking this way and that. Quite a few, wrapped in ragged jackets and carrying dim kerosene lamps, hurried toward the brigade office. Coming to watch the show. In these years, entertainment was pitifully scarce. Beyond making babies, nothing was more bracing than a mass meeting and struggling a bad element. Look, isn't that Jiang the second? Someone in the dark muttered under their breath. Beams of flashlight, like wildly dancing swords, focused on me in an instant. I narrowed my eyes slightly and didn't slow my step. There was no expression on my face, neither the panic of the accused nor the resentment of the encircled, bland as if strolling in my own backyard. TSK looks the part of a decent man, and who'd know his heart's this black. Heard he stole from the brigade storeroom? Or was it profiteering? Idle and shiftless as usual, beats his wife and kid. A man like this, shooting him wouldn't be a wrong. Vicious words surged in, laced with spit. In this era where collectivism reigned supreme, standing apart was the original sin. And amid universal poverty, suddenly striking it rich was a crime piled on crime. There were one or two hesitant voices too. Actually, maybe the bum was pushed too far? That daughter of his is nearly starved to a skeleton. A woman holding a child, her voice very small. What the hell do you know? Someone beside her cursed back at once in a shrill voice. Being pitiful lets you undermine socialism. Who among us isn't hungry? Who else took up crooked ways like him? This is a matter of ideological awareness. A bad element like this has to be struggled down and struggled stinking. The woman ducked her neck and didn't dare make another sound. The corner of my mouth curled into an arc. Human nature. Always trampling the one trying to climb out even deeper, even from down in the mire yourself, for that pathetic scrap of psychological balance. I felt for the hardcover notebook in my jacket, my fingertips sliding across the cold cover, my heart utterly indifferent. Shout away. The louder you shout now, the more neatly you'll kneel later. The threshing ground in front of the brigade office was already a roar of voices. 4 wooden posts held oil-soaked pine torches, flames leaping to the sky, lighting this patch of earth bright as day, and lighting the sickly excitement on every face in fine detail. A platform was set up dead center. Shinmei knelt in the middle of it. She wore only a thin, old-lined jacket, her body shaking like a sieve, clutching Nyonyo tight in her arms, her 2 hands frozen blue-purple pressed hard over her daughter's ears, pressing the child's head into her chest so she couldn't see the ferocious faces around them. Nyonyo had probably cried herself out. Curled in her mother's arms, she hiccuped in little sobs, like a wounded kitten. A few people stood before Shinmei. At their head was the militia captain, Zhao Taiju, big and burly, in a half-worn army greatcoat, a tin megaphone in his hand, his face lit red by the flames. Beside him, the coarse-fleshed Li Dezhuang, standing on that seized sack of cornmeal, a dog acting fierce on its master's power. Beside him again, old lady Jiang and Jiang Fugui. Shinmei. Zhao Taiju raised the megaphone, the huge sound making her flinch. Leniency for confession, severity for resistance. Are you going to hold out to the bitter end? Shinmei kept her head down, her teeth chattering, big tears smashing onto the ground and freezing on the instant. I don't know. Her voice was badly hoarse. My husband came back and brought all this. I really don't know where it came from. Don't know? Zhao Taiju sneered, spit spraying far. You're his wife. You sleep under the same quilt. How could you not know? This is plainly shielding him. An accomplice. No, I didn't. Shinmei shook her head desperately, her tangled hair covering half her face. Didn't. Old lady Jiang suddenly darted out. The old woman's spirits tonight were as high as if she'd been shot full of stimulant. She pointed at Shinmei's nose, that withered finger nearly jabbing into her eye. Everyone, young and old, you all be the judge. She turned to the black mass of the crowd below, her voice breaking into tears. As her mother-in-law, my heart is bleeding. That beast of a second son won't learn to be good, and marrying this woman brought a jinx too. Good food in the house, hidden and squirreled away, won't even give his own mother one bite. Is this living life? This is guarding against a thief. That lard, that fine grain, it's all the blood and sweat of our collective. Jiang Fugui chimed in, his face full of grief-stricken righteousness. Sister-in-law, just confess. As long as you draw a clean line from him now and expose him, the brigade can still leave you a way to live. Draw a clean line. Those words hung like a knife over Shinmei's neck. Someone below stirred up the crowd. Right? Draw a clean line. Drive the bad element out of the Red Star Brigade. Shinmei went rigid all over. She lifted her head, those red, swollen eyes full of terror and confusion. Expose him? Just nod. Dump all the dirty water onto that man. Say he stole it, robbed it, and she'd come out clean, might even earn the fine name of righteousness that spares not even kin. The old Jiang Ping had beaten her, cursed her, chilled her heart. But images of these past 2 days suddenly flashed through her mind. That man standing at the stove, clumsily cooking porridge. That man bending down, reluctant yet resolute, pressing that precious tin of clam oil into her hands. That man shielding her, standing in front of her to guard the grain, falling out with this pack of man-eating relatives. Your hands are too rough. Don't scratch up my daughter's face. That line was like a ball of fire, guarding with its life the last bit of warmth at the bottom of her heart in this world of ice and snow. He'd changed. She didn't know why, but he really was turning good. If it meant trading his life for her own innocence. Shunmei bit down on her bloodless lip, biting hard until a thread of crimson came. No. Her voice was very small, but very clear. What did you say? Zhao Taizhu frowned and brought the megaphone close. Shunmei drew a deep breath, her body still shaking, but her spine, as if propped up by something, slowly straightened a little. He didn't steal. She lifted her head and looked at Zhao Taizhu, a startling stubbornness in her eyes. My husband said it was given by an important person. I believe him. He used to be a bastard. But this time, he didn't lie. Wah! The crowd below erupted in an instant. Stubborn beyond saving. This woman's a bad seed too. Brainwashed. That's profiteering. It's a crime. Zhao Tieju's face went iron dark, feeling his authority challenged. He swept his hand down and barked harshly. Fine. Won't drink the toast, so you'll drink the forfeit. Since you won't expose him, then you're die hard to the end. Li Dazhuang. Here. Li Dazhuang rubbed his hands in excitement, a craving for violence flashing in his triangular eyes. Tie this mother and daughter up for me. Hang the placards on them. Birds of a feather, struggle them together. Right away. Li Dazhuang grinned savagely, grabbed a thick hemp rope, and walked over. Sister-in-law, don't blame me for showing no mercy. You brought this on yourself. No, don't touch my daughter. Shunmei shrieked in terror, shielding Nyonyo beneath her with her life. Old Lady Jiang slapped her thigh from the side and cheered. Tie her. Tie her hard. Spare the rod. Spoil the child. Just as that dirty hand was about to grab for Shunmei's hair, the crowd surged forward in excitement, wanting to see this fine show. At that hair's breadth moment, I'd like to see who dares. My voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry 10,000 years of ice, cutting through the clamor in an instant and boring into everyone's ears. No throat-tearing roar, only a suffocating calm. The crowd instinctively turned. The outer ring split as if cleft by an unseen force, opening a path on its own. Both hands in the pockets of my ragged jacket, the red-covered notebook tucked under my arm, that eye-searingly bright hero fountain pen between my fingertips. My pace wasn't fast, but every step seemed to land on people's heartbeats. The wind and snow raged behind me, as if they too had become mere backdrop. I walked up to Li Dazhuang and stopped. Those hands stretched out in midair. I stared at them without blinking. This hand, you don't want it anymore? I asked lightly, my tone as easy as asking whether he wanted a cigarette. Stung by that gaze, Li Dazhuang inexplicably gave a shudder, and that hand about to grab hung stiffly in midair, unable to come down no matter what. The whole ground went dead silent. Only the crackle and pop of the burning pine torches remained. The north wind was like a shrew gone mad, tearing at the night over the threshing ground, sweeping up dead grass litter, howling as it poured down people's collars. A few pine torches were blown crooked by the wind, the firelight shuddering wildly, lighting the ring of watching faces bright then dim, exactly like a pack of starving ghosts just crawled up from the underworld, waiting hungry-eyed for a share of raw meat. I just stood there. That ragged jacket in the cold wind, far from looking shabby, held out a hardness like an iron tower. I paid no mind to the wall of people packed airtight around me, nor cared about the flashlight beams stabbing straight at my forehead, and drew my indifferent gaze back from Li Dazhuang's face. That line just now, this hand, you don't want it anymore, wasn't loud, light as greeting a neighbor, but it was exactly that homey, chatty tone, paired with these eyes of mine black as the abyss, that left Li Dazhuang's hand, the one about to yank Xinmei's hair, frozen in midair as if under a binding spell, unable to rise or fall. Li Dazhuang's throat tightened, and the string in his heart snapped with a twang. He wanted to curse, wanted to swing a slap, and tell me who the boss of this turf was. But the soles of his feet seemed to have grown roots, a cold air rushing up his trouser legs straight to the crown of his head. Jiang II's eyes today were too eerie. Not like a bad element being struggled, more like that lone man-eating wolf in the mountains, fixed on its prey's throat. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck too. No one had thought Jiang II would really dare come. By this coward's usual timid nature, shouldn't he have greased his heels and slipped off the moment he caught wind of it? In these years of struggling, cost you a layer of skin, and a wrong turn could take half your life. After the brief, dead silence, the outer ring of the crowd broke into an uproar. At the side of the platform, old Lady Jiang's cloudy, triangular eyes burst at once with a venomous light. She'd been afraid this little beast would run. That sack of fine grain and lard could be confiscated, sure, but the foul rage in her chest would have nowhere to vent. Good that he came. Come, and he was meat on the chopping block, to hack however she pleased. Uffed. The ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Should have drowned him in the piss bucket the day he was born. I worked myself to the bone raising you, and you get food and hide it away, guarding your own mother like a thief. Is fine grain something a rotten life like yours deserves to eat? You should be like a donkey, doing the hardest labor, eating the worst grass, a stepping stone for your big brother. And now you dare bristle at me? Tonight I'll teach you exactly whose name this family carries. Beside her, Jiang Fugui split his mouth into a grin, bearing a row of scorched yellow teeth, rubbing his coarse hands, his eyes rolling greedily over me like watching a fattened New Year's hog awaiting slaughter. Good that he came. Second son, oh second son, you're a useless tyrant at home. Today, as long as Captain Zhao nails the charge, sends you to labor reform, the house plot, that not yet dead wife of yours, that little bit of property, won't it all be mine? In this mother and son's eyes, I had never been kin. I was a blood bag, a beast of burden, a thing to be slaughtered for meat the moment it stopped obeying. I ignored those needle-prick stares, my face indifferent. I lifted a foot and, treading the ground frozen hard, walked step by step toward the high platform. The crowd instinctively scattered to both sides, yielding a path. Not out of awe, but because the cold air of keep away radiating off me was too thick. Add to that the action that made me so out of place. Left hand in my pocket, the red-covered notebook tucked under my right arm, a fountain pen turning idly between my fingertips. In the dark, the silver clip on the pen caught the firelight, glaringly bright. Xunmei knelt on the ground, her knees long since numb past feeling. She heard the footsteps, familiar and yet unfamiliar. Before, hearing this sound, she'd only tremble, instinctively cover her head and wait for the fists and feet to land. But today, she slowly raised her head. The wind blew her dry grass hair astray, revealing that face pale as paper, marked with blue-purple bruises. She saw that man, passing through those man-eating stairs, through the pointing and the spit, walking step by step up to her. No cursing, no fury. I only bent down. In that instant, the buzzing noise all around seemed to have the mute button pressed. I reached out a hand, the hand that had nearly crippled Li Dazhuang a moment ago, and now steadily held up Xunmei's arm. Get up. Simple, forceful, brooking no argument. Xunmei's body trembled, and her tears burst the dam all at once. Not grievance, not fear, but a feeling she couldn't put into words. Like in this hopeless place of endless wind and snow, the whole world an enemy, a wall had suddenly appeared, blocking tight between her and all the malice. An unprecedented peace of heart. She wanted to speak, but her throat seemed choked with sand. The ground's cold. Don't ruin your legs kneeling. I didn't let her waste words. I put strength into my hand and hauled her up off the freezing ground. Along the way, I lifted the Nyonyo curled in her arms up too. The little girl was frightened stiff. The moment she was in my arms, she clamped tight around my neck, her little frame shaking like a sieve, snot and tears smearing all over my collar. I didn't mind. I reached up and patted her back, the motion unpracticed, yet carrying a clumsy tenderness. To Li Dazhuang, this scene was flat-out riding-in-the-face provocation. Damn, Jiang the bum. You think this is the head of your own Kong bed? Li Dazhuang came to his senses, remembered the cowardly way he'd gone soft at a single glance a moment ago, and flew into ashamed rage. Hustling in the village, face mattered more than life. Lose this face, and how would he lead his little brothers after? He suddenly took a step forward, coarse flesh quivering, the thick hemp rope in his hand cracking. Captain Zhao hasn't spoken yet. Who told you to stand up? Kneel down for me. That shout called the show watcher souls back. Right? This is a struggle session. How come there's hugging now? This Jiang II's too arrogant. Doesn't put the brigade cadres in his eyes at all. A cracked pot smashing itself. Tired of living, are you? The chatter was like a swarm of dancing flies, buzzing away. I didn't even lift an eyelid. Holding Nyonya with one arm, with the other I unhurriedly pulled Shun Mei behind me, blocking all the sight lines in front with my body. Only when all that was done did I slowly turn my head. My gaze passed over the foot-stamping Li Dazhuang and fixed straight on the man at the dead center of the platform. Zhao Taizhu, militia captain of the Red Star Brigade, the petty tyrant of this little patch of turf. His face right now was dark as the bottom of a pot. This was meant to be a fine show, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. He'd wanted to use dealing with me to wrap the knuckles of the restless ones in the village, establish his authority in passing, and build momentum for the year-end advanced title. But now, after I came, I didn't cry, didn't make a scene, didn't kneel and beg, hadn't even given him, the captain, a proper look. This was being ignored. Contempt like an overwhelming stomp from above. Zhao Taizhu grabbed his enamel tea mug and rapped it hard on the table. Bang! It burst out through the tin megaphone, shaking hearts. The scene fell silent in an instant. Even Li Dazhuang ducked his neck and retreated to the side. He knew the boss had truly gotten angry. Zhao Taizhu rose slowly, smoothed his greatcoat, straightened his cap, eyed me from the corner of his eye, and hooked the corner of his mouth into a smile that didn't reach his flesh. Jiang Ping. His voice, amplified through the megaphone, carried a piercing electric shriek, echoing across the empty threshing ground. You've got some nerve. Stole from the brigade, undermined socialism, and instead of shame you take pride. Hands behind his back, he paced to the edge of the platform in a splayed-foot walk, looking down at me from on high, his eyes like watching an ant he could crush any time. Are you going to confess yourself, or should everyone help jog your memory? The moment the words fell, the crowd below acted as if they'd received the rallying bugle. Those villagers, originally clueless and even fearful, now found their anchor, their courage swelling in an instant as if pumped with air. Confess. You must confess. Ransack his home. A bad element like this should be paraded. Hang the worn shoe on him. The wave of sound surged, each crest higher than the last. In this moment, everyone transformed into a messenger of justice, as if one stamp on me would earn them a mouthful of that fragrant lard, would wash away their own poverty and hunger. This was the crowd. Intelligence offline, cruelty online. Listening to the racket in my ears, watching those twisted, warped faces, I only found it a little funny. Truly a crude piece of primitive performance art. Nyonya in my arms was scared by the commotion and gave a thin whimper by my ear. My big hand settled gently on the back of her head, sealing off the outside noise. I said nothing. I only freed my left hand from my pocket and took down that hero fountain pen tucked under my arm. Pop. The cap was pulled off gently, a crisp little sound. In this night of sky-shaking clamor, the sound was pitifully small, but I did it with the utmost care. I opened the brand-new red-covered notebook, held the nib poised over the paper, tilted my head up slightly, and looked toward Zhao Taizhu. That gaze held no anger, no fear, only a kind of scrutiny that no one could read. Exactly the calm of a superior official inspecting work, about to note down violations of discipline. Zhao Taizhu felt an inexplicable jolt under that gaze. This kid, what's this posture? What's that red notebook? And where did that gleaming pen come from? In this bare, poor mountain gully, someone who could afford a hardcover notebook read from cover to cover, matched with a silver-clipped fountain pen, apart from the few big leaders at the commune. There were only the work teams sent down from the county. Zhao Taizhu cleared his throat, forcing down the strangeness in his chest, telling himself this was nothing but a bum borrowing a tiger's hide to wave as a banner. Ahem. Ahem. He raised the megaphone again, his voice jacked up 8 octaves, trying to cover with volume that trace of unease even he hadn't noticed. Jiang Ping, who do you think you're scaring with a beat-up notebook? I'm asking you a question. That sack of fine grain, and the lard, where exactly did it come from? You say an important person gave it? Humph, everyone's here today, so you tell us, what's this important person's name? Which temple's immortal is he? If you can't name him. He narrowed his eyes, a fierce light bared. Then it's profiteering. Theft of collective property. By the rules, you're getting tied up tonight and sent to the commune tomorrow morning to eat a bullet. The moment the words hit the ground, the whole ground went dead silent. Every gaze nailed onto me like spikes. Shinmei's fingers gripped the hem of my clothes tight, her knuckles pale, her breath nearly stopping. Old Lady Jiang and Jiang Fugui craned their necks, faces full of gloating, waiting to see how this unfilial son would be scared into wetting his pants. The wind grew stronger, sweeping up snow flurries to beat against my face. I gently blew at the dust that didn't exist on the nib, and the corner of my mouth finally curled into an arc of amusement. Captain Zhao wants to know? My voice wasn't loud, but it cut clearly through the wind and snow, carrying the composure of one who held the whole ground in his grip. Fine. The fountain pen in my hand spun a nimble circle between my fingers and settled firmly in my grip. The nib pointed straight at Zhao Tieju's flushed face, like a judge of the underworld taking up his cinnabar brush. Since you want to hear it, I'll give you the full account. But before I do, I think Captain Zhao had better find a chair and sit down steady first. I paused, the mockery at the bottom of my eyes turning to a blade in an instant, stabbing straight at the heart. So you don't scare your legs weak in a moment and lose face in front of the whole village, young and old. The wind seemed to have eyes, sweeping snow flurries down people's necks, blowing that red-covered notebook into a rattling flap, like someone playing the bamboo clappers. My hand was steady as an iron clamp, the pen nib scraping across the paper, the rustle not loud, but enough to set teeth on edge. Ryup. I tore off a page, held it between two fingers, and slowly waved it toward where the firelight was brightest. On the paper was just a single line of characters written hard enough to pierce through, and the name at the signature line was even more of a dragon and phoenix flourish, carrying an air of killing. An IOU? A few literate villagers in the front row squinted and haltingly read aloud. Received on loan from Jiangping, commune member of the Red Star Brigade, a quantity of specialized deworming medicine, as hereby witnessed, to be repaid with deep thanks in the days to come. Signed, Zhao Dajuan. Shinmei stared blankly at that thin paper, shuddering in the wind. She couldn't read and didn't know this Zhao Dajuan. But when she turned her head and saw my profile, lit uncertain by the firelight, that calm was like a sea-stilling pillar, forcibly pressing down the fear churning like rivers and seas in her heart. This man hadn't lied. It was an instinct with no grounds at all, and yet one she'd stake her very life on. Zhao Dajuan? Which immortal is that? Sounds unfamiliar. Is there such a figure in our parts? Since he dared write an IOU, with a name and surname, could he really have run into a big important person? The crowd was like a pot of boiling oil hit with water, bursting apart in an instant. That momentum of everyone shouting to beat and kill had now gone like a deflated ball, split open with a crack. Old Lady Zhang's cloudy triangular eyes fixed on that paper, wishing she could glare a hole through it. What crap, Zhao Dajuan? The old woman suddenly spat a thick gob, landing on the frozen ground and freezing into a lump. I've lived the better part of a life, and every figure of standing in these parts, which one don't I know? I've even got a count of how many piglets their sows drop. Grab any old scrap of paper and make up some cat 3 dog 4 name to bluff your way through? Jiang II, do you take your mother for a senile old fool, or take everyone for dumb road deer for you to play? That shout drew on her full lung force, shrill as an iron shovel scraping the bottom of a pot, prickling the scalp. She had to bite me to the death. Only by nailing the theft charge could that sack of fine grain and lard be confiscated, and only then could she skim a little off the top. Li Dazhuang, listening clearly beside her, felt the schemes that my glare had spooked hollow now come alive again. Right? If just scribbling a note could clear you of a crime, then tomorrow I'll go kill and set fires. Write a note saying the Jade Emperor told me to. That work? His coarse flesh quivered, and he stamped his big foot hard on the ground twice, as if to stamp out that instant of weak legs from before. Zhao Taiju had said nothing this whole time. Hands behind his back, eyelids drooping, those shrewd little eyes like searchlights sweeping back and forth between me and that paper note. Ahem. He cleared his throat, raised a hand and pressed downward, full of official airs. The scene fell silent in an instant, everyone waiting to see how the captain would rule. Jiangping. He spoke unhurriedly, a cat toying with mouse mockery in his tone. You say this is evidence, but the way I see it, this is a scrap of waste paper too stiff even to wipe your backside with. Grab some nameless passerby to write a note. And what's that supposed to prove? That your grain came by proper means? Or that you didn't undermine the collective? Those words were watertight, all experience amassed from so many years of running struggles. I looked at his face full of certain victory, not a ripple on my own. I gently capped that expensive hero fountain pen, a crisp click. Since Captain Zhao insists I stole from the brigade, then the matter's actually quite simple. My voice wasn't loud, but it had a penetrating force, boring into everyone's ears. The brigade granary is right out back, and every entry and withdrawal has a ledger. Open the granary. Check the books. Those words landed with weight, like a stone smashing onto ice. If I stole grain, the storeroom count naturally won't match. And if not a single grain is missing from the storeroom, then Captain Zhao, aren't you a bit too quick to fling this dirty water? This move was called pulling the firewood out from under the pot. The originally clamoring crowd went mute again. The villagers looked at each other, muttering inwardly. Right? Stolen or not. Just check the books, isn't that it? Jiang II dared demand an audit in front of the whole village, and that confidence didn't look faked. Old Lady Jiang, about to throw another fit, froze too. Wicked as she wasn't stupid. If the audit really showed nothing missing from the storeroom, wouldn't her whole night of wailing to heaven become a joke? She shrank back guiltily, her triangular eyes darting. Zhao Tieju's face sank dark as the bottom of a pot. He hadn't expected this usual softy to be so hard to handle today. His logic so clear there was no handle to grab. Actually check the books, and how would this show go on? What a sharp tongue. He sneered, a venomous glint in his inverted triangle eyes. Even if our village granaries short nothing, does that prove your hands are clean? Who knows if you stole from the next village over, or lifted something from the county's big state warehouse? In these years, there are plenty of roving bad elements pulling jobs, and if you drag our brigade into it, none of us gets to live well. Those words were meant to kill. In this era of rampant collective guilt, the two words drag into it were a blade hanging over everyone's head. The villagers' eyes changed again in an instant. That trace of wavering vanished like smoke, replaced by a deeper wariness and hostility. The instinct of guarding one's food. Seeing the wind shift back his way, Zhao Taiju tugged the corner of his mouth into a smug arc. He paced forward 2 steps, dropped his voice, and continued in a sinister tone only the few nearby could hear. What's more, the granaries had a rat plague lately, and every day the grain mysteriously dwindles. Jiang Ping, you wouldn't have been using rat killing as a cover to fill that shortfall into your own pocket, would you? I was wondering why the rats have gotten bolder and bolder. Turns out there's an inside man working hand in glove. This bucket of dirty water was flung black and vicious, an outright scheme to wipe a family out. So that's how it is. This one deserving 1,000 cuts, stealing even the grain meant for the rats. Beat him to death. We have to beat him to death. Fury was like a pile of dry hay set alight, spreading across the threshing ground in an instant. Li Dazhuang was flushed with excitement, as if shot full of stimulant. He remembered that gaze that had made his heart lurch a moment ago, the cold sweat down his back, not yet dry. This kid was too eerie today, absolutely couldn't be left alive. Fellow villagers, keeping a menace like this is a live landmine. He roared, brandishing the rope. For everyone's safety, for our brigade's good name, tonight we must struggle him down. Struggle him dead. Only a dead man will never bring calamity down on us. The evil of human nature was fanned to its extreme in this moment. Behind me, Shinmei looked at the pairs of blood-red eyes all around, listened to the roars that would cut our family into 10,000 pieces, and her body strangely stopped trembling. Despair pushed to the extreme leaves behind only a dead-ash calm. She held Nyonyo tight and looked up at me, standing before her. I could even feel her fingers tightening bit by bit on the hem of my clothes. The begging they expected did not come. Facing the accusing fingers of the multitude, facing the violence about to spin out of control, I only gently flicked that paper note, like flicking off its dust, and like flicking away this pack of clownish jesters before me. I looked at the leaping Li Dazhuang, at the smirking Zhao Taiju, and the smile on my face grew colder and grew wider. Captain Zhao, your imagination's truly rich. A shame you didn't go into storytelling. My voice was steady, steady enough to unnerve. But before you all lay hands on me, you'd best get these 3 characters clear first. I tapped my finger on the name at the signature line. Zhao Dajuan. This name, you may not have heard it. I raised my head, my gaze like a knife, stabbing straight at Zhao Tieju's brow, my aura fully open in that instant. But he has another title. Captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the County Public Security Bureau, concurrently. Chief Commander of the county-wide Bandit Suppression Hard Strike Campaign. That's second. The wind stopped. The whole world seemed gripped by the throat by an invisible hand, so quiet you could hear a needle drop. The wind still blew, the snow still fell. But the breathing of the several hundred people on the threshing ground seemed frozen in that 1 second, quiet as a mass grave at midnight. Criminal Investigation Detachment. Chief Commander of the Hard Strike. The weight of those words, in this peculiar era, worked better than the Lord of Heaven himself. It wasn't just power, it was an imperial sword of authority hanging overhead. Touch it and die. Zhao Tieju's hands behind his back clenched hard, fingernails digging into flesh. I could see the blood draining fast from his face. At the commune meeting the past couple of days, someone had probably slammed the table and cursed, saying the county had airdropped a living king of hell surnamed Zhao, one who fixed his eyes on the rotten accounts down below. Could it be, really, this deity? His eyelids twitched wildly, staring at that weightless paper note, then at my face cold as a block of ice. That composure, that certainty, and that pin tucked under my arm that looked expensive at a glance. If it was fake, this bum's acting was too good. The Oscars owed him a little gold statue. That was most likely what he was thinking. Cold sweat seeped out from the edge of his beat-up dogskin hat, and the cold wind chilled it clear through. The fervor in the crowd that had wanted to tear a man apart seemed blown out by this gust of north wind. A few of the men who'd shouted loudest a moment ago now had twitching eyelids, their sauls instinctively shuffling backward, afraid that the hard-strike chief commander's informant was among these several hundred people, jotting them too into that little black notebook. Common folk fear officials most. If Jiang II had really latched onto a big official in the county, then tonight's affair had kicked into an iron plate. Ahem. Zhao Taizhu was an old hand after all. His face changed faster than flipping a book. The fierce light on his face receded fast like an ebbing tide, those inverted triangle eyes spinning quick, forcing out a stiff smile uglier than crying. That, Comrade Jiang Ping. The form of address changed. From bad element to comrade in a blink. He set down the megaphone, rubbed his hands, his tone soft as a puddle of mud. Since there's Captain Zhao's note, then it's surely a misunderstanding. Those of us doing this work, we're thinking of the brigade's collective property too, and a bit of extra vigilance is never wrong, wouldn't you say? He'd folded. But if he thought he could brush this off so lightly, he was dreaming. A misunderstanding? I closed the notebook with a soft snap, tore off that page, folded it, and slowly tucked it away against my body inside my jacket. The motion was elegant as dabbing one's mouth at a Western restaurant, yet carried an unnerving slowness. Didn't Captain Zhao want to check the books a moment ago? Didn't you say the granary had a rat plague? I took a step forward. That step forced Zhao Taizhu to instinctively retreat half a step, his heel catching on the platform edge, nearly doing the splits on the spot. Since Captain Zhao brought up rats, I suddenly recall something. I leaned in half a step, close enough to see the cold sweat seeping from his pores, the corner of my mouth lifting slightly, and in a breath of voice only the two of us could hear, like a demon's murmur. Captain Zhao, the 3rd of last month, the snow wasn't this heavy yet. The commotion in the firewood stack in Widow Lu's back courtyard was a lot louder than tonight's megaphone. That sack of rat grain passed out the back window. I wonder if it got recorded in the commune ledger. Boom. Those words were like a binding spell. Zhao Tieju's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his face bloodless, as if he'd seen a living ghost in broad daylight. Li Dazhuang beside him, originally still wearing a look of defiance, went rigid all over, the hemp rope in his hand dropping to the ground with a clack. That was their fatal point. That night, the two of them had drunk too much cat piss at Widow Lu's, loose at the mouth, plotting how to smuggle the granary's old stock out to sell on the black market, then write it off as rat plague loss to smooth over the books. There'd clearly been no one around then. This blade was left to me by the original body. That bastard had no other skills, but pressing his ear to Widow Lu's wall at midnight. At that he was a master. In the original body's memory, that night's conversation, not a single word was missed. I looked at the two of them, faces like they'd lost their parents, and sneered inwardly. The original body was a bastard, but that bastard's voyeurism had left me an excellent blade. Captain Zhao. I reached out and gently helped him straighten his crooked collar. The motion was soft, but it raised goosebumps all over him, as if that weren't a hand but a life-taking hook. You tell me, the rats in this granary, are they 4-legged or 2-legged? A naked threat. Zhao Tieju's throat went dry, his heart pounding. If this got out, especially into the ear of that hard-strike chief commander, forget captain, his head would come off. Meeting's over. He suddenly turned and snatched up the megaphone, his voice gone shrill and grating from extreme tension, even cracking. Everyone disperse. It was just a misunderstanding. Comrade Jiang Ping is making a contribution to our county's medical and health cause. It's a fine thing. Stop your racket here. Go home and sleep. That shout was torn from his chest, carrying a panic to bury the truth fast. The villagers below looked at each other. That's it. A moment ago it was beat and kill, and in a blink it's a fine thing? But the captain had spoken, and who dared not listen? The crowd began to stir, preparing to disperse. Old Lady Jiang and Jiang Fugue stood to one side, their expressions magnificent, like they'd swallowed a dead fly whole and could neither get it down nor spit it out. How could this be? The cooked duck had flown off? That sack of fine grain and lard. Just let the second son take it back like that? Wait. The moment I spoke, the just loosened crowd halted again. I stood on the high platform, not looking at Zhao Taizhu, nor at those villagers. My gaze fell on Li Dezhuang, who was preparing to sneak off, and on old lady Jiang and Jiang Fugui, who hadn't yet come to their senses. Captain Zhao's business counts as a misunderstanding. I strode out on my long legs, walking down the platform step by step. The sound of my soles on the frozen earth was dull, oppressive, like death's countdown. But some accounts aren't settled yet. I walked straight up to Li Dezhuang. This 1 meter 80 big man, stared at now by these eyes of mine, actually felt his calves cramp, as if a starving wolf had locked onto his throat. What? What do you want? He roared, fierce outside and hollow within. The captain said the meeting's over. You still want to make trouble? I said nothing. I only turned my head and glanced at Shun Mei not far off, still holding Nyonyo, her face not yet recovered from the fright. Her hair was mussed, and there were red marks on her face left from the shoving in the chaos. On Nyonyo's little cotton jacket, there was a glaring black footprint. That was Li Dezhuang's kick from earlier. A surge of savage fury exploded from the deepest part of my heart, rushing up my blood straight to the crown of my head. The wildness left in this body and the ruthless edge of my modern soul fused perfectly in this moment. Touch me, fine. Touch my wife and child. Courting death. You kicked my daughter. I turned back, my tone frighteningly calm. Which foot did it? Li Dezhuang froze, instinctively looking down at his right foot, then stiffened his neck and cursed. So what if I did? She's a worthless girl. Slap. A crisp crack. Fast. Too fast. So fast he couldn't see how I'd moved at all. A solid, full slap landed hard on that coarse-fleshed face of his. His 200-gene frame was actually spun a full circle in place by that slap, two blood-streaked molars flying straight out, tracing an arc through the air. Ah! A pig slaughter scream tore through the night sky. He clutched his face and dropped onto his backside, thoroughly stunned. The surrounding villagers sucked in cold air, eyes nearly falling out. Was this still that softed Jiang II who took beatings without returning a blow and swallowed curses without a word? That slap, how much force did it take? That slap was for my daughter. I shook out my wrist and looked down at him, sprawled like a dead dog. Then I lifted my foot. That big foot in the beat-up liberation shoe came down, dead on target, hard on the right ankle he'd used to kick her. Bearing down, grinding. Crack. The sound of bone dislocating, setting teeth on edge. Arc. His features twisted in pain, snot and tears smearing his whole face as he rolled madly on the ground, screaming worse than a slaughtered pig. That kick was to teach you the rules. I put strength into my foot, my voice indifferent as reading out a verdict. During the hard strike, committing crimes against the wind, beating women and children. Li Dezhuang, I'm collecting a bit of interest for Captain Zhao ahead of time, so that after you go in, you'll know what pain means. I withdrew my foot, as if scraping dirt off my soul. I raised my head, those eyes carrying the reek of blood, and swept them toward old lady Jiang and Jiang Fugui, long since scared witless. Old lady Jiang shuddered all over and nearly dropped to the ground. Her whole life she'd been a tyrant only at home, so where had she ever seen a scene like this? The second son before her was like a vicious ghost just crawled out of the hall of the king of hell, that gaze ready to devour a person. Say, second son. She shrank back, trembling, that spare not even kin righteousness of a moment ago long flown to Java. Mother. Mother did it for your own good too. Shut up. I cut her off, my voice without a trace of warmth. I bent down and picked up the grubby cloth doll that Jiang Fugui had thrown in the mud, Nyonyo's only toy. I patted the dirt off it, the motion as gentle as wiping a rare treasure, then swept my gaze across the whole ground like a blade's edge. From today on, whoever dares touch a single finger of my wife or child again, whether outsider or family. My gaze paused 1 second on Zhao Tieju's iron-dark face, then finally settled on the Jiang mother and son. Li Dezhuang is the outcome. With that, my gaze fell on the sack of cornmeal and pork leaf lard on the ground not far off, with a footprint stamped on it. I didn't move, nor did I go pick it up. I just stood there in the cold wind with my hands behind my back, looking coldly at Zhao Taizhu on the high platform, stuck with no way forward or back. Also, I lifted my chin, pointing at the grain on the ground, my tone brooking no argument. Since the militia took it by mistake, then trouble Captain Zhao to send someone to carry it back. The sack's dirty, wipe it clean. If the lard's melted even a bit, you'll pay tenfold. I looked at his already twisted, distorted face, the corner of my mouth hooking into a jeer. I'm holding the child, and my wife hasn't the strength. Manual labor like this, I'll have to trouble you public servants. 10 minutes from now, I want to see them on my own stove. 1 grain of rice short, and I'll go to the county to have a good chat with Zhao Dajuan about the granary rats. Zhao Taiju shook all over with rage, teeth grinding, his lungs about to burst. This was flat out sitting on his neck and taking a shit. Not only had I beaten his dog, I was making him deliver the goods too. But meeting my eyes, so utterly unafraid, he forced that mouthful of old blood back down. Erguzi! He kicked the backside of another militiaman standing dumbstruck beside him and roared, "What are you standing there for? Carry it back for Comrade Jiang. Are you dead on your feet?" That militiaman jumped in fright, scrambled over, hoisted the grain, grabbed the lard, and scurried off toward my house, afraid to be a second late. Only then did I withdraw my gaze in satisfaction, turn, and stride toward Shinmei, who had long since dissolved into sobs. "Let's go home." I reached out and took Nyonyo from her arms, and with my other hand took her cold, iron-like hand. Big hand wrapping small hand. Warmth passing across. Shinmei's body trembled. She looked up, eyes brimming with tears, at me. This man both familiar and unfamiliar. The wind and snow were heavy. But I knew that right now, in her eyes, my back was broad, like a mountain. A family of 3, this way, under the gaze of several hundred pairs of eyes, a militiaman ahead carrying the grain to clear the road, treading the wind and snow, walking back with uneven steps. This battle was won, thoroughly. Behind me, Zhao Taiju stared hard at the direction I'd vanished, the cold sweat on his back chilling him into shivers as the wind hit it. He wanted to turn vicious, but his mind was full of those 3 characters, Widow Lu. He gritted his teeth and, pressing his voice down, dropped a vicious line. Tomorrow he'd send someone quietly to the county town, not to the bureau, just to ask around outside. He had to know whether this kid's cards were real or a bluff. If they were fake, he'd turn the kid's whole family into corpses. This, I heard about later. At the time I only wanted to say, "Zhao Taiju, you'd better not investigate. Because the more you dig, the more you'll find. This card is real." The snow was still falling. Great sheets of snowflakes, as if to lay a fig leaf over this murky world, burying it clean. The road home wasn't actually far. From the brigade office to that broken thatched hut at the east end of the village was a few hundred meters at most. But these few hundred meters, I walked slowly, every step planted extremely solid. Nyonyo in my arms had stopped crying. The little girl had buried her head deep into my ragged jacket that reeked of tobacco and sweat, and fallen asleep. She'd probably cried too hard just now, and even in her dreams she still hiccuped, her little frame twitching now and then, like a startled kitten. Shinmei followed behind, keeping always half a step back, not daring to draw too close, afraid this was a dream, not daring to fall too far, afraid the dream would break. She kept her head down, her gaze fixed hard on the footprints I left in the snow. Those big feet that had jolted her awake on countless deep nights had, tonight, become her only guidepost through the wind and snow. "Give me your hand." I suddenly stopped, not turning back, my voice muffled in the wind and snow, no joy or anger to read in it. The steps behind me halted. Without turning, I knew she'd instinctively shrunk her hand back into her sleeve. This was a defense carved into her bones. Before, when the original body reached out, it was either for money to gamble or to strike over food not to his liking. I turned around, looked at this woman before me like a startled quail, and without wasting words, reached out and grabbed the hand she'd shrunk into her cuff. Ice cold. The feel of it was rough as a length of dried old tree bark. The knuckles especially were all frost-split gashes, some fresh wounds still seeping beads of blood. She instinctively wanted to struggle, but I held iron tight, and that bit of warmth bored across the point of contact. I could feel her whole body go stiff a moment. "The road's slick." I tossed out just those words, took her hand, and turned to keep walking. I didn't look back, but I could hear her breathing skip a beat. That hand gripped in mine went from rigid to hesitant, and finally, ever so lightly, gripped back once. The broken, thatched hut came into view. The door hung wide open, that rickety wooden door swaying in the wind with a creak, like an old man's groan. Inside it was black as a beast's gaping maw, the cold wind pouring in with the snow, not a trace of human warmth. I set Nyonyo on the Kong gently. The little girl slept fitfully, her brow knit tight. I covered her with that stiff, ragged quilt and clumsily tucked in the edges. The motion was unpracticed, yet carried an earnestness I'd never had before. Husband, Shinmei stood at the door, looking at the empty stove, the light in her eyes dimming again, her voice trembling. The firewood's wet, and the water vat smashed. That suffocating despair welled up again. So what if we'd won at the brigade office? Back home, facing this bare-walled mess where one meal didn't lead to the next, it still choked the breath out of you. Wait here. I didn't look at her. I turned, walked to the doorway, sat down commandingly on the threshold, and pulled the last double happiness from my pocket. I didn't light it, only held it in my mouth, savoring that bit of tobacco. I narrowed my eyes slightly, staring at the darkness at the end of the road, like a lone wolf patrolling its territory, waiting for my prey. 1 minute. 2 minutes. In the wind and snow, a rush of hurried, ragged footsteps suddenly came, mixed with heavy panting. Gee, Brother Jiang. Urguzi had that grain sack on his shoulder and the block of pork leaf lard in his hand, running with sweat pouring down his head, his dogskin hat knocked askew down to his ear. He didn't dare enter the yard, slamming to a stop 5 meters outside the fence, his calves trembling. The wretched sight of Li Dazhuang's broken leg being carried off was probably still on loop in his head. I lifted my eyelids and gave him a light, indifferent glance. I said nothing. That one glance made him quickly set the sack on the ground, then placed the pork lard carefully on top of it, afraid of bumping it. Brother, I've delivered the things back. Captain Zhao said it was all a misunderstanding. Begs you not to take it to heart. He backed away as he forced out a smile, ready to bolt at any moment. I stood up, walked to the fence, and reached out to lift that block of pork lard. On the snow-white lard were, sure enough, 2 glaring black handprints, the ones Li Dazhuang had grabbed earlier. I frowned and wiped a finger across the black print. It's dirty. My voice wasn't loud, but in the dead silent snowy night, it came through crystal clear. Urguzi went rigid all over, nearly dropping to his knees on the spot. Brother, I'll take it back and wash it right now. No need. I cut him off. I pulled the fruit candies I'd just bought from my jacket and grabbed 2. The colorful wrappers glinted faintly in the dark. A flick of the wrist, and they arced through the air. Catch. Urguzi fumbled and caught them, then stared, dumbstruck. Fruit candy? In these years, even the cooperative required candy coupons, and money alone might not buy it. It's a long road, thanks for the trouble. My tone was flat. Take them back for the kids at home, to sweeten their mouths. This was the art of managing people. The big stick had already broken Li Dazhuang's leg at the brigade office. Now I had to give the little imp doing the errands a sweet date. The king of hell is easy to meet, the little imp's hard to deal with. These 2 candies could make a big mouth like Urguzi say a couple fewer bad words when he got back, might even spread a whiff of this Jiang II's actually a considerate man around the village. Urguzi stood there stunned, taking a long moment to react. His eyes actually reddened. In the militia, he was just an errand-running punching bag, ordered about by Zhao Taizhu and Li Dazhuang. When had anyone ever treated him like a person, let alone rewarded him with candy this precious? Thank you, Brother Jiang. He gripped the candy tight in his palm, bowed deeply to me, turned, and ran. This time his steps were much lighter, like he'd picked up a gold ingot. I washed his back and spat out the cigarette, but in my mouth, already chewed to shreds. I turned, carried the pork lard and that heavy sack of grain into the house, and set them on the stove with a thud. That was the ground to go on living. Shinmei looked at the things lost and recovered, and her tears came pouring down again. This time she didn't cry aloud, only covered her mouth, her body twitching in sobs. Meat that had gone into the militia's mouth could actually be made to spit back out? Can crying be eaten as food? I tossed the pork lard into that chipped clay basin, my tone a bit brusque, but with no real malice. Light the fire. Tonight we eat cracklings over rice. Shinmei took it like an imperial decree, wiped her face roughly, and moved with startling speed. The firewood was a bit wet, but under her masterful hands it soon began to smoke. In the choking smoke was a long-lost breath of human living warmth. Cutting the lard, I took the knife myself. That rusty kitchen knife wasn't sharp in my hand, but every stroke cut extremely steady. I cut off the black handprint and tossed it into the stove to burn. The rest I cut all into cubes the size of mahjong tiles. Hot pan, in went the lard cubes. Sizzle. That sound was, honestly, better than New Year's firecrackers. A rich, overbearing, unreasonable aroma of fat exploded in an instant through the cramped, ramshackle room. That was the smell of fat, the most primal, most frenzied craving for calories carved into human genes. Shinmei worked the bellows while swallowing hard, a gulp sounding in her throat, especially clear in the quiet room. Her face reddened, and she lowered her head in shame. But that smell was like a hook, tugging her soul toward the pan. The cracklings slowly turned golden, tumbling and leaping in the pan. That pool of clear pork oil was more dazzling than gold. I scooped out the cracklings and sprinkled on a small pinch of salt. Then I ladled in 2 scoops of cornmeal, and while Shunmei wasn't watching as she worked the bellows, secretly mixed in a bit of refined white flour bought from the system, blended together so it wouldn't easily be noticed. I stir-fried it in the oil left in the pan, added water, and let it simmer. Half an hour later, the meal was done. Pork cracklings mixed into cornmeal mush. In the modern world, this was pig feed configuration, but in the winter of 1960, this was a rock-solid state banquet. I dished out 3 bowls. The first was the biggest, spread all over with golden, crispy cracklings, heaped like a little mountain. I carried it to the edge of the Kong. "Nuno," I called out, keeping my voice as gentle as I could, afraid to carry that living king of hell killing air onto the child. The little girl opened her eyes groggily, her nose twitching first. The next second her eyes lit up instantly, the instinct of a little beast scenting food. "Smells good," she mumbled softly, drool running down the corner of her mouth. I held out the bowl. "Eat." She didn't dare take it, her big eyes glancing timidly at Shunmei. Only when Shunmei nodded with red eyes did she pounce like a starving little wolf cub, cupping the bowl bigger than her own face and gulping it down in big mouthfuls. It scalded her enough to keep sucking in air, and still she couldn't bear to spit out a single bite. The second bowl was a bit smaller, also heaped with a peak of cracklings. I handed it to Shunmei. "Eat." The same word again. Shunmei held the bowl, her hands shaking. These pork cracklings, in the past, even at New Year, were just cut fine and put in the dumpling filling for a whiff of flavor. Chunks this big, eaten as a meal this extravagantly, she'd never have dared dream of it in her life. "Husband, you eat." She tried to push the bowl back. The best food had to be saved for the man. That was the rule for women in these years, and the humbleness carved into her bones. "I've got mine here." I picked up the last bowl, mush with only a few crumbs of crackling, and without any modesty started eating in big mouthfuls. The warm food slid down my gullet into my stomach, and that fullness of being filled finally gave my modern soul, which had been hanging in the air, a sense of landing on solid ground. A room full of slurping. No one spoke, only the sounds of chewing and swallowing. This meal was eaten with reverence, eaten with the hope of a life reborn. After the meal, Nuno gave a full burp, and her face finally had a bit of color. She leaned in Shunmei's arms, but her eyes kept stealing glances at me, that tall man clearing the bowls and chopsticks. No cursing, no throwing things, and he'd fed her such delicious meat. The terrifying black shadow in the little girl's heart seemed to crack open a seam, letting in a shaft of light. The night grew deep. Outside, the wind and snow still howled. Inside, only the embers left in the stove glowed a dim red. The family of 3 squeezed onto the one earthen Kong. Nuno slept in the middle, I slept on the outermost edge, and Shunmei curled into the corner against the wall, her back to me. I knew she wasn't asleep. Her breathing was too shallow, too deliberate, kept forcibly light the whole time, as if listening for movement behind her. After a long while, an ever so faint rustle came in the dark. She felt for those 2 tins of clam oil hidden against her body, then felt her belly, finally with something in it. Then came sobbing pressed extremely low, barely audible, seeping into the pillow drop by drop. I didn't move, feigning sleep. Some tears aren't meant to be seen. I wasn't really asleep either. Eyes closed. Before me was the system's ice blue panel, especially cold and clear in the dark. Points, 35.5. Still 14.5 short of the 50-point threshold. These points, seemingly not many, had now become the biggest problem. The junk at home had been cleared out. There wasn't even a slightly valuable cracked bowl left. After tonight's uproar, plenty of eyes would surely be on me tomorrow. Go pick up branches on the mountain again? Too inefficient. By the time I'd gathered enough, the whole thing would be long cold. Buy scrap at the cooperative? That was luck you couldn't count on. And 3 days from now, I had to hand over those 500 pagoda sweets. This wasn't just a piece of business. This was the foundation of my footing in this era, the pledge of loyalty that would decide whether I could truly grip that imperial sword named Zhao Dajuan in my hand. If I couldn't deliver the goods, a hard character like Zhao Dajuan could lift you to the heavens and could just as well stamp you into the mud with 1 foot, never to turn over again. I rolled over, and the earthen Kong groaned with a creak. I had to get hold of more trash. Or rather, more valuable industrial scrap. In the dark, my eyes suddenly opened. Cold, clear, sharp. I thought of a place. In the original body's memory, it was a forbidden zone that pack of no-good friends kept mentioning, drunk and bragging. The abandoned machinery factory on the edge of the county town. They said buried in there was a good deal of scrap iron left behind when the big brothers pulled out back in the day, and even whole scrap machine tools. That place was a restricted zone now, guarded by militia. Go in, and it was a death sentence. But for me, with the system, that was no restricted zone. That was a gold mine. I drew a deep breath, the biting cold air pouring into my lungs, leaving my mind clearer than ever. Tomorrow, I'd have to go brave this gate of hell. These schemes, I only pieced together bit by bit afterward. That night, I didn't know that a few hundred meters away, a venomous rat had already bared its fangs at my home. The night grew deeper, black as ink that wouldn't dissolve. The north wind, like a shrew gone mad, tore its voice hoarse howling over the Red Star Brigade, as if to uproot these few dozen earthen houses. At the east end of the village, in Li Dazhuang's house, a kerosene lamp beam trembled in the wind, stretching the shadows on the wall into claws and teeth, exactly like two giant rats plotting in secret. The room was stuffy with a thick smell of bruised liniment liquor mixed with the bitterness of old tobacco leaves, choking enough to make your throat itch. Damn it, lighter. You trying to send me off? Li Dazhuang was half collapsed on the earthen Kong, his right ankle swollen like a purple-black steamed bun, a black herbal poultice smeared on it. The pain made him grimace, his forehead covered in cold sweat the size of soybeans, that face usually so domineering now twisted like a dried orange peel. Sitting at the edge of the Kong wasn't his wife, who'd gone back to her mother's home, but a woman in a flowered cotton jacket, her figure ample. Lu Tsuehua, the famous little widow at the east end of the village. A pair of seductive peach blossom eyes, and when she walked her waist swayed like a water snake. Quite a few men in the village, young and old, had had their souls hooked by those couple ounces of flesh. Right now she was pursing her red-painted mouth, wrapping his leg with a strip of torn cloth, her motion perfunctory to the point of disdain. Enough, what are you wailing about? She rolled her eyes, but her voice carried an innate coquettish edge. Even her scolding sounded like flirting. Usually you're so capable. How'd you let someone cripple your hoof today? Truly useless to look at. She hadn't gone to the threshing ground, but she'd heard the wind. That useless Jiang II seemed possessed by a ghost tonight. Not only wasn't he struggled, he'd handled Li Dazhuang till he was meek as a lamb. Don't mention it. Mentioning it makes my blood boil. Li Dazhuang pounded the Kong mat hard, jostling his leg into piercing pain, and sucked in another breath of cold air. That kid, evil as hell. That gaze flashed through his head again. Cold, vicious, really ready to kill. The old Jiang Ping had just been a bully, the soft fear, the hard trash ball, who'd take a detour at the sight of him. But tonight that sinister edge was more chilling than the old soldiers at the commune who'd killed bandits. Evil. Lu Tsuehua tied the cloth strip into a dead knot. I think you're the coward. Can't even handle a Jiang II. How will you mix in the Red Star Brigade after this? What the hell do you know? Li Dazhuang glared, dropping his voice, a trace of terror in his triangular eyes. He didn't just lay hands on me. This kid, he's got a stranglehold on both our throats. What stranglehold? Lu Tsuehua leaned closer. He knows about the granary. Li Dazhuang stared hard at her eyes, word by word. The 3rd of last month, when you and I were at your back courtyard firewood stack, smuggling that sack of grain, that kid was listening at the base of the wall. Hiss. Lu Tsuehua sucked in a breath of cold air, her hand trembling and knocking over the enamel mug at the edge of the Kong with a clang, startling them both in the silent night. Profiteering. Theft of collective property. Those two great hats dropped on them. Plus improper relations between man and woman. Forget eating a bullet. The parading alone could struggle them both to death. In these years, reputation was life. How did he know? Lu Tsuehua panicked. That night, there was clearly no one. What do you think this bastard loved doing most? Li Dazhuang spat hatefully. Ear pressed to walls. That old lecher must have stumbled on it that day. The room fell into a deathly silence. Only the window paper blown by the wind fluttered loudly, as if mocking this pair of wild lovebirds who didn't know life from death. Then what do we do? Lu Tsuehua bit her lip, utterly at a loss. What if one day his mouth isn't tight, and it slips out? Like hell. Li Dazhuang's eyes were venomous as a snake with a broken leg. This kid has to die. Only the dead will keep their mouths shut forever. He paused, his gaze circling Lu Tsuehua twice, suddenly turning meaningful. But we can't go hard right now. You saw it too. He pulled out some broken note, said it was from that Captain Zhao. Zhao Taizhu. That coward's afraid of kicking an iron plate and doesn't dare move. Then what? We have to probe. Li Dazhuang hooked a finger at her. I can't go to the county town, so tomorrow you go for me. Find out what kind of character this Zhao Dajuan really is, and whether this Jiang Ping really latched onto a high branch. Me go. Lu Tsuehua frowned. I don't know anyone. You going is most effective. Li Dazhuang split his mouth, bearing a row of yellow teeth stained with blood, his smile obscene to the extreme. Didn't that Jiang Ping used to be obsessed with you? To watch you bathe, he collapsed on the wall twice. A total top-tier simp. Men are all dogs, can't break the habit of eating shit. Even though he's putting on airs now, deep down he's still that old lecher. You go pump him for information. As long as he's a man, there's no getting past a beauty trap. Soften up a little, give him a taste, and I don't believe he won't spill the truth. Once we confirm it's a fake bluff, Li Dazhuang's eyes bared killing intent. I'll let him know whose turf the Red Star Brigade really is. Lu Tsuehua hesitated, thinking of Jiang Ping's past disgusting look, drooling with a pig brother face, her stomach turned. But thinking of the leverage that could cost her head and the benefits Li Dazhuang promised, she gritted her teeth. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. Fine. She straightened her collar, a flash of calculation in her eyes. I'll give it a try. I'm curious, too, what this reborn Zhang II bum is really made of. She was actually curious. That waste who used to just grin stupidly and drool at the sight of her. How had he suddenly changed into a different person? Even the village's young wives were saying that tonight when he stood on the platform, that presence, way more manly than this soft-legged shrimp Li Dazhuang. That's right. Li Dazhuang gave a satisfied hum. When it's done, the little half-sack of cornmeal that's left, all yours. Lu Tsuehua spat at him, stood up and straightened her clothes, walked to the door, pushed it open a crack, and peered out cautiously. When's that tigress of yours coming back? Guiying went to her mother's for a funeral, another 3 to 5 days. These few days were the ones calling the shots at home. Don't get careless. Lu Tsuehua's figure flashed and slipped into the pitch-black wind and snow like a ghostly civet cat, disappearing into the night. Li Dazhuang lay back on the pillow, listening to the wind outside, the corner of his mouth splitting into a cruel arc. Jiang Ping, you just wait. Once I've got your measure, I'll repay the grudge of this broken leg today tenfold, 100-fold, on your wife and kid. And at the same time, a few hundred meters away in that broken thatched hut, I snapped my eyes open. In the dark, all sleepiness gone. I naturally didn't know that pair of dogs was huddled together scheming against me. But after all these years clawing my way through the corporate world, I knew one thing all too well. Cut the grass without pulling the root. The spring wind blows, and it grows again. Tonight, I'd publicly crippled Li Dazhuang's leg and grabbed Zhao Tieju's throat with the granary business. These two would absolutely not swallow this. Especially a piece of work like Li Dazhuang. Stupid, but venomous. Stupid people hold grudges and often act with less regard for consequences than the clever. I felt the back of my head, which ached dully. That was the old wound from where the original body had been killed by a brick to the head from a wild man. How did the original body die? Wasn't it an enemy's night strike? This lesson, I remembered. Since I'd already drawn the blade, I had to be ready to pierce the sky. Tomorrow I'd go to that gold mine at the machinery factory first, gather up the points, and nail down the Zhao Dajuan connection thoroughly. With a real backer in hand, no one in this Red Star Brigade would dare target my home again. As for Li Dazhuang and Lu Tsuehua, I closed my eyes, the corner of my mouth hooking into a cold arc. Come on then. I want to see whether your fangs are harder, or this blade of mine, just sharpened, is faster. The sky was just turning gray, the snow had stopped. The sun hadn't peeked out yet, gray-white light seeping through the torn window paper, spilling onto the stove, bitterly cold. But inside this room, right now, a life-threatening fragrance drifted. Not last night's overbearing, nose-piercing fat explosion, but a faint, mellow aroma, like a hook boring into your stomach, the scent of rice. I'd risen early and simmered a fresh pot of porridge. Last night's leftover pork cracklings, I'd cut fine and mixed into the golden millet porridge, sprinkled with a small pinch of fine salt. Yellow and white, dotted with oil. In this era when even sweet potato peels were treasured, this configuration could be called a top state banquet without exaggeration. Eat. I set out the bowls and chopsticks and called to the mother and daughter who'd just finished washing up. Shinmei was a bit awkward. She wore that old jacket patched all over, rubbing her hands on her apron over and over, until the sweat from her palms was about to soak the apron through, before daring to sit down at the edge of the Kong. Looking at the porridge in the bowl, thick enough to stand chopsticks in, her eyes started to heat up again. Too extravagant. Before, good things like this, the original body ate alone, and she and Nyonyo could only crouch in the corner and drink the pot rinsings. Husband. She held the bowl but didn't rush to drink, her eyes flickering, like a child afraid of being scolded for doing wrong. I picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and didn't lift my eyelids. At home, there's not much firewood left. Her voice was very small, peeking at my expression as she spoke, afraid that face would darken again. I was thinking, in a bit I'd go up the mountain to gather some grass. Along the way, she paused, as if mustering all her courage. Along the way, see if I can dig some wild vegetables, or maybe pick some frozen mushrooms. After speaking, she instinctively ducked her neck. She was afraid. Afraid these good days were like a soap bubble that would pop in a blink. This fine grain, this lard, though I'd brought it back, she felt uneasy inside, hollow. Sitting and eating through the mountain, this was a crisis sense carved into the bones of farming folk. She didn't know how many days my ability could hold out. What if one day that important person stopped giving? What if I turned back into the bastard I was before? She had to store up more things. Even if it was bitter greens hard to swallow, even if it was astringent acorn flour, as long as it could fill the belly, it could save lives when the time came. My chewing motion paused a moment. I set down my chopsticks and looked up at her. The woman's face was flushed from cold, the backs of her hands all chapped cracks, her eyes carrying a pitifulness and eagerness to please that tugged at the heart. This was wanting to share the burden, and also grasping for that pitiful bit of security. Fine. I didn't stop her. As long as people kept busy, they were less likely to overthink. When you go, we're more layers. Don't go deep into the mountains. The snow's deep and there are pits, easy to twist an ankle. I gave a flat instruction and casually picked a few slightly larger cracklings from my bowl and, as if feeding a kitten, placed them in Nyonyo's. Nyonyo was buried in her porridge, her little mouth smacking, her cheeks puffed out, exactly like a little hamster guarding its food. Hearing my agreement, Shunmei visibly relaxed, and that face full of sorrow and gloom finally showed a trace of relieved smile. Yes, I know. I'll just circle around the foot of the mountain. Absolutely won't run far. She nodded hard, her eyes finally carrying a bit of the light of the living. As long as she could work, as long as she felt she was still useful and not freeloading in this family, her heart was at ease. Oh right. I seemed to suddenly remember something, tapped my chopsticks lightly on the bowl rim, a crisp ting. Since you're going up the mountain, keep an eye out for something for me. What thing? She immediately sat up straight, face serious. Husband, you say, I'll definitely find it for you. Copper coins. I spat out 2 words. Huh. She froze, blinking. Copper coins? Right. My expression didn't change, and I continued eating porridge. Those old copper coins with square holes from before, or rusty iron lumps buried in the ground, broken porcelain shards work too. Anyway, as long as it's an old relic with some years on it, something that looks off to you, just bring it all back for me. This was a path. In the system's recycling interface, besides energy resources, the recycling prices for antiques and curios and metal resources weren't low. Especially those unremarkable Song coins and Qing coins. In the modern world, they might only be worth a few yuan each, but in the system's judgment, they were cultural carriers with historical weight, and the points given were generous. Having her pick them up in passing while digging wild vegetables neither delayed business nor could add a bit of side income to the family. Most importantly, it gave her something proper to do, so she wouldn't always feel she was a burden. Pick up those for what? Shinmei was completely baffled. Those were used by the dead, inauspicious. I told you to pick them, so pick them. My tone hardened slightly, carrying a bit of the family head's authority. They'll be useful later. Oh, okay, I got it. She didn't dare ask more, and quickly nodded. Though she didn't understand why I wanted this scrap copper and iron, as long as it was what I wanted, it was an imperial decree. After the meal, Shenmei deftly cleared the bowls and chopsticks, slung that tattered basket on her back, took a small herb hoe, and hurried out the door. Nyonyo sat on the Kong, clutching that cloth doll in her hands, the one I'd picked up for her last night. Though dirty and torn, in the little girl's eyes this was the best treasure in the whole world. Daddy, Nyonyo suddenly called out, her voice thin and soft, like a just-hatched chick. My motion putting on my shoes halted. This was the first time since my rebirth that my daughter had called me of her own accord. I turned my head. The little girl was looking at me timidly, her little hands holding up that cloth doll, extending it a bit toward me. Give, give Daddy to play with. My heart felt like something had struck it hard, sour and soft. I walked over, reached out that big hand full of calluses, and gently rubbed Nuno's thin, yellowed hair. Daddy doesn't need to play. Nuno, play with it yourself. Looking at my daughter's clear eyes full of longing, I frowned slightly. 4 or 5 years old, the right age for early education. In the modern world, a child this age would already be going to kindergarten with a backpack, learning English, learning piano, the treasured pearl in the palm of the whole family. But Nuno now, thin as a bean sprout, couldn't even speak smoothly, shut in this four-sided drafty earthen room all day. No, she has to go to school. Never let the poor be poor in education. Never let children suffer. Though elementary school in this era didn't teach anything profound, at least it could teach her to read and reason, let her walk out of that autistic shell. But this couldn't be rushed. First, I had to get the household registration and class status issues thoroughly resolved and save enough for tuition. I drew a deep breath and pressed that thought to the bottom of my heart. Stay home and be good. Don't run around. My palm flipped, and as if doing a magic trick, several colorful fruit candies appeared in my palm. The candy wrappers glinted temptingly in the dim room. I peeled one open and popped it into Nuno's mouth. Sweetness exploded on her tongue, and Nuno's eyes instantly went round, as if she'd discovered a new world. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, cheeks bulging, afraid the sweetness would escape, her little body trembling with excitement. This is candy? Shinmei, just reaching the door, turned back and saw this scene, her whole person stunned. Candy? She hadn't tasted it in years, let alone give it to the child. Husband, how much money did this cost? She felt both distressed and moved, her eyes reddening. I ignored her chatter, stuffed the remaining candies into Nuno's small hands, and instructed, hide them well. Don't let your grandma see. Eat them slowly. Nuno nodded hard, like a little squirrel hiding pine nuts, swiftly tucking the candies into her little inside pocket and patting twice to confirm. All right, I'm going. I pulled my collar tight, turned, and walked out the door. Outside, though the wind had stopped, the air was still piercingly cold. The village after snow was decked in silver, yet still couldn't hide the bleakness and decay everywhere. I walked toward the village entrance. Today, my target was that abandoned machinery factory on the edge of the county town. That place was my real gold mine. As long as I could slip in and use the system to recycle part of those abandoned machine tools and steel, the points would skyrocket in an instant. Not to mention 500 pagoda sweets. Even 5,000 would be a wave of the hand. Just turning a corner, passing a small grove at the east end of the village. My steps halted. On the necessary path ahead stood a person. None other than Li Dazhuang's mistress from last night, whose gall I'd scared to pieces, Lu Tsuhua. This woman had clearly dressed up carefully today. In this freezing cold, she wasn't wearing that bulky padded coat, but a cinched red floral cotton jacket that hugged her already ample figure into curves. A bright green kerchief wrapped her head, her face slathered with thick vanishing cream, white as if whitewashed, her lips smeared with red paper, red as if she'd just eaten a dead child. That cheap face cream and powder smell drifted over from far off on the wind, choking enough to make your nose itch. Seeing me walk over, Lu Tsuehua's eyes lit up. She twisted her waist, deliberately undid a button at her collar, exposing a glaring patch of white flesh inside, jarring in this frozen world. Oh my, if it isn't Brother Jiangping. She came toward me, her voice sticky as if mixed with 2 gene of inferior saccharin, raising goosebumps, making your skin crawl. This early in the morning, what are you rushing off to do? Her steps weren't large, but just blocked the middle of the road. Those autumn water-carrying peach blossom eyes spun all over me, carrying an undisguised seduction and probing. This was no chance meeting. This was clearly a spider spirit from the Silk Cave, waiting here to block the Tang monk's meat. I'd been expecting this move last night. Breaking Li Dazhuang's leg was like peeling his skin. A man like that couldn't swallow this. Probing and revenge were inevitable. I just hadn't expected the scout he sent to have such a primitive technique. I stopped, hands in my pockets, looking calmly at this woman posing and preening before me. In my mind, the original body's filthy memories about this woman flashed by like a slideshow. The old Zhang Ping, to catch a glimpse of this woman, could press himself to the base of a wall for half the night in deep winter. And the me now only felt disgust. Clumsy, too clumsy. Compared to the high-level green tea girls and socialites of the modern world, this Lu Tsuhua before me, whether makeup, acting, or script, reeked of primitive earthiness. Textbook-level negative example. Something you need? I was economical with words, my eyes cold as the snow behind me. Lu Tsuehua froze. She hadn't expected this reaction from me. According to Li Dazhuang, this Jiang, the second bum, at the sight of her, was like a dog seeing a bone, couldn't wait to glue his eyeballs onto her. But now, in my eyes, forget lust, there wasn't even a trace of warmth. Clear, indifferent, even carrying a hint of disdain. Like looking at something filthy. Lu Tsuehua felt a bit annoyed inside, but thinking of the task Li Dazhuang had assigned, she bit her teeth, and the smile on her face deepened. She leaned a step forward, that choking powder and fragrance smell thickened, boring straight into my nose. Oh my, can't I have a word with a brother if there's nothing? She reached out her hand, as if to help dust the snowflakes off my shoulder, her body shifting naturally toward my chest, smooth as flowing water. I heard last night, you were quite impressive at the brigade office. Sister-in-law never realized you were such a capable man. She breathed like orchids, her voice dropped low, carrying an implied meaning, as if with just a nod from me, this worn shoe could immediately slip onto my foot. Brother Zhang Ping, give sister-in-law the inside story. What's the background of that important person of yours, really? The tale showed. Just as her hand was about to touch my shoulder, I took a step back. The motion wasn't large, but just right to avoid that hand with red-painted nails, and also made her carefully designed, throwing herself into my arms, come up empty. Lu Tsuehua lost her balance, stumbled, her foot slipped, and she nearly planted face first into the snowdrift by the roadside. Her posture was extremely awkward, exactly like a duck with a twisted foot. Lu Tsuehua. I looked at her comical appearance, the corner of my mouth hooking into mockery. Li Dazhuang's leg is broken, and his brain's broken too? Sending a piece of work like you to pump me for information. I lowered my head, looking down at this woman with a face full of shock, my voice not loud, but every word piercing the heart. Go back and tell him. Good dogs don't block the road. If he wants to play strange tales, let him come act it himself. Don't smear your cheap fox stink all over me. I paused. I have a cleanliness compulsion. With that, I didn't spare her another glance, stepped around that red figure frozen in place, and strode off into the wind and snow, leaving only Lu Tsuehua standing there, the expression on her face shifting from shock to humiliation and rage, and finally twisting into venom. The wind blew, and that thick layer of powder and cream seemed to be flaking off. Her little scheme, I didn't bother exposing. Go ahead. The more you go to the county town to investigate, the more you'll solidify that card for me. The most wonderful thing in this world is when your enemy helps you round out your lie. How Lu Tsuehua made it into town along the way, I only learned later. This woman threw away even her face to get my measure. Pity, the harder she pushed, the warmer she made that tiger hide of mine. When Lu Tsuehua left the village entrance, she was grinding her teeth to bits. The cold wind was like an eyeless blade, scraping her face raw, and that thick layer of vanishing cream was barely holding on. She turned and stared hard at the direction I'd vanished, and viciously spat a gob of blood-streaked spit, putting on such big-tailed wolf airs. Curse as she might, the retreat drum in her heart was pounding to the sky. Jiang Ping's gaze just now was too steady, steady enough to make her feel like a clown capering with no clothes on. If she didn't get this business clear, she and Li Dazhuang's two heads would have to sleep with their eyes open. Go to the county town. She had to. But this road, 20-some li of snow, if she really walked it on two legs, her legs would be finished halfway. Lu Tsuehua's eyes rolled, that cunning belonging to women, and also the instinct of survival. She stood under the old scholar tree by the roadside, deliberately untied and retied that bright green kerchief, exposing a stretch of snow-white neck jarring in the winter. The collar button of her red jacket stayed undone. Put put put. A cloud of black smoke wound with an acrid diesel smell rushed up from behind. It was the commune's tractor going to the county to haul fertilizer. Lu Tsuehua timed it just right, threw her body sideways into the middle of the road, piled that professional fake smile onto her face that could sicken the dead back to life, and waved the flowered handkerchief in her hand. Hey, big brother up front. Give a hand. The tractor stopped with a screech. Wang Matzi, driving, poked his head out of that cloud of black smoke, his face full of cold dust, showing only a mouthful of big white teeth, those thief eyes like they'd grown hooks, gouging hard at Lu Tsuehua's bulging chest. Oh, if it isn't Sister Tsuehua. This freezing day, where are you off to gallivanting? You devil, can't spit ivory out of that mouth. Lu Tsuehua's eyes were seductive as silk, her body twisting, half of it nearly plastered to that grimy truck bed. Going to the county to see relatives, my feet hurt, can't walk. Brother Motzi, take pity on your sister? Wang Motzi gave a hehe laugh and slapped the straw cushion stuffed with tattered cotton beside the driver's seat till it clapped. Get up. Of course brother pities you. Sit here, it's warm, just right to block the wind for brother. Lu Tsuehua didn't hesitate either, climbing up with hands and feet. The moment her backside touched the seat, Wang Motzi's thick arm brushed over, seemingly by accident. She didn't dodge, even lean that way. This road was paid for with dignity as fair. In this era of only black, white, and gray, some women lived by their strength. Some women lived by that body of flesh made into a bargaining chip. And at this time, I was walking the road to the machinery factory. Not fast, even a bit like an old man out for an after-meal stroll. The number on the system panel jumped very slowly, even a bit constipated. Ding. Recycled one length of rusty iron wire. Points plus 0.01. Ding. Recycled broken porcelain bowl shards. Points plus 0.02. Walking and stopping this whole way, I was exactly like a scavenging beggar. That originally straight wooden stick in my hand had been jabbed bare of its bark in the snow drifts. Too slow. This piecemeal way of earning points only earned breakfast money. To gather the capital for 500 pagoda sweets within 3 days, relying on picking scrap alone, I'd probably be picking until the year of the monkey. Ahead was that legendary abandoned machinery factory. I pulled my collar tight and quickened my pace. But when that colossus appeared in my line of sight, my steps halted and my eyebrows shot up in an instant. The main gate that in memory was ruined and overgrown was now a scene of bustling activity. The 2 rust-covered iron gates were pushed open, and at the entrance even hung a brand-new wooden sign, the red paint on it not yet dry, running a bit down from the melting snow, with something of the look of weeping bloody tears. Red Flag Farm Machinery Repair and Manufacturing Works. At the gate stood an old man in an army greatcoat, a dry tobacco pipe in hand, his eyes like guarding against thieves, staring hard at the passers-by. My heart gave a lurch. That was the signal of the state machine beginning to turn. The abandoned factory had been requisitioned, transformed into a commune or county repair works. That meant this was no longer ownerless wasteland, but a restricted zone with a red flag planted on it. Force my way in. That was courting death, purely offering up my head. Sneak into steal scrap iron. That was delivering achievements to Zhao Dajuan, tired of living. I hid behind the roadside utility pole, my brow twisting into a knot. It was like rushing over eagerly with a treasure map, only to find a police station built on top of the treasure. This situation, how to break it? My gaze went over the wall. The chimney inside wasn't smoking. Instead, a group of people in deep blue work clothes were gathered around a big thing in the middle of the yard, gesturing and pointing, that agitated atmosphere smellable from 100 meters off. I narrowed my eyes. Where there's commotion, there's an angle. Where there's trouble, there's need. And need, for someone like me, that's opportunity. I locked my attention firmly onto that big thing the group was gathered around. Only later did I learn that in that red brick office, a sky is falling drama was playing out. In the repair works' only red brick office, smoke swirled thick enough to keep eyes from opening, like an immortal cultivation scene. The director, Zhang Dabiao, slammed the enamel mug stamped with "Serve the People" hard on the desk, more than half the tea splashing out, wetting a patch of the yellowed blueprint on the table. A pack of rice buckets. Zhang Dabiao roared, his voice hoarse, his face flushed red, the veins on his neck jumping like earthworms. Half a month and it's spring plowing. What's spring plowing? That's war. That's the common folks' rations for next year. The county entrusted this repair works to us out of trust. And now, a dozen some tractors all dead in the mud, and that old Rusky lathe lying there playing dead too. You're telling me it can't be fixed? Across from him stood a technician in glasses, 30-something, hair mussed like a bird's nest, a bitter look on his face, ducking his neck like a startled quail. Director, it's not that we're not trying. The technician pushed up the glasses on his nose bridge, one leg of them broken, his voice carrying a sob. That lathe was left by the Soviet experts back in the day. 3 teeth on the main spindle gear inside have chipped off. That's special steel. The steel our earthen furnace smelts isn't hard enough. We machine one and it breaks, machine one and it breaks. And the blueprints aren't complete, they're in Russian, and nobody here can read them. I don't care about Russian or any bird-scratch language. Zhang Dabiao pulled matches from his pocket, struck them hard several times without lighting one, and in fury slammed the matchbox on the ground. I only want results. I'm asking you, can it be fixed? The technician kept his head down, staring hard at his toes, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into. Even a clever wife can't cook without rice. No parts. And even the great immortals couldn't do a thing. Zhang Dabiao dropped down into his chair, his whole person like the spirit had been drained out of him. Finished. This repair work's about to shut down right after its sign went up. If this spring plowing got delayed, forget director, Zhang Dabiao would probably be sent down to raise pigs. Outside the door, I hadn't left. I brushed the snow off my shoulders and straightened the somewhat old but washed white Zhongshan suit I wore into crisp lines. Hands in pockets. I felt the still unopened pack of double happiness. In these years, cigarettes were a travel pass, cigarettes were a knocking brick. I didn't barge toward the office building. That's what a hot-headed greenhorn does. I strolled, like someone with nothing on his mind, up to the wind-sheltered guard booth by the gate where the old man watched. The old man was huddled in his army greatcoat, puffing on his dry tobacco pipe, the tobacco leaf the most inferior kind. It smelled sharp in the nose. "Grandpa, borrow a light." My voice was mellow, carrying a scholar's gentility, neither humble nor arrogant. The old man looked up, his cloudy eyeballs sizing me up and down. Zhongshan's suit, a pen clipped to the pocket, fair skin, looking like a cultured cadre. His guard dropped a little, but only a little. "Fire's on the stove, light it yourself." The old man pointed at the coal ball stove burning red at his feet. I didn't move. As if doing a magic trick, I pulled that pack of double happiness from my pocket. Red ground, gold characters, dazzling in the snow. I skillfully tapped one out, and instead of handing it over, held it in both hands, bowed slightly, and respectfully offered it before the old man. "Grandpa, smoke this. Dry tobacco's too harsh, hurts the lungs. This one's smooth." The old man froze, nearly failing to keep hold of the pipe bowl in his hand. Double happiness? This stuff. Only the big county leaders could afford it. This one cigarette was worth his whole bag of rotten tobacco leaf. "This, how could I?" The old man said with his mouth, but his hands were honest, wiping twice on that greasy army greatcoat before carefully taking it. He held it under his nose and sniffed, and that mellow roasted tobacco scent made him narrow his eyes, his face full of intoxication. I took the chance to strike a match for the old man, cupping the flame to light it for him. This whole set of motions flowed like water, neither appearing humble nor stinting on giving him face. "Hiss, who?" The old man drew a deep breath, taking a long while before puffing out a smoke ring, his weathered old face full of contentment. "Take a man's hand and your own goes short. Eat a man's food and your mouth goes soft." This one cigarette down, and in an instant the two of us went from guarding against thieves to smoking buddies. "Young fellow, what unit are you from?" The old man's cigarette-holding fingers even curled up like orchids, unwilling to smoke too fast. "I came down from the neighborhood committee, just passing by." I lied without even blinking, plucking it out of thin air. "Looks pretty lively at our repair works here. This freezing day, the workers have real drive." "Lively my ass." The old man spat. With a good cigarette to smoke, his chatterbox opened up. "That's a pack of headless flies bumping around. Looks like a lot of people, but they're all fumbling in the dark there." "What happened?" I offered a stepping stone at just the right moment, leaning slightly forward into a listening posture. "It's all that foreign machine's doing." The old man pointed at the middle of the yard. "That's the lifeblood of our works. They say it can machine some kind of precision parts. Then last night, crack, it broke. Say some kind of wool chipped, and nobody here knows how to fix it, and there's no part for it." The old man sighed, his brow knit in worry. "The director was about to smash the desk in there just now. Spring plowing's coming, and the tractors are waiting on this machine to turn out parts. If it can't be fixed, forget our works losing this year's advanced collective title. We probably won't even have the meat coupons for New Year." My eyes, on hearing those words, broke, and no part, lit up in an instant. Like a shark in the deep sea catching the smell of blood. A crisis? In the eyes of people in this era, this was a sky-is-falling crisis. A technology blockade, the despair brought by scarcity of materials. But in my eyes, this was a big slab of fatty meat the system had delivered to my door, and the three-layer marbled kind at that. As long as it's an industrial product made on Earth, whether Soviet-made or American-made, in the system's universal mall, as long as you have points, it's just a heap of data. Swapping out the whole lathe might be a bit pricey, but swapping a gear part? That was the price of a few gene of pork. Even better, if I forced my way into steel scrap iron, I was a profiteering bad element. But if I fixed this lifeblood left by the Soviet daddy, then I was a technical hero delivering charcoal in the snow. Same going into this factory. One path was losing your head, The other was ascending into the hall. This situation was alive. I showed no wild joy. I only nodded thoughtfully, pulled another cigarette from the pack, tucked it behind my ear, didn't smoke it. Grandpa, hearing you say it, this really is quite urgent. I patted the ash off my hand, my tone as flat as remarking the weather was nice today. As it happens, I studied machinery for a couple of days in the provincial capital before, and I know a few friends who deal in materials. I paused, my gaze going through the booth's glass toward that smoke-swirled office. I wonder if Director Zhang is free right now? I'd like to go ask for a cup of water, and along the way, chat about this foreign machine's illness. Hearing this, the old man's cigarette-holding hand trembled, his eyeballs going round. Young fellow, you can't go talking big for no reason. That's old rusty equipment. This carries responsibility. I smiled light as drifting clouds and thin wind, yet carrying a certainty that made people inexplicably believe, like I held 4 twos and both jokers in hand. Big talk or not? We'll know if we try, won't we? The old man pinched that double happiness, his hand shaking like early Parkinson's. His eyelids drooped and lifted again, and those cloudy old eyes were now all calculation. In these years, someone who could scatter double happiness like roadside weeds was either a prodigal second-generation heir burning through the family fortune, or a big Buddha with real backing. Either way, not someone a gate watcher like him could afford to offend. Young fellow, that machine's the apple of the commune's eye. Break it, and you'll squat in the lockup. The old man dropped his voice, calling it his last bit of decency. I said nothing, a barely there smile at the corner of my mouth. I pulled matches from my pocket again, struck one with a scratch, cupped the flame, and relit the old man's cigarette that had long since gone out. The flame leapt up, reddening this face of mine, frighteningly steady beneath the original body's young hide. No panic, no showing off, only a relaxed ease of holding the whole situation in hand. Grandpa, I'll just go in and have a look. My tone was light as saying I'd drop by a neighbor's for a sip of water. If I can't fix it, I'll turn and leave. Absolutely won't cause you any trouble. The old man drew a deep breath, that mellow tobacco smell boring down his throat, smoothing out the creases in his heart in an instant. Take a man's hand, and your own goes short. Fine. The old man carefully pinched out the cigarette, and tucked it behind his ear, unwilling to finish it in one go. Come with me. But I'll say the ugly words first. Firecracker Zhang. Oh no, Director Zhang is in a fit of temper right now. And if you catch a scolding, don't blame the old man for not stopping you. I nodded slightly, hands in pockets, following behind the old man at a leisurely stroll. That air, not like heading into a dragon's pool and tiger's den, but more like a leader inspecting work. The yard was a mess like a pot of porridge. Everywhere were dismantled tractor parts, the smell of black machine oil mixed with a not yet dispersed snow chill, rushing straight to the crown of the head. A few workers in greasy work clothes squatted on the ground smoking in gloom, each one downcast, like they'd just come back from a funeral. No one noticed me. Everyone's gaze drifted now and then toward the only red brick tile-roofed house in the center of the yard. That was the eye of the storm. Clang. A crisp sound, like some enamel mug smashing against the wall. Right after, the roar exploded like a thunderclap. Don't give me any theory. What bullshit tolerance and fit. I only wanted to turn. To move. Can't fix it, and the whole works drinks the northwest wind. Docking half you technicians' rations first. I'll see who else dares drop the chain on me. The gate-watching old man ducked his neck, his steps noticeably slowing. He looked back at me, his eyes signaling. Hear that? This is no place fit for people. Run now, and there's still time. My face was all placid. I even had the leisure to glance at the mountain of scrapped gears piled in the corner. In others' eyes, those were scrap iron. In my eyes, that was glittering gold points, my daughter's tuition, my wife's new clothes. Ding. High-value industrial scrap cluster detected, system valuation generating. The corner of my mouth lifted imperceptibly. This was no repair works. This was clearly a beginner's gift package the system had delivered to me. The old man steeled himself and knocked on that half-shut wooden door. Who is it? Didn't I say stop bothering me? Get lost. The roar inside carried gunpowder. Director, it's me, Old Lee. The old man pushed the door open, wearing an apologetic smile, his body wedged in the door crack, not daring to enter. A comrade's come to the gate, says he. Understands machinery, wants to look at that old rusty machine. Inside went instantly silent. A deathly stillness. Only the sizzle of inferior tobacco burning and a few strands of heavy breathing like working bellows. I stepped out from behind the old man, my gaze like a knife, sweeping the whole room in an instant. Inside, smoke swirled, a match for the silk cave. Behind the desk in the very center sat a man like an iron tower. A square, broad face, whiskers bristling, his army uniform old but the disciplined button fastened without a hair out of place. The legendary firecracker Zhang Dabiao. Beside him stood a thin, frail man in glasses, his face full of oil grime, frantically wiping his lenses with his sleeve, a face full of unease. Zhang Dabiao's bell-sized copper eyes locked hard onto me, sizing me up and down. Zhongshan's suit, a pen, no tool bag, not a trace of the machine repairman's peculiar oil and mud smell. This was clearly some fair-faced pretty boy who sat in an office pushing a pen. You? He snorted a puff of smoke from his nostrils, his face full of scorn and irritation. Understand machinery? Know which way a nut turns. A little. My tone was flat, neither humble nor arrogant. What unit? Neighborhood committee. Huh. Zhang Dabiao laughed in anger, viciously stubbing out the half-cigarette in his hand in that already cracked enamel mug. Oldly, did a donkey kick your brain? He pointed at the door, spit flying. We're busy fighting a fire here, and you bring some neighborhood committee sanitation fee collector to add to the chaos? Huh. Drive him out fast. Don't force me to curse. The glasses technician beside him pushed up his glasses too, muttering under his breath. Utter nonsense. That's a precision lathe, not fixing a bicycle. I didn't move, nor did I get angry. I only looked quietly at Zhang Dabiao, like looking at a child in an impotent rage. Director Zhang. I spoke, my voice not loud, but carrying a strange penetrating force, pressing down the whole room's agitation in an instant. If I'm not mistaken, the trouble you've run into isn't that the technique's no good. Zhang Dabiao's hand, about to slam the desk, froze in midair, his brow twisting into a knot. What do you mean? You're short apart. I stepped forward, my gaze going over the crowd, landing directly on the tea-soaked Russian blueprint on the desk. C620 Model General Lathe, product of the Soviet Red October Factory, 53. The main spindle gear in this thing's gearbox uses special carboized steel, hardness standard HRC 58 to 62. The steel our earthen furnace smelts has too high a sulfur content, brittle, not hard enough. Force it on, and before it turns 3 revolutions, it'll chip for certain. My pace wasn't fast, every word like a nail. Every figure as precise as picked straight out of a textbook. In truth, I understood squat about machinery. This was the full-body checkup. I'd had the system run on that scrapped lathe just before coming in, for 0.5 points. The data was fed to my mouth by the system, and I was only responsible for reciting it convincingly. The room fell into deathly silence again. Quieter than before, quiet enough to hear the snow falling outside. The glasses technician's mouth slowly gaped, and those just cleaned glasses slid to the tip of his nose again. He looked at me as if seeing a ghost. The moment the expert makes a move, you know whether he's got it. What I'd said was exactly the blood and tears lesson this bunch had groped out over several all-nighters, scrapping a dozen-some pieces of raw material. But how could a neighborhood committee director rattle off even the hardness parameters of this thing off the cuff? Zhang Dabiao's eyes changed, from contempt to scrutiny, and finally settling on gravity. He was an old soldier, extremely sharp at reading people. This young man before him, though he looked frail, these few sentences were steady, precise, ruthless, cutting straight to the vital point. Got something. Since you know it's the material that's no good, then what did you come for? Zhang Dabiao sat back down in his chair, his tone still brusque, but without that shooing away posture from before. Can you conjure carbized steel? Don't joke, that's strategic material. In these years, this kind of special steel was pricier than gold. Apart from a few big military works, a county-level repair works like this couldn't even catch a whiff of it. I can't conjure steel. I shook my head. Amid the crowd's just kindled and swiftly dimming eyes, I unhurriedly reached my hand into the pocket of my Zhongshan suit. Actually, it was reaching into the system mall. Search keyword, C620 lathe main spindle gear set, universal type, /high carbon steel, improved version. Price, 3 points. Even cheaper than that sack of cornmeal. After all, in the 2025 system's judgment, this kind of industrial garbage phased out 800 years ago could only count as slightly weighty scrap iron. But in 1960, this was life. My hand paused in my pocket, not taking the thing out. Taking it out now would be idiotic. Things too easily gotten, no one cherishes, and they don't fetch a good price. I needed to raise the stakes. I needed to stir this pool of dead water muddier, hang these people's appetite up to their throats, and max out my own irreplaceability. But I have a way. I withdrew my hand, my gaze calmly meeting Zhang Dabiao's eyes like a starving wolf's. I have a way to get original factory parts. Boom. That sentence was no less than tossing a heavy bomb into the room. Zhang Dabiao suddenly launched to his feet, his knees slamming into the desk with a huge clang, even the tea mug on the desk bouncing along. What did you say? His breathing turned instantly heavy as an ox's, those big hands braced hard on the desktop, veins bulging, his body leaning forward, almost pressing to my face. Original factory? Soviet original factory. Do you know what you're saying? This thing, even the province can't get an allocation quota for it now. The glasses technician beside him was even more worked up, red in the face and thick in the neck, waving his hands. Comrade, no, leader. You can't joke about this. This is a head-losing matter. I could see that what these two were worked up about wasn't the part itself. Behind the part was a lathe come back to life, tractors that could be fixed, a spring plowing that could be saved, this bunched rice bowl, even their heads. I looked at these two men before me, so worked up they were about to lose composure, without a ripple in my heart, even a little bit of the urge to laugh. This shocked you? If you knew my warehouse could even conjure CNC machine tools, wouldn't you have a heart attack on the spot? I still maintained that maddening calm. I'm not joking. I brushed off non-existent dust from my sleeve, my tone indifferent. But I have conditions. Zhang Dabiao drew a deep breath, forcibly pressing down the flame, leaping wildly in his heart. He'd been a company commander after all, and knew there's no free lunch under heaven. As long as the problem got solved, as long as it wasn't murder or arson, what condition couldn't be discussed? Say it. He waved a big hand, that bandit air surging to the sky. As long as you can get this iron lump turning for me. Forget conditions. From now on, when you come to this repair works, I'll call you brother. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly. That arc carried a few parts cunning, a few parts depth. The expression of a hunter watching his prey walk step by step into the trap. I want the disposal rights to that pile of scrap in the yard. I reached out and pointed out the window, my tone offhand, as if asking for 2 rotten sweet potatoes. And prepare me an independent warehouse, no one allowed to approach. I'll be using it tonight. Zhang Dabiao froze. The glasses technician was dumbstruck too. Just the scrap? What kind of condition was this? This was as absurd as a peerless master coming to say he'd help you pacify the realm, and asking his payment for only 2 moldy corn buns. That's it. Zhang Dabiao looked at me with some suspicion, as if looking at a fool. You don't want money? Don't want coupons? Don't want a staff position? To each what they need. I didn't want to explain too much. In this era, the more you explain, the more flaws show. Staying mysterious was the best protective coloring. What? Director Zhang can't bear to part with that pile of scrap iron. Bear to part my ass. Zhang Dabiao slapped his thigh, his heroic spirit soaring to the clouds. Forget that pile of scrap iron. As long as the machine turns, even if you tear down that wall and haul it home to build a pigsty, I'll send a truck to deliver it for you. Good. I nodded, wasting no more words. Then now, take me to see this patient. I turned and walked toward the door, my back straight, proud and aloof. Carrying an air of though 10,000 stand against me, I go forth. And on my system panel, hidden beneath the fabric, the icon for that C620 lathe main spindle gear set was giving off a faint blue glow. This wasn't just a repair. This was, in this era, in the truest sense, my first time, a dimensional reduction strike. The workshop was cold and damp as an ice house. The machine oil smell mixed with that year-round rust odor that never cleared, choking enough to make your brain ache. I circled the dead C620 lathe twice, my palm running over the cold cast iron bed. On the system panel, several lines of red fault codes glared harshly. But in my eyes, how was this scrap iron? This was the golden key to good days. Done looking? Zhang Dabiao stood beside me, pinching a half-unlit cigarette, his eyes like 2 owls, staring hard at the back of my head. His patience was nearly worn through. If this pretty boy of mine dared spit out and can't be fixed, he'd guarantee I went out sideways. Not a big problem. I straightened up and patted the oil grime off my hands, my tone as flat as discussing whether dinner would be pickles or corn buns. Open up the spindle box, the 3rd axis gears chipped, taking the 2nd axis bearing off center with it. Swap the whole assembly, recalibrate the concentricity, and it's done. Beside me, the glasses technician pushed up the frame slid to the tip of his nose, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Big talk indeed. Swap the assembly? That was a Soviet standard heavy-duty gear set. After the big brothers pulled their experts, there was nothing to match it domestically at all. Talk without action is a fake. Zhang Dabiao viciously threw the cigarette on the ground, stepped up in big strides, that black face almost pressing against my nose. Didn't you say you had a way? Where are the goods? The air froze in an instant. The few old workers around all stopped their work, their gazes gathering as one, carrying the mockery of watching a show, and also the coldness of waiting to see a joke. I met Zhang Dabiao's eyes, full of red blood streaks, and smiled. The goods aren't on me. That one line lit the powder keg directly. Playing me. Zhang Dabiao's roar shook the workshop, glass humming, the veins on his neck bulging like twisted earthworms. His hand instinctively went to his waist, though what hung there now was a keyring. That killing air had truly seen blood. So you came here to amuse yourself at my expense? Huh. Even conning a wolf out of thin air, no one does it like this. Right? I think this kid just wants to swindle a free meal. I think he's a spy, come deliberately to sabotage production. The whispers around grew louder, and a few young, strong workers had already quietly blocked the doorway. I didn't retreat. Instead, I stepped forward half a step, the distance between us less than 10 centimeters. I even reached out and helped Zhang Dabiao straighten his somewhat crooked collar, the motion unhurried, steady as hell. Director Zhang, use your head. My voice dropped a bit, carrying a certainty that made one unable not to believe. This is a head-losing deal. This kind of hot commodity, who dares carry it on them strolling down the street? That's courting death. The thing's nearby, my informant has it hidden well, safety first. I held out 2 fingers and waved them before his eyes. 20 minutes. I'll go out and fetch the goods. You have someone clean out the spindle box. Wait for me to come back and install it. Zhang Dabiao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this overly calm young man. He was judging whether this kid meant to slip away like a piss-break escape, or truly had a trump card. And if you run? He gave a cold snort. This heavy snow day, where would I go to catch you? Run. I pointed at the sky-filling snow outside. My wife and kid are both at the Red Star Brigade. The monk can run, but the temple can't. As I spoke, I pulled that hero pin from my pocket, along with the red-covered notebook, and slapped them onto the lathe with a clap. Pawn them here. This pin's gold-tipped, worth half a ton of coal against your debt. Good enough. Zhang Dabiao glanced at that pin. It really was a rare thing. Fine. He gritted his back molars, squeezing one word out through the gap in his teeth. Oldly, open the gate for him. He roared another line at my back. 20 minutes. 1 second short, and I'll bring men to the Red Star Brigade and peel your skin off. Out the gate, the cold wind wrapped snowflakes straight down my collar. I didn't go far. Rounding that wall painted full of build-up full steam slogans, I ducked into a dead-end alley piled with coal cinders. No one around. Only a few frozen stiff sparrows shivering on the utility pole. I leaned into the corner and opened the system mall. C620 lathe main spindle gear set, improved, aged version. Price, 3 points. Purchase. Purchase. My hands suddenly went heavy. A dead-heavy iron lump appeared out of thin air. Though this thing was industrial garbage, the system had thoughtfully done an aging treatment, wrapping it in a thick layer of oil paper soaked with grease, smelling of old Soviet the moment you caught it. I wasn't in a rush to head back. I deliberately scuffed my shoe soles in the snow, wiped a handful of cold dust on my face, adjusted my breathing to make myself look like I'd sprinted a few kilometers. If you're going to put on a show, put on the whole set. A thing that comes too easily, no one will believe. But if you let them watch you risk your life to get it, they'll instead think this thing is worth it. Inside the Repair Works workshop, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Zhang Dabiao circled the floor like a trapped beast. If he hadn't been watching the time, he might have checked his watch 800 times a minute. Director, I think that kid definitely ran. The glasses technician muttered while wiping sweat. He's just a bum. How could he get this kind of high-grade goods? We should just call the police. Shut your bird mouth. Zhang Dabiao roared in irritation. 1 minute left. If that kid really dared to play him, Zhang Dabiao swore he'd turn the Red Star Brigade upside down. Clang. The gate was suddenly slammed open. Wind and snow swept a figure rushing in. I panted hard, my face flushed red, clutching that oil paper bundle tight in my arms, took a few strides to the workbench, and slammed the thing down heavily. Bang! That muffled thud landed squarely on everyone's chests. Inspect the goods. I gasped, out of breath, and without wasting words tore open the oil paper directly. A rich grease smell spread out in an instant. Under the dim yellow bulb, a dark metallic sheen flowed. It was a complete gear set, every tooth meshed seamlessly, its surface even showing that peculiar cold treatment grain. This The glasses technician's eyes went round in an instant, like a chicken with its neck gripped. He pounced over, pulling out a vernier caliper with trembling hands. Clamped it, read the figure. Clamped again, read again. Hiss. The technician sucked in a breath of cold air and suddenly looked up at Zhang Dabiao, his voice even quavering. Director, this is the real thing. This precision, incredible. Even better than the original Soviet set. Zhang Dabiao didn't understand those figures, but he understood the technician's ghost-seeing expression. Done. That heart hanging in his throat dropped back into his belly with a thump. Right after, his old face reddened. A moment ago, he'd wanted to peel this man's skin off, and this man turned around and delivered him the life-saving straw. How was this a bum? This was clearly a hidden master who didn't show himself. Don't stand there dazed. I grabbed a wad of cotton yarn from the side and wiped the oil off my hands haphazardly. Install it, I'm pressed for time. That undeniable authority in my tone made everyone present instinctively straighten their backs. Fast. Are you all damn deaf? Zhang Dabiao snapped out of it and kicked the backside of a worker standing dumbstruck beside him. Cooperate with Comrade Jiang. Whoever dares drop the chain, I'll finish him. Half an hour later. Hum. As the green button was pressed, the motor started. No grating friction sound. The spindle rotating smooth as sliding on ice. A blue-purple curl of iron shaving flowed out smoothly, its cut face bright as a mirror. The workshop erupted in cheers. Zhang Dabiao was so worked up he kept rubbing his hands, pulling a crushed pack of front gate from his pocket to hand me. Then remembering I smoked double happiness, awkwardly pulling it back. Brother Jiang. No, little brother Jiang. He slapped his chest till it thundered. Today's business, this brother's convinced. What I said before stands, that pile of scrap in the backyard. Haul away whatever you like. Whoever dares block you, I'll cut him. He leaned close to me, dropping his voice, thief-light glinting in his eyes. If you've got this kind of hard goods later, tractor parts and such, little brother, think of your big brother too. Price is negotiable, off the books, straight cash. I laughed inwardly. The fish had bitten the hook. That kind of channel is too risky, and it's not always available. I put on a troubled look inside. It's only because Director Zhang is loyal that I took this risk. This kind of tug-and-pull grips the human heart best. Give too readily, and people take you for an inexhaustible fool. Hide and hoard, risk your life, every time, and people will worship you like an ancestor. 10 minutes later, I stood at the entrance to the repair works' backyard air raid shelter, a heavy brass key pinched in my hand. Director Zhang, my supplier has an odd temper. I put on a troubled look and glanced at my watch. Before the truck comes tonight, I have to go in alone first and grade this pile of scrap. Some alloys can't even be exposed to light too long. They need covering treatment. This rule, you see? Zhang Dabiao hesitated a moment. The air raid shelter was a key site after all, but glancing at that lathe running like flying, he gritted his teeth. Fine. For that skill of yours, I trust you. I'll open the door for you. You fuss around inside, I'll guard the door for you. Not even a fly gets in. But only 1 hour. Has to be locked before dark. I thought it over, found it reasonable, and didn't refuse. The iron door rumbled shut. The world went quiet. By the faint light through the door crack, I looked at the mountain of scrap piled before me. Abandoned gears, snapped bearings, scrapped motor casings, a full 2 tons, stuffing the not-large air raid shelter to the brim. If this all vanished, Zhang Dabiao would surely be scared to death tomorrow. My gaze swept across the pile of scrap iron, and I activated the system's scanning function. Scan complete. High-purity brass scrap detected. Motor coils. Bearing sleeves 300 G. Ordinary cast iron/high-carbon steel detected. 3,800 G. The corner of my mouth hooked into a cold smile. Eat the meat only, don't gnaw the bones. This pile of big stuff had to stay for covering appearances, but the truly valuable cores inside I could take first. Leave the shells in place, and whoever comes to check, this scrap pile is still that scrap pile, the weight looking unchanged. This was my safety line. I ducked deep into the scrap pile, and before me was a purple-red gold mountain. Those were several scrap giant Soviet motors, and just the red copper coils inside weighed over 100 G. In this era, when even an iron pot was precious, this was naked wealth. I pressed my hand on the cold coil, my mind stirring slightly. Recycle. There was no earth-shattering sound. That heavy copper coil vanished in an instant, leaving only the rust-covered cast iron shell outside, like a cicada husk with its innards scooped out, still holding its original shape, supporting the scrap above. High-purity red copper recycled successfully, points plus 12. Special tungsten steel cutting head recycled successfully, points plus 8. I threaded through the narrow gaps, like a greedy glutton, and wherever I passed, the essence was stripped away, leaving only a mess of chicken feathers. Points gained, 65. Added to the previous balance, this time I truly struck it rich. Not only was the hole for that jar of pagoda sweets plugged, but the funds for the layout to come also had somewhere to land. I patted the dust off my hands, tucked the key into my pocket, turned, and pushed open the iron door. Wind and snow as before, but my heart right now was hot enough to scald. I felt the red-covered notebook against my chest, lost and recovered. I'd just redeemed it from the lathe. Next, it was time to take these spoils of war back and give that Captain Zhao a proper lesson. The wind and snow finally grew a bit weary, thinning out and stopping. The horizon took on a layer of ghastly fishbelly white, carrying a half-dead cold air. The repair works backyard. That heavy iron door leading to the air raid shelter gave a tooth-aching metal grind, creak, as it was slowly pushed open. Light poured in, dispelling the dark. I stepped out. Standing in the snow, I unhurriedly straightened the hem of my Zhongshan suit, then reached up and flicked at non-existent dust on my shoulder. Expression placid, breathing steady, as if what I'd just visited wasn't an air raid shelter piled with scrap copper and iron, but a stroll through my own back garden to enjoy the snow. At the door, Zhang Dabiao had already circled no fewer than 800 times. Cigarette butts were tossed all over the ground, like a disaster had struck. At the sight of me coming out, this iron tower of a man gave a full-body shudder, that black face instantly crumpling into folds, and rushed up carrying a warm eagerness. Little brother. Done. He rubbed his frozen big hands while craning his neck like a giraffe, his eyeballs wishing they could fly through the door crack for a peek. Kacha. I reached back and pulled the iron door shut, the locking motion crisp and clean, cutting off his greedy line of sight directly. The key traced a parabola through the air. Zhang Dabiao caught it in a fluster, as if catching his life savings. Sorted. I put my hands in my pockets, my tone calm as making small talk. The stuff inside, I've done special rust-proofing treatment and covered it with tarps. You understand the rule? I tilted my head slightly, my eyes coldly sweeping over him once. For 24 hours, don't lift them. That's a special photosensitive coating. Once it sees light, this batch of goods is ruined. Pure nonsense. What coating was there? In that half hour just now, the several tons of most valuable red copper coils and tungsten steel cutting heads inside had already been devoured by the system down to nothing. What remained was all clunky, big, black, coarse cast iron shells, which I'd covered haphazardly with tarps. This move was called a dimensional reduction strike. In this era, when even stainless steel was thought high-tech, those four words, photosensitive coating, were enough to hoodwink a rough sort like Zhang Dabiao until he was crippled. Understand. Understand. Understand completely. Zhang Dabiao tucked the key into his inside pocket, pressed it hard twice, then slapped his chest till it thundered. Little brother, set your heart at ease. This air raid shelter is a forbidden zone from now on. Apart from me, Zhang Dabiao, even the Heavenly King's father would have to lie prone at the door. Whoever dares poke his head in, I'll gouge his eyeballs out and stomp them like blisters. As long as the lathe turned, as long as the spring plowing task was saved, forget waiting 24 hours, he'd gladly keep vigil for this pile of scrap iron for 3 days. This was the gold content of technology. I nodded slightly and lifted my wrist to check it, an utterly natural motion, carrying the inertia bred from long issuing orders in my past life. All right, task complete. I should pull out too. With that, I turned to go. Don't. Zhang Dabiao panicked, taking a big sideways stride to block my path. This man's face was piled with ingratiation, his posture lowered to the dust. Little brother, it's already noon. You toiled half the day and you're leaving without even a sip of hot water? Word gets out, and won't people jab my spine, saying I mistreat a meritorious hero? He leaned closer, dropped his voice, and pointed toward the state-run restaurant, sharp light glinting in his eyes. I had the canteen's old Lou fire up a special stove, specially approved 2 gene of pork belly, red braised, fat enough to drip oil. All you can eat. He paused, his tone carrying a probe. And along the way, my comrade in arms, who's a materials section chief in the county, heard about this, wants to come toast a cup too. He's a capable man, wants to talk shop with you, little brother. The dagger showed when the map unrolled. The red braised pork was a decoy, getting my measure was the real aim. In these years, someone who could get Soviet original factory parts, In the eyes of that bunch on the materials side, was a living god of wealth, a walking political achievement. Zhang Dabiao wanted to follow the vine to the melon, to feel out which immortal I connected to behind the scenes. The air froze slightly. I stopped and looked at him quietly, a smile that wasn't quite a smile arc hanging at the corner of my mouth. That gaze carried no anger, yet was fathomless. It gave Zhang Dabiao the creeps, an inexplicable chill shooting up his back, the smile freezing on his face. Director Zhang. I suddenly reached out my hand. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but forcibly held still. My slender fingers lightly rested on his impeccably fastened discipline button and undid one for him. The motion gentle, yet carrying a suffocating pressure. Some meals are tasty, but hard to digest. My voice wasn't loud, a bit drifting in the cold wind, yet every word like a nail. Some roads, when too many walk them, get crowded. Zhang Dabiao's heart gave a sudden shudder. He was an old hand, a veteran who'd crawled out of piles of the dead. How could he not hear the meaning beyond the strings? This was a knock, a warning. Don't break the rules, don't go prying, and don't even think of reaching your hand too far. This line, only I, Jiang Ping, could hold. Whoever touches it dies. Cold sweat instantly flowed down his temples. Yes, 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 yes. Zhang Dabiao gave 2 dry laughs, his back unconsciously bending a few degrees. It was I who was abrupt. I didn't know better. Then I won't keep you. Little brother, go tend to your business first. The real matters come first. He was truly scared. I was clearly wearing a half-old Zhongshan suit. Yet that presence was more oppressive than the division commanders he'd seen in the military district. This was absolutely a fierce character out of a compound. That's probably what he thought. Seeing the heat was right, I said no more, turned my back on him, and casually waved a hand. If a tractor ever lacks a connecting rod, a piston, or the like, hang a strip of red cloth on the old scholar tree at the gate. When I have goods, I'll naturally come find you. With that, I strode off in big steps and vanished around the corner of the alley mouth. Behind me, Zhang Dabiao shouted, "You got it." Brothers noted it. Only when I was completely out of sight did he let out a long, heavy breath and wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. These things, Old Li later told me as an amusing tale. Reportedly, Zhang Dabiao muttered at the time, "This kid, what's his background really? So young with such scheming. The Red Star Brigade may be about to produce a true dragon." Out of the repair works line of sight, I turned into a narrow, wind-sheltered alley and let out a long breath of foul air. That whole round just now was pure physical labor. Dealing with an old fox like Zhang Dabiao, your spirit had to be strung tight the whole time. A slight slip revealing timidity, and you're no longer an honored guest, but a prisoner in the dock. A stir of my mind, and the system panel surfaced. Current points, 100.5. Looking at that number, the corner of my mouth finally hooked into a genuine smile. Overnight riches. This was what the first pot of gold should look like. But I wasn't in a rush to redeem the pagoda sweets. 500 candy pellets. That was medicine, and a bomb too. Carrying them to the Public Security Bureau bundled in clothing wasn't called delivering medicine. It was called courting death, arrested as a poisoning spy in a heartbeat. My gaze landed on a sundry stall at the alley mouth. The vendor was an old woman with a face full of frostbite, keeping watch over a few dust-covered coarse pottery jars in a daze. Those were the earthen jars country folk used to pickle vegetables and store lard, black and ugly. "Auntie, how do you sell this jar?" "2 mao." The old woman didn't even lift her eyelids. 1 mao. "Take it." I tossed down a crumpled 1 mao note, picked up that dust-covered jar, and ducked into an empty, abandoned firewood shed. System, redeem. Consume 50 points. Redeem special anti-parasitic medicine, pagoda sweets. 500 pellets. Container detected. Fill directly? Yes. A flash of faint light. The originally empty black pottery jar, carrying a muddy smell, was instantly filled. Most of a jar of pink pagoda sweets lay quietly among the coarse pottery walls like exquisite artwork. A faint sweet fragrance drifted out. That was the aroma of 21st century industrial saccharin. In this era starved of sweetness, simply a lethal temptation. I didn't dare delay, quickly covering it with the broken wooden lid, then tearing off a handful of rotten straw to stuff into the jar mouth to seal it dead, and finally taking out that greasy scrap oilcloth I'd swiped along the way, wrapping it around the jar and tying a dead knot. Sorted. The me now looked exactly like a country farmer coming to town to visit relatives, and what I clutched was just some pickled vegetable lumps. Who could imagine that beneath this scrap oilcloth was life-saving miracle medicine? I checked the sky, around 3 in the afternoon. Just right. That criminal investigation captain named Zhao Dajuan, for the lives of a few dozen children, was probably right now so anxious his mouth was full of blisters. Delivering medicine at this time was charcoal in the snow, doubling the favor. And the three characters, Zhao Dajuan, were easier to find in the county town than the county government's front gate. 10 minutes later, the County Public Security Bureau compound. Red brick high walls, planted with spine-chilling glass shards, the iron gate tightly shut, exuding a killing air. Two young sentries standing guard at the gate carried bayonet-fixed semi-automatics on their backs, their eyes sharp as eagles, staring hard at passers-by. This place, even ordinary folk passing by had to lower their heads and walk fast, afraid of colliding with the killing air. I straightened my collar, tightened the pickle jar tucked under my arm, drew a deep breath, and stepped over. My pace unhurried, neither humble nor evasive. Halt! Before I even reached them, a cold shout suddenly rang out. The sentry on the left took a big stride, his muzzle lifting slightly, the gun sling giving a crisp clack. What's your business? Office restricted site. Idle persons not allowed to approach. Back off. The sentry sized me up and down. Though this man wore a Zhongshan suit with a pen clipped in his pocket, looking cultured, but that dirt cheap, greasy scrap pottery jar tucked under his arm, and a pair of liberation shoes covered in coal dust on his feet, the more you looked the more jarring it was. This was clearly a country bumpkin just crawled out of a rural mud pit, who'd gotten some old clothes somewhere to put on airs here. I read it clear from his eyes. I stopped, wearing a mild smile on my face, showing no fear. Hello, comrade. I'm looking for Zhao Dajuan. Calling him by name directly. Not calling him director. Not calling him captain. This too was psychological maneuvering. In this rigidly hierarchical place, someone who dared call him by name directly was often a peer, or even a higher-ranking figure. That sentry did indeed freeze a moment. Those who dared shout the living king of hell's name at the bureau gate were few in the whole county town. He scrutinized me anew, his tone still hard, but that garbage-viewing look in his eyes reined in a little. Looking for Captain Zhao? You have an appointment? What unit? Where's your letter of introduction? Red Star Brigade. I spoke the truth, my tone frank. Hearing those four characters, the sentry's face instantly turned blacker than a pot bottom. A production brigade under the commune? A mud-leg peasant then. So after all this, it was a poor relative coming to file a complaint or cadge a handout. Go, go, go. Off to the side. The sentry waved impatiently, like shooing a fly. Red Star Brigade? You think this is a vegetable market? Captain Zhao is someone you can just see whenever? Hurry off, don't block the way. He'd seen plenty of country folk like this, who'd dare come make a scene at the Public Security Bureau over a fight for 2 mu of land. I didn't move. My brow knit slightly, my eyes turning a few degrees colder. The king of hell is easy to meet, the little imps hard to deal with. The ancients truly didn't deceive me. Comrade, I have an urgent matter. I reached up and patted the pottery jar under my arm, my voice sinking a few degrees. This is something Zhao Dajuan urgently needs. Lives hang in the balance. Delay the matter, and you can't bear the responsibility. Heh. The sentry was amused, laughing in anger. He cocked his head, pointing at that filthy scrap jar with a length of rotten straw poking out, his face full of mockery. Something Captain Zhao urgently needs? This. I say, fellow villager, did your brain get squeezed in a door? The sentry pressed a step forward, the gun but almost jabbing my chest, his tone acidic to the extreme. Just this jar of rotten pickles? Or lard? You think Captain Zhao hasn't had meals? Bringing this scrap junk to the Public Security Bureau to bribe? Hurry and scram. Don't leave and I'll arrest you as a vagrant and stick you in a cell. As he spoke, he suddenly yanked the bolt. Ka-cha! The sound of a round chambering, especially piercing in the cold wind. That gun bolt, I couldn't be bothered to acknowledge. A sentry who truly dared to shoot wouldn't carry this kind of show-off intimidation in his eyes. He merely wanted to recover a bit of a soldier's prestige before this country bumpkin. What I didn't know, just tens of meters away at the street corner, a pair of venomous eyes was watching this down-and-out appearance of mine with great relish. This part, I only pieced together later. That woman hiding behind the utility pole, watching me make a fool of myself, could never have imagined that this trip of hers would help me blow my bluff into truth. At the street corner, the wind, as if it had eyes, wound snow pellets desperately down collars. A pair of hands painted with inferior red nail polish clutched a floral cloth bundle dead tight, the veins on their backs bulging like earthworms. Lu Tsuhua shrank behind the utility pole, her heart pounding fit to leap out of her throat. This trip to the county town was truly one for the books. All bad luck. What kind of place was the Public Security Bureau? The killing air was heavy enough to scare ghosts to death. Even the 2 stone lions at the gate looked ready to bite. Hardly a place where common folk could freely inquire about matters. Just now she'd screwed up her courage to butter up the young soldier on guard, to ask whether that Zhao Dajuan even knew Jiang Ping. But before her words even landed, she was rebuffed with a military-restricted sight. No comment. That pitch-black muzzle waved once, scaring her calves into cramps, nearly wetting her pants on the spot, and she'd scurried over here with her tail between her legs. Just as she was mulling whether to grab a couple feet of floral cloth to go back and report for duty, out of the corner of her eye she suddenly caught sight of a familiar face. Jiang Ping. Lu Tsuohua's eyeballs bulged like bronze bells, as if seeing a living ghost in broad daylight. She saw Jiang Ping in that half-old Zhongshan suit, standing at the Public Security Bureau gate, putting on airs. That ferocious sentry from a moment ago was now pointing a gun but at him, his finger almost jabbing into Jiang Ping's nostril. And looking at what he clutched, what was that? A scrap pottery jar, so dirty it dripped, still hung with rotten straw rope? Puffed. Lu Tsuohua nearly burst out with a pig squeal laugh. Wonderful. This was the birthday star hanging himself. Tired of living? I said it. How could this bum know any big official? That big stone in Lu Tsuohua's heart instantly dropped, replaced by the comfort of watching a monkey show. She didn't leave either, shrinking into the wall corner, her venomous eyes staring at that side, the little abacus in her heart clacking away. Looks like Li Dazhuang guessed right. This kid was a swindler putting on big-tailed wolf airs, holding a jar of rotten pickles and wanting to latch onto a high branch. His head must be stuffed with 2 jean of paste. Look at that sentry's disdainful look. Next second, he'd probably haul this bastard out and process him as a vagrant. Let's see how you die. Lu Tsuehua viciously spat a gob of spit. Wait till this lady goes back and tells Dazhuang. I'll definitely have that layer of skin of yours peeled off. At the main gate, the atmosphere was a bit stiff. You could even say tense enough to draw swords. I didn't know a venomous snake was staring behind me. Even if I had, I'd have had no time to bother with it now. The sentry's eyes swept over me like looking at garbage, especially lingering long on that scrap jar, the contempt in his eyes undisguised. Comrade. I lifted that scrap jar up a bit, the smile on my face unchanged, but my eyes turning a few degrees colder. Whether I'm a swindler, wouldn't you know if you made a phone call to Zhao Dajuan and asked? In these years, can a phone call cost more than a human life? Heh, you've got fight in you now, huh? The sentry was amused into laughter, his knuckles cracking as he clenched them. Make a call? Do you know what business Captain Zhao is fuming over right now? He dropped his voice, his tone carrying irritation and wariness. Besides that welfare home business, last night several communes below reported a few cases of strange illness, saying the rats are running wild, and some people ran high fevers till they were nearly delirious. Captain Zhao is inside slamming the desk and cursing right now. Who dares go touch his bad luck at this time? Besides, what if this is a bomb? The sentry pressed a step forward, the gun sling giving a crisp clatter, his voice and face stern. Hurry and scram. Don't force me to get rough. Treating a scrap chamber pot like a treasure, and not even looking at what kind of place this is. Hearing this, my eyebrow lifted slightly. Rats? Strange illness? High fever till delirious? In my heart, it was instantly clear as a mirror. This was the precursor to hemorrhagic fever. Rat infestation, the turn of winter into spring, sudden high fever, plague, or epidemic hemorrhagic fever. In this era short of doctors and medicine, once it spread, it meant deaths in swaths. Looks like this Zhao Dajuan wasn't only frazzled over the welfare home's children. He was practically sitting roasting on the mouth of a volcano. My mind turned in a flash. Originally, this jar of pagoda sweets was just a small deal of repaying a favor, hugging a thigh. But this situation now, what Zhao Dajuan most lacked was probably no longer anti-parasitic medicine for a few dozen children, but something that could suppress this plague. And medicine happened to be the thing my system had as much of as I wanted. This was no longer a piece of business. This was the pledge of allegiance for whether this life of mine could truly take root in 1960. I stepped back half a pace, turning sideways to avoid the gun butt. Forcing my way in definitely wouldn't do. This was a 1960 Public Security Bureau. They truly dared to shoot. But if I just slunk off like this, all the aura I'd built up beforehand would shatter to pieces. What's going on? What's the fuss? Just then, a rough voice came from the compound. Lu Chong came striding out, a half-cigarette pinched in his hand. His face was full of exhaustion, two heavy patches of dark circles hanging under his eyes, his hair mussed like a bird's nest, clearly having just ducked out of that suffocating rat meeting to catch a breath. Yesterday at the state-run restaurant, he'd seen me too. At the time, he'd thought me a profiteering, crooked merchant, not believing at all that I truly had medicine in hand. Captain Liu. The sentry immediately stood at attention and saluted, pointing at me as if claiming merit. There's a Red Star Brigade commune member here who insists on seeing Director Zhao, and even bragged he has something Director Zhao urgently needs. I saw him holding a scrap jar, shifty-eyed, and was just about to drive him off. The sentry was pleased inside, thinking his vigilance this round was full marks, and Captain Liu would surely praise him a couple of words. Lu Chang knit his brow, his gaze sweeping toward me. At this one glance, his eyes fixed. Still that Zhongshan suit, still that neither humble nor arrogant stance. Especially the way I looked at him right now. No ingratiation, no fear, but instead a scrutiny like a superior inspecting a subordinate. Where the hell does this confidence come from? I guessed he was muttering in his heart. It's you. Lu Chang pinched out the cigarette, but, his tone unfriendly. Instead of staying put preparing the goods, what are you doing running here? Treating the Public Security Bureau like a vegetable market? I paid no mind to his attitude, and instead smiled. Captain Liu, pleased to meet you. I patted the scrap jar in my arms. Isn't it that I feared Captain Zhao was anxious with waiting? On one side, worms in bellies. On the other, rats on the ground. I figured saving people is like fighting a fire, so I put in some effort and gathered the worm medicine ahead of time, which can also share some of Captain Zhao's worries. Lu Chang froze a moment, his voice rising an octave. Gathered it ahead of time? 500 pellets. He stared suspiciously at that black pottery jar still dropping crumbs, his face full of disbelief. All in this scrap jar? What? Captain Liu looks down on the packaging. I shrugged. In these years, wealth shouldn't be shown. If I carried it in a gold box strutting down the street, I'd have been robbed by now. This is called the Great Hermit Hides in the city, get it? Lu Chang stared at me for a long while, and honestly couldn't read a trace of guilt from these clear eyes of mine. Open it, and let's see. Lu Chang wasted no words. I didn't put on airs either, and in front of both of them, reached out and tore off the scrap oilcloth from the jar mouth, and pulled out the rotten straw stuffed in. In that instant, a faint, distinctive sweet fragrance instantly exploded in the cold wind. That was the fragrance unique to pagoda sweets. In this era when even white sugar was scarce, this was the taste of the most top-tier luxury, a life-saving aroma. Lu Chang was old criminal investigation, his nose keener than a dog's. The moment this smell came out, his whole body gave a jolt, and that offhand air instantly vanished. He strode forward, poked his head in for a look. Whoa, a jar packed most of the way full. All pink little pagodas, every pellet plump, its color bright. This. Lu Chang's throat was like it had been gripped, and he suddenly looked up at me, his eyes completely changed. From doubt, to shock, and finally to a complex look carrying awe. This kid, truly damn incredible. That's probably what he thought. And the sentry beside him, his whole person was now frozen stiff. Though he didn't know what medicine that was, seeing Captain Liu's ghost-seeing expression, and then smelling that sweet scent, even a fool knew this thing was precious. A layer of fine cold sweat instantly seeped from the sentry's forehead. What had he just done? He'd pointed a gun, but at an important person delivering life-saving medicine to the director, and cursed his treasure as a scrap chamber pot, and wanted to arrest him as a vagrant? In this instant, the sentry felt the gun in his hands turn scalding hot, his calves beginning to cramp. That was true dread after the fact. If he'd truly gotten rough just now and smashed this jar, shooting himself for 5 minutes wouldn't have been enough to make up for it. Captain Liu, can I go in this time? I stuffed the straw back in, unhurriedly wrapping the oilcloth back up, my motions elegant as packing a rare treasure. If I stand in the cold wind a while longer and this medicine's potency disperses, I won't be responsible. Lu Chang's atoms apple rolled with difficulty. He turned sideways and waved at that sentry, long since scared dumb. Let him through. What are you standing there dazed for? Open the gate. Then, he directly reached out to take that jar, his tone even carrying a trace of eager ingratiation. Give it to me. I'll carry it in. This thing's heavy. Who knew a twist of my wrist would nimbly avoid it? Ah, Captain Liu. I smiled, but my eyes darted a glance at the trembling sentry beside us. This kind of rough work, I'd better do it myself. If your hand trembles and drops it, none of us could afford to make it up, wouldn't you say? Lu Chang's hand froze in midair. This was pointing at him, and pointing at that undiscerning sentry too. Hearing this, The sentry's face instantly went white as paper, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into. Fine. Lu Chong withdrew his hand, the arrogance gone from his face, instead showing a kind of conviction. You've got guts, kid. Follow me. With that, he turned and led the way, his posture lowered. I tucked the jar under my arm and strode through the main gate with head high and chest out. Passing by the sentry, my step paused slightly. I said nothing, only smiled at him. That one smile scared the sentry into a jolt. With a clap, he brought his legs together and gave the most standard salute of his life. Only that hand shook like sifting chaff. And at this time, far off behind the utility pole. Only later did I learn that Lu Tsuehua's jaw at that moment nearly smashed to the ground. She rubbed her eyes hard, her brain buzzing, as if she'd been fiercely slapped. That big official, who a moment ago was lecturing right there, how had one glance at the scrap jar changed his attitude instantly? Not only let him through, but led the way himself. That bowing and scraping look. How did it look a bit like welcoming a chief? How is this possible? Lu Tsuehua's whole body shuddered, a chill rushing up her spine straight to the crown of her head. Done for. This time she'd truly kicked an iron plate. No matter what was in that jar, something that could make the Public Security Bureau people this respectful was absolutely no simple goods. Lu Tsuehua didn't dare watch any longer, wrapped that red jacket tight, turned, and like a startled stray dog, ran back for her life. Her running off meant she was going back to tell Li Dazhuang with embellishments. Jiangping's thigh was real, thick enough to terrify. Whoever touched it died. This was exactly the effect I wanted. Wanted to pump me for information? I'd let you see, with your own eyes, the very thing you most wanted to see. A Jiangping whom even a Public Security Bureau captain bowed and scraped to serve. As for what state this truth would scare Li Dazhuang into once it got back, that was no concern of mine. Inside the Public Security Bureau compound. Along the way, not only could I see officers hurrying about, I could hear phones ringing and shouts coming from the corridors. Li Village reported another 3 with fevers. Quarantine them first. Don't let them run around. Where are the health bureau people? Where the hell did they die? The air was thick with an agitated gunpowder tension. That string in my heart pulled even tighter. More serious than I'd imagined. This was no longer a few cases of strange illness, but an epidemic spreading in swaths. Here, Lu Chong stopped before a dark red wooden door, drew a deep breath, straightened his collar, and only then knocked. Come in. If there's no good news, don't come bother me. Isn't that whole mess enough to trouble me? An irritable low roar came from inside, the voice hoarse, carrying heavy exhaustion and fury. Lu Chong gave a bitter smile and looked back at me. The meaning was obvious. Hear that? This is the Captain Zhao you're looking for. His temper right now could set the house alight. But I wore a placid face and even reached out to push the door open for Lu Chong. Captain Zhao, liver fire this strong tends to hurt the body. As this clear, bright voice sounded, the figure behind the desk suddenly lifted his head. Zhao Dajuan's eyes were full of blood streaks, his beard stubbled, his whole person like a trapped wild beast. On his desk, one side was piled with the welfare home's medicine request reports, and the other piled with urgent telegrams from various communes about rat plague and unexplained fever illness. 2 great mountains, pressing this iron-forged man till he could barely breathe. When he saw me standing at the door, clutching a scrap jar with a radiant smile, his whole person froze. Like a drowning man, in the abyss of despair, suddenly seeing a glittering golden straw. You? Zhao Dajuan suddenly stood up, knocking over his chair with a huge crash. He stared hard at the jar in my arms, his voice even trembling. You've come. I stepped into the office, reached back and closed the door, shutting the corridor's clamor outside. I set that scrap jar down heavily on that pile of documents about rat plague. Thud. That muffled thud was like a sea-calming pillar, hammering Zhao Dajuan's dangling heart down solid. Mission accomplished unfailingly. I patted the jar and swept a glance at that document on the desk, urgent notice regarding the launch of county-wide rat extermination work, and spoke softly. Inspect the goods first, Captain Zhao. I paused, looking at his face, pressed nearly to collapse by 2 great mountains, and unhurriedly added a line. Once you've inspected them, if Captain Zhao can trust me, I may have here something that can cure your other heart trouble too. Zhao Dajuan's pupils suddenly contracted. What happened that night at the Red Flag Welfare Home? I wasn't present for a single second. I pieced it together afterward, line by line, from the mouths of Zhao Dajuan, Sun Dishing, and that little nurse whose eyes were swollen from crying. When they told it, their eyes glowed, like they were recounting a myth. And the protagonist of this myth was me. So take the following as them telling it to me, vividly and with feeling. At the west end of the county town, that black lacquered wooden door with all its paint peeled off was banged, clanging by the northwest wind. The old newspaper stuffed in the door cracks had long been torn into shreds, fluttering wildly in the wind like soul-summoning banners, giving off wave after wave of unnerving rustling. This was the Red Flag Welfare Home. That night, the yard was deathly silent. Usually at this hour, no matter how cold, you could hear a few rowdy kids scuffling or the loud voice of the childcare auntie hollering for dinner. But that night, only the dead branches on the old scholar tree gave dry howls in the wind, like countless wronged souls weeping. The East Wing room, formerly used to pile odds and ends, had been temporarily cleared out during that time to serve as the critical case isolation room. The room wasn't large. In the center burned a honeycomb coal stove, its flames listlessly licking the stove lid. But the smell in this room was pungent enough to practically lift the crown off a person's head. The throat-choking coal smoke, the sour reek of bodies unwashed for days, the stench of excrement, all mixed with the fishy rot of sweet potatoes fermenting in a cellar. That was the smell of death, that old bastard, having arrived. The old director's son Dushing sat on a folding stool with one broken leg, and that badly chipped enamel mug in his hand had long gone cold, the icy vapor sliding down the cup walls and dripping onto the calloused backs of his hands. He hadn't drunk a drop. Those eyes, kept up so late they were red as a rabbit's, stared fixedly at Little Stone on the comm. Little Stone was only 5 or 6, right at the age when even cats and dogs find you annoying. Yet now he lay there quiet and still, long since not looking human. Skin over bones, his eye sockets sunk deep like 2 black holes. But his belly was frighteningly big, like an upended dark iron pot. The belly skin was stretched thin as a cicada's wing, showing an abnormal blue-bright color, purple veins crawling over it like earthworms, and you could even clearly see something beneath the flesh writhing and budding frantically. That was worms. Hundreds, thousands of round worms, holding a meeting in this tiny child's intestines, knotting up, breeding, blocking the child's last path to life dead tight. Ugh! The originally unconscious Little Stone suddenly convulsed, his body instantly bowing into a dried shrimp, a broken bellows rasp coming from his throat. His mouth opened, and with a wah, he vomited a gush of yellow water. In that yellow water, a half-length worm like a red thread still writhed desperately, a sight to make your scalp crawl. Stone. Son Dushing's hand trembled, and with a clatter that enamel mug that had been with him for over a decade smashed to the ground, rolling far off. He suddenly lunged over, but those hands, which back on the battlefield had gripped a broadsword and choked Japanese devils to death, now hung in midair, shaking like Parkinson's. He didn't dare touch. He truly didn't dare. That belly full of worms had stretched the intestinal walls thinner than paper, and he feared a heavier touch would make the child's intestines burst on the spot. Director. The little nurse beside him, Li Wan, only 18 or 19, her eyes long since cried into walnuts, the wiping towel clutched in her hand yielding a squeeze of nothing but fishy yellow water. The medicine? Where's the damn medicine? Son Dushing suddenly turned his head, his voice hoarse as if he'd swallowed a handful of red coals, his eyeballs red enough to drip blood. Go press the health bureau again. I refuse to believe it. This whole big county town, hundreds of thousands of people, can't squeeze out a single pagoda sweet. Li Wan bit her lip hard, nearly to blood, her voice thin as a mosquito's whine. I went. Little Wong went before dawn. He just sent word back saying the health bureau's side says the provincial allocation order is still on the road, that the heavy snows blocked the roads and the truck can't come. The soonest is next week. Next week? To hell with next week. Son Dushing looked at Little Stone on the comm, breathing in more than out, the fire in his heart shooting higher than the rooftop. Forget next week. If this child could hold on through tonight, that would take the sun ancestral graves belching green smoke. Then find a folk remedy. A home cure. Anything. Son Dushing roared, like an old lion at the end of his rope, his beard trembling. Pumpkin seeds. Quisquali's fruit. Chinabera bark. Boil a broth. Pour it in. Force it down even if we have to. We can't just watch the child get hollowed out by worms. It's useless. Li Wan finally couldn't hold back and burst out crying, tears falling like a broken string of beads. We fed him 2 gene of pumpkin seeds, and besides diarrhea and collapse, the worms won't come down at all. These worms are too vicious, they've balled up together. There's no purging them, Director. Son Dushing's body swayed violently, and he collapsed onto that broken folding stool. In that instant, this tough man who had been a soldier and shed blood looked like his spine had been pulled out. Back in the day on the Korean battlefield, when the American Devil's planes and cannons plowed the earth overhead, bombs dropping like dumplings into a pot, he'd never been this despairing. That was open blade, open gun fighting. And if your head fell, it left a scar the size of a bowl, and 18 years later you'd be a good man again. And if you died, you were a martyr. But now, watching these fatherless, motherless children, already bitter of fate, tormented to death by a few damned worms, rolling and wailing on the beds, him being this director, what a useless wretch. Truly damn useless. Wah. Just then, from the room next door came a heart-tearing wail. Right after, a second, a third. That crying was like a plague, spreading through the whole welfare home in an instant, drowning out the wind outside the window. It was pain and hunger and even more fear. Director, something's happened. Something big. The night shift childcare worker Auntie Lou came stumbling in, her face white as if coated with putty, her lips trembling so she couldn't even get the words out clearly. Little Bean. Out of Little Bean's nostrils. Worms are crawling out of his nostrils. Boom. Sun Dushing only felt a buzz in his head, blackness before his eyes, and nearly pitched headfirst into the coal stove. Worms crawling out the nostrils meant the worms were already so many they had nowhere to go, and were starting to surge upward. Was this about to wipe out the Red Flag Welfare Home's household register? Heavens above, open your eyes and look. Who did this bunch of children ever wrong? Ready the car. Sun Dushing squeezed 2 words through his teeth, every word like it carried bloody froth. He yanked the washed white old army greatcoat off the wall and threw it on, his eyes resolute, as if going to blow up an enemy pillbox. I'll go to the city. I'll go to the province. I'll kneel at the health department's gate. I'll kneel right there and kowtow. Whoever gives me medicine, I kowtow to. If I can't trade for life-saving medicine, I'll smash my head against their gatepost and die. Let them see whether this Red Flag Welfare Home has any way to live. Director, you mustn't. Auntie Lou was scared witless and threw herself around Sun Dushing's leg. This heavy snows blocked the mountains, hundreds of kilometers of road. Do you still want these old bones of yours? That'll cost a life. Get off. A life counts for Jack. The children are all about to die. Sun Dushing shoved her away and charged out in big strides, that departing figure carrying an air of tragic mutual destruction. Just then, scree-ch. Outside the courtyard gate, an extremely piercing break sound tore through the night sky. Right after, 2 snow-bright high beams like 2 sharp swords stabbed straight through the suffocating darkness in the yard, blinding enough to make eyes ache. A jeep. In these years, only a few big county agencies and the Public Security Bureau could afford this hard currency. Sun Dushing's steps halted, dazzled by the strong light into narrowing his eyes, not yet grasping which immortal it was. Bang! That jeep's door was kicked violently open, with such force that the accumulated snow on the door frame rustled down, and you could even hear the hinges wail. A figure jumped down from the car, tumbling and scrambling. No hat, that stiff bristled short hair mussed like a bird's nest, his uniform buttons fastened out of alignment, his collar wide open, a bellyful of wind poured in. But in his arms, he desperately shielded something. Zhao Dajuan. Sun Dushing froze. This man who usually wore a stern black face, steady as Mount Tai, the criminal investigation captain hailed as the whole county's bane of bandits, the living king of hell, was now like a lunatic who'd just fled the madhouse. That face was twisted into something ferocious from extreme excitement and cold. What he clutched in his arms, what was it? A black pottery jar, dirty enough to drip oil, wrapped in tattered oilcloth? It looked like a pickle crock just dug out of some garbage heap, even a few strands of rotten straw hanging off it. Old Sun Dushing. Zhao Dajuan bellowed at the top of his lungs as he charged toward the room, his voice cracking like a drake's squawk. Stop bawling. All of you damn well stop bawling for me. That one bellow, roared earth-shakingly loud, stunned the few women inside who were crying. Sun Dushing was completely dumbfounded. He and Zhao Dajuan shared a life-and-death friendship, having carried each other out of piles of the dead, and in decades, even with a gun pressed to his forehead, he'd never seen this old comrade lose composure like this. This wasn't Zhao Dajuan at all. This was practically a ferocious bandit who'd just robbed a bank. Dajuan, what are you? Before the words finished, Zhao Dajuan had already swept into the room like a gust of wind, the chill on his body forcing a shudder out of people. He clamped Sun Dushing's shoulders in one grip, with such strength he nearly crushed the old man's shoulder blades. Water. Fast. Zhao Dajuan panted like a broken bellows blower, his chest heaving violently, his eyes frighteningly bright, that being the light of a beast catching sight of prey. Tell those women to stop crying. Crying's for Jack. Boil water. Warm water. Hurry it up. What madness has taken you? Sun Dushing, dizzied by the shaking, wondered if this old fellow had gone mad with anxiety. Medicine. Zhao Dajuan suddenly hoisted up that scrap pottery jar in his arms. The posture of it, someone who didn't know would think he was hoisting the Imperial Jade Seal, or an enemy codebook just captured. The medicine you wanted. Life-saving medicine. I got it for you. Sun Dishing's brain short-circuited, and he stared blankly at that scrap jar still dropping dirt crumbs. You robbed the supply and marketing co-op's soybean paste pickle crock. What pickles? Your whole family eats pickles. That's a life. Zhao Dajuan was so anxious he stamped his feet and slammed the jar down on that wobbly square table. Thud. A muffled sound, shaking hearts a-tremble, the table legs shuddering 3 times along with it. Those big frozen hands trembled and shook trying to undo the dead knot on the oilcloth. The more anxious, the less they could undo it. His nails split from prying. Damn it, Zhao Dajuan cursed, and just bit it open with his mouth. Rip. That greasy scrap cloth was torn open by main force, and he roughly yanked out the rotten straw stuffed in the jar mouth. In an instant, a faint, cloying sweet aroma unique to industrial saccharin exploded in this room, saturated with stench and despair. How to describe that smell? Like the first flower blooming in spring, like a fruit candy held in the mouth at New Year. In this era, when even brown sugar was a luxury and a mouthful of white flour was like New Year, this smell was the most top-tier salvation. Sun Dushing's bloodshot eyes went round in an instant, his pupils quaking. Li Wan forgot to cry, her tear-hung face frozen there. Auntie Lu's gaping mouth could fit an egg, her jaw about to dislocate. Under the dim kerosene lamp, in that unremarkable, even somewhat disgusting black pottery jar, packed full, all pink, pagoda-shaped little candy pellets. Every one so exquisite, so lovely, like a jar packed full of rubies, giving off a mellow luster in the lamplight. Pagoda sweets. Truly pagoda sweets. And not a few pieces, not a few pellets, but a whole jar. This. Sun Dishing reached out a trembling hand, truly trembling, like he had Parkinson's. He wanted to touch, but didn't dare, afraid this was a sweet dream that would burst at a poke, afraid this was a hallucination born of his anxiety-inflamed mind. This, how many is this? His voice shook out of tune, like a cracked gong being struck. 500 pellets. Zhao Dajuan split his mouth into a grin, showing a mouthful of big teeth smoke-yellowed. Smiling as he was, tears washed 2 furrows down that big black face, a sight both comical and heartrending. Clap. He slapped the table hard, shaking those little candy pellets at the jar mouth into a merry bounce. A full 500 pellets. Forget saving this one room. Even if you dragged out every child in this red flag welfare home of yours for a march, stuffed 2 pellets in each mouth, it'd damn well be enough. Silence. A deathly stillness. Only the flame in that coal stove crackled a spark. Right after, with a wah, the little nurse Li Wan covered her mouth and collapsed to the ground, wailing. This time it wasn't despair, it was surviving a catastrophe, weeping for joy, the venting of that 1,000-gene boulder in her heart finally being moved aside. Sun Dishing's body went soft, and unable to hold that strength any longer, he slid slowly down, leaning against the door frame. 2 lines of murky tears ran down that weathered old face, flowing into his mouth, salty bitter as anything. He looked at that scrap jar like looking at a living bodhisattva just descended to the mortal world. Then he turned his head and looked at the pitch-black night sky out the window, as if that were the source of the light. His lips trembled along while before the old director managed a crude line carrying a sob, a shudder from the depths of his soul. Dajuan, did you go rob the province's central medicine warehouse? This latter half of the night, Zhao Dajuan told me himself later when he'd had too much to drink, his eyes rimmed red. He said when old Sun asked him where that jar of medicine came from, he almost didn't dare say my name. He feared saying it would scare old Sun into some mishap. Rob. Zhao Dajuan snorted a cold laugh from his nostrils, the sound like an old bellows leaking air. He didn't take up the thread, only reached out that big hand frozen like a red carrot, fished a crushed pack of front gate from his pocket, and shook one out to clamp in his mouth. Struck a match. SSSS. A blue-purple flame leapt up, lighting that face covered in red blood streaks, and the trace of not yet dried moisture at the corner of his eye. If I had the ability to rob the provincial warehouse, would I have let this scrap home of yours go 3 days without a meal? Zhao Dajuan drew a deep breath, the acrid smoke rolling into his lungs, and that nerve strung taut all night finally slackened half a notch. He exhaled a thick puff and, through the smoke, pointed at that black pottery jar. Cut the crap. If you don't want little Stone to die, get on with it. Sun Dushing was bellowed back to his senses. Like there was a spring under his backside, he suddenly bounced up from the ground, his knees slamming hard into the table corner with a muffled thud, the pain making him bare his teeth and grimace. Yet he had no leisure even to rub it. Fast. Boil water. Boil the water. Sun Dushing bellowed with his crack-gong voice, cracking. Little Lee, stop bawling. Go get bowls. The fine porcelain bowl with the red flower. The sterilized one. Sister Lu, wake up all the childcare workers. Even the ones just gone to sleep. As long as they've got breath, get them all crawling up for me. The whole welfare home erupted like a boiling pot. The originally lifeless yard was in an instant like cold water dripped into a pot of boiling oil. The lights came on. That was the kerosene lamp, usually too dear to light, and that night it would burn even if it ran the oil dry. Footsteps clattered in a jumble. Several disheveled women charged into the room, their eyes still swollen. Yet when they saw the pink medicine pellets in that scrap jar on the table, every one of their eyes was greener than a starving wolf's. Director, how much do we give? The little nurse Li Wan cradled that big fine porcelain bowl, her hands shaking like sifting chaff. She was truly afraid. Afraid her hand would slip and drop this life-saving medicine pricier than gold. In these years, one of these candy pellets was a life, and selling herself wouldn't be enough to make it up. Sun Dushing trembled too. He reached out 2 fingers, wanting to pinch that medicine pellet. The moment his fingertips touched that pink candy coating, they shrank back as if electrocuted. These hands had just handled coal balls. Dirty. Go. Bring tweezers. Sterilize them with alcohol. Fast. Sun Dushing was so anxious he circled in place, sweat beads running down that weathered old face and smashing onto the pitch-black floor. Zhao Dajuan couldn't stand to watch. Dawdling for Jack, he stepped up in big strides and shoved aside Sun Dushing, who was over there looking for tweezers, that big black hand reaching straight into the jar. Rustle. That sound, crisp, pleasing to the ear, like the sound of counting gold coins. Zhao Dajuan grabbed a full fistful of pagoda sweets, the pink pellets rolling in his calloused palm, looking both delicate and sturdy. Under 2 years old, half a pellet. Crush it and feed it. Under 5, 1 pellet. The bigger ones, like Little Stone, 2 pellets. Don't damn well skimp. Give plenty. Zhao Dajuan bellowed while dividing the pellets into the hands of those childcare workers standing dumb as wooden chickens. His motions rough, even a bit savage. One dropped on the table. Sun Dushing pounced with a yelp, carefully cupping it in his palm, blowing off dust that didn't exist at all, his eyeballs going red. Dajuan, you spendthrift wretch. Gently. These are all children's lives. A life is a life only when it's in the belly. On the table, it's just a fart. Zhao Dajuan cursed and grumbled, yet the hand dividing the medicine was steady as hell. A room full of people, like clockwork machines, crushing medicine, carrying water, holding children. The isolation room, originally with only crying and wailing, was now all swallowing sounds and the sounds of soothing children. Good boy, little bean, open your mouth. It's sweet. It's really sweet. Auntie Lu held a child with a big head and small body, her tears dripping plop-plop into the bowl. That child had long been feverish into a daze, jaws clenched tight. Auntie Lu hardened her heart and pinched open the child's cheeks, pouring that bowl of dissolved pink sugar water in. The child choked and instinctively wanted to vomit. Don't spit it out. My little ancestor. Swallow it. Auntie Lu clapped a hand over the child's mouth, so anxious she cried out. If he spat it out, what he'd be spitting out was the chance to live. His Adam's apple rolled. Gulp. Swallowed. In that instant, several people in the room let out a long breath at once. Time dragged on minute by minute. The old table clock on the wall ticked, tick-tock, tick-tock, every sound like striking the tip of a heart. Sun Dushing kept watch by Little Stone's bedside, not daring even to blink. Little Stone had eaten 2 pellets. Zhao Dajuan had forced them in. This child was frail of body, with many worms in his belly, and if the medicine's potency was too strong he might not withstand it, but too light, and it wouldn't purge the worms. This was gambling with a life. Gurgle. Suddenly, a thunderous bowel gurgle exploded in the deathly still room. Right after, a bout of embarrassing yet incomparably wonderful gas releasing. It's happening. There's movement. Li Wan cried out in delight, and heedless that it was a fart, leaned over to listen more earnestly than to a world-famous symphony. Little Stone's brow knit tight, his originally pale little face flushing with a painful red. It hurts. Tummy hurts. The child whimpered weakly, his body curling into a ball. That was the medicine taking effect, the paralyzed roundworms losing their grip and starting to discharge downward with the intestinal peristalsis. Fast. Bring the bedpan. Sun Dushing flipped open the quilt, not minding the filth, reaching straight in to hold up the child's backside, thinned down to nothing but bone. That night was destined to be sleepless. The first half of the night was the chaos of pouring medicine. The latter half was another kind of spectacular scene. Bouts of defecating rising and falling, mixed with that sky-high stench, smoked the isolation room to a smell worse than a latrine. Yet not one person minded. Looking at those no longer writhing, pink-white worm bodies balled and tangled together in the bedpans, Sun Dushing smiled like a fool. Those were the corpses of demons, iron proof that death had been beaten back. When the sky was faintly graying, Little Stone's fever broke. That belly, originally bulging like a ball, looking ready to burst any moment, visibly deflated a ring. The child slept soundly, his breathing steady, no longer that bellows-like rapidity. Sun Dushing collapsed to the ground, leaning against the cold wall base, his two legs long since numb past sensation. He looked at that black pottery jar in his hands, still with a small half-jar left, his eyes dearer than looking at his own father. Alive. The old man's lips trembled, and after a long while he managed a line. They're all alive. Dozens of critical case children, apart from two too frail still under observation, the rest had basically discharged the worms clean. This was simply a miracle. In this era short of doctors and medicine, where a person dying was easier than a chicken dying, this was a living, breathing divine miracle. Zhao Dajun stood by the window, cigarette butts already thrown all over the floor at his feet. He hadn't left the whole time. Hadn't spoken either, just planted there like a door god, watching every child take the medicine, watching every worm get discharged. Only now, seeing Sun Dushing's mud-like state, did that big black face, strung tight all night, finally slacken. Some prospect. Zhao Dajun cursed, his voice hoarse as sandpaper scraping rust. He walked over, plopped down on the folding stool beside Sun Dushing, and reached for his pocket. Empty. Out of cigarettes. Seeing this, Sun Dushing trembled and fished a tin cigarette box from his chest, that being the cigarette butts he'd saved for half a month, usually treasured to no end. Here. The old man handed over a still fairly long one. Zhao Dajun didn't mind, took it, and lit it off the nearly burned-out cigarette, but in Sun Dushing's hand. The two of them, head-to-head like this, in that room full of the smell of piss and shit and disinfectant, swallowed clouds and puffed smoke. Amid the swirling smoke, Sun Dushing's gaze gradually focused and turned sharp. That was the scrutiny peculiar to an old soldier. Dajun. Sun Dushing exhaled a smoke ring, his voice low, yet carrying the stubbornness of getting to the bottom of things. This stuff, where's it from? This jar of medicine, even in a provincial capital hospital, was strategic material. Even as a public security bureau man, Zhao Dajun couldn't conjure it out of thin air, let alone this packaging, that scrap pottery jar, that rotten oilcloth, and that straw carrying an earthy, muddy smell. However you looked at it, it seemed like a local specialty dug out of some country cellar. Yet what it held was the most precious industrial crystallization. This contrast was too uncanny. Uncanny enough to give one the creeps. Zhao Dajun's cigarette holding fingers paused. He didn't answer at once, but narrowed his eyes, looking at the gradually whitening east out the window. In his mind surfaced that young man in the half-old Zhongshan suit, standing at the Public Security Bureau gate, a face full of placidity. And that lightly tossed line, mission accomplished, unfailingly. In that moment, that young man's figure rose infinitely in his heart, becoming mysterious and unfathomable, even making one feel an urge to salute. Old Sunday. Zhao Dajun turned his head, looking at his life-and-death old comrade, his tone graver than ever before. If I told you this was a Red Star Brigade commune member who took a scrap jar and delivered it single-handedly to my office, would you believe it? Red Star Brigade? A commune member? Sun Dushing's hand trembled, the cigarette but scalding his mouth. He stared round-eyed, as if hearing some Arabian tale. Dajun, are you having me on? You're saying a mud-like peasant? Got these 500 pagoda sweets? What nonsense. If he could get this stuff, would he still be holed up in that dirt-poor, godforsaken Red Star Brigade gnawing corn buns? Sundishing didn't believe 100% of it. It didn't fit logic. This kind of capable man, put in any unit, wouldn't he be a treasure held up on a pedestal? That was a national treasure. Zhao Dajuan gave a bitter laugh, threw the cigarette but at his feet, and viciously ground it out. I want not to believe it too. But the man slapped the goods right on my desk. Zhao Dajuan stood up, patted the dust off his backside, his eyes turning fathomless. And the man said, "This was only to share my worries." Listen to that. Share my worries. Is that something a commune member could say? When Zhao Dajuan told it to this point, I nearly laughed out loud beside him. In my heart, it was crystal clear. To me, that was nothing but a deal trading points for medicine, for a backer. But in his eyes, it had become a favor vast as the sky, heavier than a life. Sometimes, a misunderstanding is worth more than the truth. This misunderstanding, I was glad to let stay misunderstood forever. Sundishing's mouth gaped open and didn't close for a long while. After a long time, he swallowed, looking at that black pottery jar on the table still without its lid, and his eyes held an added trace of fear and worship. This man, what's his name? Sundishing's voice was very light, as if afraid of disturbing some great personage. Zhao Dajuan straightened his police uniform, crumpled from a sleepless night, and adjusted his peaked cap. He looked at the morning sun out the window and slowly spat out 2 characters, every character weighing 1,000 jin. Jiangping. Later, when Zhao Dajuan recounted it to this point, holding his bowl of liquor, he stayed silent a long while. Only then did I slowly savor the taste of it. That night, in that scrap room full of the smell of piss and shit and disinfectant, dozens of children were dragged back from death's hands. And I, a transmigrator lying on a broken Kong in the Red Star Brigade, plotting how to deal with Li Dazhuang tomorrow, had no idea at all. From that night on, in the hearts of that crowd of adults and children at the west end of the county town, the 2 characters, Jiangping, were no longer a person's name. They were a living bodhisattva, an immortal descended to the mortal world. The vastest debt of gratitude they'd never dare forget in this life. Truth be told, I'd never thought of being any kind of god. I only wanted, in this man-eating era, to earn a way to live for myself, for Shun, Mei, and Nyonyo. But sometimes, the footprints a person stamps out just trying to survive, falling in others' eyes, become a road reaching to heaven. This, perhaps, was my true beginning in 1960.